Chapter 32:14 Invincible stance in the darkness, a gold shadow was quaking. It was becoming brighter too. Within a few seconds, Wana was able to walk right out of that dark. She effortlessly strolled out of the painting. No. Impossible, the painting's god face changed. His face was full of shock. Before the universe rebooted, he had been the strongest elite. Even members of the God Chaos Party were afraid of him. Although he did not reach the last step and become a reboot class, he was not like an ordinary Annihilation God spirit either. After the universe rebooted, Annihilation God spirits were weakened. Nothing had been able to compete with him. The painting god was still able to fight an Annihilation God spirit. He wasn't certain whether he would win or lose. Facing a human, his power was not working. That was incomprehensible. He was different from ordinary god spirits. He did just have god power. After he had fallen, he combined with the God Chaos Party's secret skills and used a god power to break worlds. Thus, he had strong and scary powers. If things were not like that, he would not have dared to say he could fight Annihilation God spirits. Yet, power like that could not hurt a human woman. How would one tell a man like that to stay calm and not be surprised? Wana emerged from the darkness. She looked at the painting god. Her expression was cold. It was like she had no focus. She raised her hand and waved at the painting god. It was like she was slashing around a knife. The painting god's expression changed. He clutched his wooden cane and used ink to block. It was like he was blocking an invisible knife. Catcha! The gold light flashed in space. The painting god and his cane were slashed in half. The painting on the wall was cut in half too. Qin Jingzhen and the others watched the painting god get killed with ease. His body dissolved in a golden light. They were all too shocked to say a single word. He was very scary and had protected many things for the Qin kingdom. Now, he had been killed with one hit from a woman. It was so shocking that it could not be described. That was especially true about people like Qin Jingzhen, who knew about the painting god. He was even more shocked than the others. The history of the Qin family had many records about the painting god. Back in the day, the Zhao, Wei, and Han kingdoms had reunited to try and siege Jade Wall City. The place was going to fall. The scary old man in the painting had waved his finger, immediately eliminating the generals of the three kingdoms. They simply died out in space. He had saved the Qin kingdom from falling. There was another time when many officers of the Qin kingdom had revolted. They almost managed to kill a very young Qin kingdom king. The queen visited the temple with the young boy and prayed for the Alpha's assistance. The traitors surrounded the Alpha temple. Many of them were elites who could shock the sky. The Qin kingdom was going to change its name. The old man from the painting revealed himself. He waved his cane in the drawing and had a few dozen elites immediately destroyed. It saved the Qin family's bloodline. A god like that was murdered by a woman. How could Qin Jingzhen not be afraid? Leave! Leave the Alpha temple. Qin Jingzhen could not care for much now. He commanded everyone to abandon the temple. It was no longer about whether or not the Qin kingdom would suffer many big losses. It was all about ensuring their survival. Han Sen was running too. The power Wanner used to kill the painting god was not something he could repel. He asked himself to confirm it, and he told himself he couldn't. The Wanners from two universes had combined. The power was so strong that one could not imagine what it was like. Han Sen thought that even if God Hall leader fought her, he would not be able to win. The officers and royals outside were unaware of what was happening inside. They saw the priests and servants emerge while protecting a terrible-looking Qin Jingzhen. Open the temples by Sima. Qin Jingzhen was in the middle of a crisis, but he was not in a panic. He gave the order without issue. The area around the Alpha Temple flickered. Many strange beasts revealed themselves. The shadows of those beasts were like dragons, but they weren't dragons. There were 9 of them. The heads and tails of 9 weird beasts connected to create a giant orb of light that bubbled around the Alpha Temple. Catcha! A gold light flashed. It was like a knife used to punish the gods. The shadows of the 9 weird beasts that had composed the shield were gone. The gold light was not stopping there. It continued to attack. Warner made a big crack in the man-made planet. She went into space and slashed down on Jade Wall City's castle to create a big hole in it. The whole of Jade Wall City shook after the strike. Fortunately, the man-made planet only had officers on it. Ordinary people weren't there. Otherwise, that attack would have killed many people. The scary elites from the palace protected Qin Jingzhen as they escaped the Alpha Temple. Han Sen took Bauer with them as they left. He was fairly certain that Warner did not remember anything. She had become the emotionless blonde lady who was not restricted by anything. Even the super god spirit mode was not restrained. Han Sen could not find a way to restrict the blonde Warner. He flew away, but he did not get far. Han Sen looked terrible. Warner did not go after Qin Jingzhen. He did not know when, but she suddenly appeared behind him. Holy crap! What is this? Han Sen was shocked. He could not pretend anymore. No one noticed him do it, but he summoned the Sky God Crown. He used the Sky God Crown to pull Bauer into the God of Wealth Temple with him. The God of Wealth Temple was in the Gold Crystal System. It was many systems away from Jade Wall City. Warner should not have been able to follow. Han Sen had only just entered the God of Wealth Temple when Warner's body appeared before the God of Wealth Temple. I cannot be that unlucky. Han Sen's face turned ashen. Decapitation Queen appeared inside God of Wealth Temple. Clutching her guillotine, she shouted at Warner, "How ignorant! How dare you come to the God of Wealth Temple? Decapitation Queen, stand down." Han Sen had a cold sweat. Decapitation Queen was strong, but before Warner, her power was nothing. Han Sen was afraid Warner would kill her with one hit. Perhaps she would have been struck down so hard that her god base would not recover. It was too late for Han Sen to say anything. Warner moved her hand. It was a simple strike. Seeing the gold fire come before Decapitation Queen, Han Sen was too late to save her. Bzzzt. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the gold flame on Warner stopped. At that moment, a body went up and pulled Decapitation Queen back. The gold flame burst into the sky and was extinguished in space. It had enough force to destroy many of the planets around there. Space was suddenly filled with countless lights. Han Sen thought it was too close, but Moment God helped. If she hadn't, Decapitation Queen would have been killed. His Super God Spirit mode had a killing God Spirit power. Warner's reverse Super God Spirit mode might have had a similar thing, so he did not want to risk it. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He took Bauer, who looked like herself again, to teleport away from God of Wealth Temple. Moment God's time power did not affect Warner much. Although they had been helped, Han Sen did not want to fight Warner. He had to lead her away to avoid her destroying the God Temple. Chapter 32:15 Drawing the disaster to the east. The Super God Spirit mode and Warner's power were like water and fire. Water could put out fire, and fire could burn water. If there was the same amount, they would put each other out. It was like when Han Sen and Warner were together, their powers were suppressed. After 2 Warners combined into one, her power exploded. She was much better than Han Sen with his Super God Spirit mode. That was why the scales were now tipped. In a situation like this, they were restricting each other. If one of their powers was stronger than the other, there would have been a big restriction. Now, Wanner's power was twice as strong. It made Han Sen's super god spirit mode useless. He was suppressed because of that. Fortunately, Han Sen did not rely on only one power. Although his super god spirit mode was suppressed, he still had 4 other Geno powers. Han Sen did not care about the balance of the universe. He broke the rules of the universe and broke the world. He used galaxy teleportation to take Bauer to the entrance of Soldier Knife Sky. With Wanner's situation being like it was, drawing her there was something of a disaster. It was a disaster that could harm innocent people. He preferred taking her to the God Chaos Party people than having her hurt civilians. Wanner was like a frozen spirit. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation, but he still could not shake her. She steadily followed. Han Sen saw a gold light. He felt a chill. His body was like the tide bobbing along the waves. It was like he was pushed away by the gold light in his attempt to dodge the scary attack. Han Sen was going to use the break world powers to enter Soldier Knife Sky's space tunnel, but Wanner's attack had cut a giant hole in the tunnel. Without hesitation, he went into Soldier Knife Sky. By doing so, he re-entered the mysterious world of weapons. Wanner hurriedly followed Han Sen there. She did not say anything. She just waved her hand at Han Sen's body. She was too fast. When her hand came down, it was like she was already slashing at Han Sen. He did not have time to react. Fortunately, Han Sen's battle power had already reached the reflection level. Before his brain reacted, his body reacted normally and dodged the scary attack. Han Sen felt depressed. He shouted at Wanner, "I thought we were friends. It is fine if you do not remember me, but you do not have to keep chasing me." Wanner behaved as if she had not heard a word he said. She slashed her hand again. In that world, there were not many people who could fight Wanner. Han Sen's super god spirit mode was suppressed, but he had a lot of battle experience and power. Wanner was unable to kill him. Han Sen knew this would not turn out well if it kept going. He could only fight or escape, hoping to leave Wanner's range of pursuit. He did not want to kill Wanner, but he did not want to be killed by Wanner either. Ergo, he had no choice but to run. Law. Law. Paper kept flipping and flopping inside Bauer's pocket as her book suddenly opened up. From inside, a paper man jumped out and scolded Han Sen by saying, "Han Sen, you are an asshole. Didn't you promise me you would not leave Jade Wall City? Is your F*** word nothing but bullsh**t? You left Jade Wall City and came to the F*** Soldier Knife Sky. It is fine if you come to Soldier Knife Sky, but you brought Master Bauer here. Why don't you shut up for just a minute?" Han Sen moved and evaded Wanner's next attack. He said to the paper man, "Rocky D, I did not want to come here either, but something forced me here. I had no choice." "Who made you do this?" Rocky D asked that just as Wanner's hand moved. A bottomless trench cleaved through the land, which was full of weapons. Many scary weapons were destroyed. The weapons around the trench did not react. They did not fight back or anything. All they did was tremble as if they were sheep encountering a tiger. Rocky D's face changed as he shouted, "This is... What is this? I do not know who it is. I only know she fancies killing me. She has already chased me everywhere, so what do you propose I should have done? Do you have any better ideas?" Han Sen spoke as he dodged and flew around. "How could there be such a scary human?" Rocky D coldly asked. "You are a magnet for scary people. I can only suppose you have tremendously bad luck. What am I supposed to do? If you cannot think of a solution to this mess, then I will come up with one myself." Han Sen flew deep into Soldier Knife Sky. Every layer of the 33 days skies was broken. God Chaos Party was massive, but they could not connect all of those spaces. They only made a path that led to each one by one. Han Sen wanted to find a way into the second sky. If he kept ascending, it would only be a matter of time before he encountered more members of God Chaos Party. If there were a few people like Sky King Leader, and they wanted to stop Wanner, perhaps Han Sen could escape. Rocky D could tell what Han Sen was planning to do. He looked extremely glum as he said, "You must have a death wish. If you do not handle this well, you will find yourself the enemy of both. It is fine for you to die, but don't let Master Bauer go down with you." Han Sen did not care for anything Rocky D said to him. He kept using galaxy teleportation in Soldier Knife Sky. Every time he teleported, it was not a great distance away. He did not want to miss the path or tunnel that led to the second sky. Rocky D's real body was in the Paper God Temple. He felt depressed. It was hard for him to convince the leader to find someone else to kill Han Senator now. Han Sen was going after them. There was also someone absurdly powerful behind him. Rocky D had experienced a reboot of the universe. He was a god in two worlds, but he had never seen a human this powerful before. Even Qin Xiu was not this scary back in the day. Who is this woman? Rocky D frowned and retreated into thought. He did not care for Han Sen's life, but he had to care for Bauer's life. Han Sen was trying to bring this problem to God Chaos Party. Its leader was not a character Han Sen should provoke. If Han Sen did not handle things well, he could end up being attacked by both parties. Then, he would die even faster. With the video the paper man sent, Rocky D saw Han Sen reach the second sky's entrance. His face changed. He gnashed his teeth and abandoned Paper God Temple. After Weapon God was killed, Soldier Knife Sky was not given a new god to take over the realm. Some members of the God Chaos Party saw Han Sen, but they did not have the power to stop him. They watched Han Sen race through the gate and enter the second sky. The second sky's scene was different from Soldier Knife Sky. There were no mounds of weapons that were like seas or mountains. After Han Sen entered it, water was seen in every direction. It was a pure water world. There was no land or air. That entire world was full of water. The water there seemed a bit weird. It was not just one color. There were all kinds of liquid colors combined into one. It was like a colorful rainbow liquid world. Chapter 32:16 Shadow God Han Sen absorbed the Extreme King Prince's water origin, so he was no stranger to water powers. His movement in the water was not negatively affected. He looked like a fish that had been given water. Wanner was not affected by the rainbow liquid either. Like a ghost, she pursued Han Sr. I wonder where the guarding temple of the second sky lies, Han Sen thought. In Soldier Knife Sky, Han Sen had to pull out the inch-gray sword to surprise Weapon God. Otherwise, Soldier Knife Sky was so big that Weapon God would not have known that he and his crew had entered Soldier Knife Sky without doing so. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation to keep moving through the water. Even if he was unable to find a god temple, finding the way that would lead to the third sky was fine too. Han Sen thought the suppressing god temple of each realm would likely be the exit point. His galaxy teleportation came to an end. Han Sen suddenly felt his body get stuck by something. He looked around but did not see a creature. There was still liquid everywhere. He was in a portion of the sea that had purple liquid. Han Sen had a closer look and noticed what the problem was. The purple liquid was shaped like a giant whale. He had gotten stuck inside the whale's brain. Perhaps it was because Han Sen was there, but the whale-shaped purple liquid started to move. It swung its tail and started to swim. It looked like a real whale even though it was a purple liquid whale. In this water world sky, all the creatures seemed to be liquid creatures. Han Sen now fully understood. The purple liquid whale had just begun to swim when gold light started to shine. The whale's body was cut by the gold light. A lot of purple liquid started to leak out everywhere. Han Sen was too late to use galaxy teleportation because he was stuck. He could no longer escape, so he had to draw his inch-gray sword. He generated break world power to stop the gold light. Dong! The gold light struck the inch-gray sword. Han Sen felt the unstoppable power coming at him. It was like he had been hit by a bullet train. His body was like a spring as he flew away. Fortunately, the inch-gray sword was very weird. It did not break because of the gold light. On top of that, Han Sen was very good when it came to borrowing the powers of others and using them for himself. With that power flying at him, he took it and made the knockback send him further. Han Sen thought, escaping like that is not the most ideal method. If I cannot make Wanner focus on the God Chaos Party, I will be unable to escape her. While he was thinking, he saw a weird building come lurching through the depths of the water. It was a crystal-like palace in the midst of the water world. It was not touching the sky or touching the ground. It was just floating in the water. Han Sen looked at it. The signboard of the palace had 3 words written on it, Liquid God Temple. The guardian here is not a water god. It's a liquid god. I wonder what the difference between a water god and a liquid god is. Han Sen's heart jumped. He rushed toward the liquid god temple and threw a punch at its door. Pang! Han Sen's break world power was not an attacking power, but liquid god temple's door in the small hall beyond was broken. Who broke my god temple? An angry voice sounded from within the god temple. Han Sen did not bother looking at who it was. He just used galaxy teleportation to go behind the god temple. Let's allow this liquid god to see Wanner, Han Sen said in silent prayer. Perhaps it was because Han Sen had not done anything bad recently, but God should have surely realized Han Sen was well behaved. He thought there was a fair chance God would enable things to go his way. Liquid God stormed out of the god temple. He saw Wanner, who was pursuing Han Senator. He thought it was Wanner who had destroyed his temple, so he immediately flung his tentacles toward the lady. Liquid God looked very weird. He kind of looked like an octopus or a jellyfish. His body was transparent like water. He had many tentacles and rainbow-like liquid flowing around him. Upon seeing Liquid God's tentacles go to snare and tie her up, Wanner's body blazed with gold fire. It was like a sharp blade that was going to cut up Liquid God's tentacles. Naive. Liquid cannot be attacked. It is everywhere. No kind of attack can do anything to me. Before Liquid God could say anything else, his body was turned into nothing by the gold fire. There was not even a drop of water left. The shiny god light was still there though. It turned the crystal-like liquid god temple into nothing. The entire god temple was incinerated. Not even a god base remained. Han Sen was terrified. His super god spirit mode had invincibility. His attacks were always improved with it, but it was nothing compared to what she was able to do. Obviously, Wanner's power was aggressive. It was the opposite of super god spirit mode. From now on, aside from the inch-gray sword in Han Sen's hand, he did not think there was another item in existence that could shield him from an attack unleashed by Wanner. Bauer had been sitting on Han Sen's shoulder the entire time. She pointed forward as she said, "Dad, it looks like there is something at 11 o'clock." Han Sen looked where she was pointing and saw a giant swirl manifest in the liquid of the realm. It was like a black hole. It conducted very strong movements in space. Is that the entrance to the third sky? Han Sen immediately rushed toward the vortex. Liquid God had just been delivered a nasty strike and killed by Wanner. After that, God Chaos Party was going to have a grudge with Wanner. At this point, Han Sen's plan to draw the disaster to the east had halfway succeeded. While Han Sen was going to go to the third sky, in God Chaos Party's headquarters, God Chaos Party's core members and leaders opened a screen of light. It panned through Water-World sky. A God Chaos Party member angrily stated, "Liquid God from the main headquarters is gone. Liquid God Temple is gone. Who dared do this to us?" Another member of the God Chaos Party coldly said, "If I have guessed things correctly, the person has now entered the third sky. Let third sky's Shadow God check the enemy out." "Contact Shadow God," the leader said as he looked across the members before him. The screen of light quickly displayed a circus clown like God Spirit Gene Race. The clown took off its hat and bowed. "My leader, what is it that you require?" "An enemy has invaded 33 days, the leader said. "He will be in the third sky now. Do you want the intruder dead or alive?" Shadow God politely asked with a weird smile. "Who dares stir up disasters in 33 days? God Chaos Party leader coldly asked. "Whoever it is, I will not allow someone like that to exist." "I understand," Shadow God said with a laugh. His eyes looked a bit evil. "Do not worry, leader. By the way, open your spirit light screen," the leader said. "I want to watch you kill the invader." "Okay, leader. Await my performance with bated breath. I will not disappoint you." Shadow God walked out of the God Temple. Chapter 32:17 The Third Sky. The third sky was quite different from the other two skies. If Han Sen did not know that it was just one of 33 different skies, he would have believed it was a perfectly normal human world. The third sky had cities, which had all the amenities a city typically possessed. There were streets for vehicles, as well as docks of all shapes and sizes. Most importantly, there were people. There were vast droves of people there. They all exhibited a range of emotions. Many of them were sad, and many of them were happy. Many were at different points of the spectrum in between. It did not matter how one viewed it, but this was indeed a city. By all accounts, it was a bona fide human city. Space trains were going by in the sky. There were aircraft too. Han Sen saw a group of students crossing a road. The third sky is quite surprising. Han Sen was surprised. He thought the 33 skies were all places only monsters could live in. If there were humans there, they had to be strong. They were fallen humans, so the God Chaos Party had brought them there. The third sky was different from what Han Sen was thinking. The people there were just civilians. They did not have strong God spirit blood pulses or gene race powers. This place seems rather peaceful, Han Sen thought. It was a thought that made him frown. If they had all been monsters, he would have been happier. They were just normal people. If Wanner's power affected them, Han Sen would have felt bad about it. Han Sen had only just entered the third sky when he saw that Wanner was already there. Her hands flashed with gold light. Han Sen's body reacted faster than his mind, so he was able to dodge the strike. The gold fire crashed down on the ground and created a big trench through the city. Roads broke, buildings collapsed, and the machines that looked like cars fell apart. There were some screams and cries all mixed in together. The weak humans ran everywhere, but most of them were already dead in the dirt. The humans touched by the gold fire immediately dissolved. Blood was everywhere. Han Sen didn't see any limbs. The gold fire destroyed every part of everyone it ravaged. Wanner striking the land did not seem to have an end. It was unknown how many houses and lives she had destroyed. Han Sen frowned. There was nothing he could do about it now. He only hoped to draw Wanner away to keep her from killing any more civilians. Han Sen teleported away. It was a human city. The distance Han Sen traveled was no farther than the trench Wanner had created in the metropolitan area. He was ready to teleport again. Han Sen briefly looked at the deep trench Wanner had created. There used to be a bridge there, but the other side of the bridge was gone because of her strike. The other half of the bridge was hanging in the air. Below it was a deep, dark, and mysterious trench. At this time, there was a 5 or 6-year-old girl holding onto one of the rebars. She was hanging in the air. It looked like she was going to fall. As she clung for her life, she kept crying out, "Mom! Mom!" Han Sen looked at the girl and teleported toward her. He picked up the girl without issue. The girl was picked up by Han Sen, but she looked a bit evil. She felt cocky and said, "I thought it was some kind of powerful character coming, but it was just you. Humans are all the same. Without exception, they all think they are heroes. Mr. Leader, watch this. Watch me kill the invader." Shadow God looked like a little girl. Han Sen was not prepared, but he was still going to attack. Shadow God suddenly felt Han Sen's hands apply force. His body was thrown away with the force of a cannon-fired cannonball. Shadow God had been unable to react. He did not think Han Sen would throw him to Wanner like a bomb. By the time he realized this had happened, Wanner was already in front of him. The gold light was coming for him. Shadow God exploded with shadows. He manifested many clown shadows. One could not accurately determine which of the clown shadows was his true self. The shadows, which looked like clones, seemed alive. They were all trying to escape in different directions. Wanner's hand flashed. The gold light cut through the body of a clown. The clown screamed. God blood spilled out of it like rain. "How did you see where I was?" Shadow God looked at his body, which had been cut in half, and screamed. His head then fell to the ground. It was not just Shadow God who died. Many elites from God Chaos Party's headquarters were frozen stiff. Shadow God was one of God Chaos Party's 8 kings, which included Weapon God and Liquid God. Although he was not a top-class elite, he was a break-world God spirit gene race. He was like an annihilation-class main god. After he used the strongest shadow power, he was still destroyed in a single strike. It was something the others found difficult to believe. Who was that woman? Why does she have such a scary power? Since when did the humans have an elite like this? The God Chaos Party and elders could only react in shock. I have never heard of there being humans this strong before. Who is she? What kind of power was that? It did not look like a break-world power. How can someone be that strong with break-world power? She just killed Shadow God. While everyone rambled about what they were seeing, the God Chaos Party leader looked at Wanner with great interest. He frowned and said, "I know who she is." "Leader, do you know who she is?" Many members of the God Chaos Party turned to look at their leader. The God Chaos Party leader coldly said, "Issue my command to have all members of the God Chaos Party return here and stop engaging the woman." "Leader, who is that woman? Does she have what it takes to make you do that?" Everyone was shocked. The God Chaos Party leader laughed and said, "You guys should remember that person who came to the Chaos God Hall, right? The young man that sought to make a deal with us." When the people there heard about the man, they looked glum. An elder looked green and said, "Are you talking about Qin Xiu, leader?" "Yes," God Chaos Party leader said with a nod. "Does that lady have something to do with Qin Xiu?" the elder asked. The God Chaos Party leader's eyes looked deep. He looked at Wanner on the screen and asked, "Did you guys forget? The reason Qin Xiu made a trade with us was that he wanted us to revive his sister Qin Wanner." Everyone's body froze. They could not believe what they had just heard. An elder screamed, "Impossible. His little sister is dead. She could not be revived. Unless. That is impossible." The God Chaos Party leader coldly said, "It is not entirely impossible. Right now, we know Qin Xiu succeeded. He was a truly awesome guy. It was a shame Qin Wanner seemed to have a problem after being revived. Her mind was never correct. Leader, if that is Qin Xiu's little sister, should we capture her? An elder's eyes looked bright. He looked at Qin Wan'er on the screen. No. That other guy is Han Sen, right? He drew Qin Wan'er to have her destroy us. We will do as he wants to. We will let him come here. God Chaos Party leader smiled. It was a weird smile. Chapter 32:18 No one can stop after Shadow God was killed, the city streets, aircraft, humans, and everything else was gone. The third sky was suddenly turned into a land of ash. It was now the remnants of a former well-developed human area. Everywhere one looked was now just a land of cracks and streams of lava. One could sometimes see volcanoes exploding far away. The volcanic dust was everywhere. The sky was dark, but there were no clouds. It was the dust that the erupting volcanoes kicked up. The land looked like doomsday had happened. Han Sen scanned the area around him until he spotted a god temple. The god temple was made of a mirror. It looked like a maze made of mirrors. The mirror hall displayed a signpost that had 3 words written on it, Shadow God Temple. It belonged to the Shadow God, who had only just been vanquished. Han Sen's heart jumped. The Shadow God Temple was still there. It did not matter if Shadow God was revived, but the temple's god base should have still been there. There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was an Annihilation class god base. Han Sen's heart jumped. He clenched his fists and went straight for the Shadow God Temple. The Bloodpulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra were running at the same time. The 2 scary powers combined to create break world powers. He threw a punch at the Shadow God Temple. God base, I am coming for you. Han Sen's heart exclaimed. Boom! Han Sen's break world power struck the Shadow God Temple, but the Shadow God Temple did not break like he expected it would. He saw a red break world power strike the Shadow God Temple, which was like a god temple reflecting 1,000 other god temples in the mirage. Han Sen realized he had almost hit himself with the break world power. Fortunately, the reaction time of his body was extraordinarily quick. He managed to avoid his own punch. The Shadow God Temple reflected the break world power back at Wan'er, who was swiftly on her way. Wan'er just waved her hand to break it. Ha! Ha! This is so funny. That Han Sen is only good at running. He is not good at anything else. An elder laughed. He is not as strong as we thought, but he does drag a lot of baggage and carnage along with him in his wake. He provoked the God Chaos Party and the ire of this scary woman. And now, he is trying to bring disaster to the God Chaos Party. This guy should definitely die. You guys should not be so quick to underestimate him, someone else said. He did not break the Shadow God Temple because he does not know anything about the Shadow God Temple. It does not imply he is not strong. From what I can tell, his break world power can rival the 8 Sky Kings. It was an analysis of a different kind. Did you guys forget he was able to take the Grey Inch Sword? That means his willpower is mighty. People like that, even if they are weak, can be incredibly scary. We must not underestimate him. While everyone in the God Chaos Party was discussing the ongoing events, Han Sen's eyes were bright. The Shadow God Temple was weird. The building's mirror-like bricks had a reflective power. They were able to reflect break world powers back. I don't know Shadow God Temple could deflect Wan'er's power. If that is possible, I might be able to deal with Wan'er. Han Sen flew toward the Shadow God Temple. He did not know what Wan'er was thinking, but it was like she recognized Han Senator. She traveled through space and went behind him. She waved her hand behind Han Sen's back. Han Sen was well prepared. Rather, that was the place he had already selected. He deliberately drew Wan'er there, so that was where she would attack. The moment Wan'er struck, Han Sen's body was already evading. The gold light went right past his cheek and struck the back of Shadow God Temple. The gold fire hit the surface of the mirror-like temple. The many mirrors reflected the scary gold light. It made the Shadow God Temple glow like a sun. The god light did not actually get deflected. The mirrors were delivered hefty marks. It wasn't long before they all buckled and broke. Seeing Shadow God Temple was unable to stop Wanner's power, the temple broke. Han Sen didn't say a word. He just drew inch gray sword and slashed at the Shadow God Temple with light. Catcha! Han Sen cut open the Shadow God Temple, which was already in the middle of breaking. The temple shattered. Han Sen cut the God altar in half. Destroyed Annihilation Class God Temple. Found Annihilation Class God Base. Han Sen saw that the broken God altar had a God base. He quickly grabbed it and teleported away. The entire process was so smooth that it was like water. It was clean and quick. It did not drag like mud. It was like he had practiced this a million times. This guy is very obscene. When one of the members of God Chaos Party saw this, he gnashed his teeth. Han Sen was unable to break Shadow God Temple, so he used Wanner to do it for him. While she was doing her thing, he swooped in for the spoils. He took the God base, which made them very mad. That asshole. Weapon God's God base must have been stolen by him as well. Humans really are obscene, shameless assholes. Qin Xiu was like that. Han Sen is like that. None of them are good stuff. Leader, let me go and fight. I can kill that asshole. Han Sen did not think poorly of his behavior. He was thinking, I destroyed Shadow God Temple. I did not get the notification for killing Shadow God though. That means Shadow God did not revive inside Shadow God Temple. I wonder if it was just the God Temple being too slow to revive him or Wanner's power being able to kill God spirits for good. There was no time for Han Sen to dwell on such riddles. Wanner was still close behind, and she was not slowing down. Han Sen used what he had at his disposal. Even still, it was proving insufficient to ditch her. He felt depressed and thought, why is Wanner continuing to chase me? Is it because I am too handsome? Am I too attractive? Otherwise, why would she not go after the Qin family instead? Why does she insist on coming after me? Now that he thought about it some more, Han Sen's heart jumped. It cannot be because of my Super God Spirit mode, can it? My Super God Spirit mode goes against her power. Maybe she is subconsciously wanting to destroy anything that might one day pose a threat to her. Is that why she is so committed to destroying me? The more Han Sen thought about it, the more he thought that was the reason. Otherwise, Wanner would not have kept chasing him without letting him go. Each of the 33 skies was massive, but Han Sen's power was not restricted there. With his galaxy teleportation, he could go anywhere among the 33 skies. The bad thing about it all was that he had no method of teleporting into the different time and space layers. He had to find each entrance to every layer of the place. He had to go up the skies individually by himself, which was costing him a lot of time. Not long later, Han Sen finally managed to find the entrance to the 4th floor. He then found the 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, and so on. Han Sen kept on going without anyone coming to stop him. Besides the God Chaos Party's elites or ministers not coming, Han Sen did not even encounter the cold shoulder of a shrimp and crab along the way. The rest of the 33 skies were practically empty. Aside from the sky creatures that were native to their special skies, there was not a single soul to be found. It seems as if the God Chaos Party is aware of what I am after. They are not fighting Wanner face to face. Han Sen frowned. He was a bit hesitant about whether or not he should keep going. Chapter 32 19 Dust Sky 1 Sky. One World. Han Sen went through 9 skies without seeing anyone from the God Chaos Party. They've even cleared out 9 entire skies. It looks like God Chaos Party has been really busy these past few years. Han Sen kept on rushing. He used this chance to see how many skies God Chaos Party had actually opened. It was not because of God Hall leader giving him benefits. Han Sen just wanted to know how much progress God Chaos Party had made with this endeavor of theirs. If the God Chaos Party had really opened 33 skies, then he could use the final part of the path to access the Geno universe. He would not have to use the God of Wealth Temple to enter the Geno universe for a few meager days. If the Geno universe was broken through by this enemy, it might not bode well for the Geno universe. The Geno universe and universe of kingdoms should have been equal, but they were still 2 separate worlds. The thing about the Geno universe was that it did not have many break world elites. Han Sen had never seen any such people before. Even if their power was as good as a break world elite, they did not have the capacity to break the world. It was like the Sky Palace leader's existence. No matter the talent or power or level of someone, they were not weaker than the elites of the universe of kingdoms. Yet, they still could not break the world. Why the Geno universe's break world elites found breaking the world so hard was something Han Sen had thought about in the past. He thought the universe of kingdoms had so many break world elites because the God Chaos Party fought the God spirits. In the end, it made the last God Hall leader reboot the universe of kingdoms. It made the universe of kingdoms have many flaws in its fabric. With all those flaws, it made breaking the world far easier. The Geno universe was not the main battleground. It was just affected a little as a result. The rules of that universe were not as bad as the rules of the other universe that had been destroyed. So, it was hard to break the world in the Geno universe. When Han Sen reached the 10th sky, he saw humans again. The 10th sky had many planets around. It was like a mini-universe of kingdoms. Humans were living there peacefully. Han Sen noticed many of the humans on many of the different planets were still in a primal age. Some planets were in an interstellar era though. There were lots of giant battleships traveling through space. This cannot be an illusion again, can it? Han Sen frowned. With his Dongxian Sutra sensing power, he felt as if the humans were real and living things. He did not detect them to be illusions like Shadow God had constructed. The humans there were very strange. Even though they did not have a God spirit blood pulse or gene race power, their power was very weak. It was like they were normal humans who did not practice inside the sanctuaries. Han Sen's expression quickly changed. He felt his own power weaken incredibly fast. His Dongxian Sutra's aura radius could reach a few systems away, but it was suddenly shrunk to a level that did not even allow him to scan a single planet. It was not just his Dongxian Sutra that had been affected this way. Every power in his body was like that too. The scariest thing about it was how it looked like Wanner was affected as well. Her power had been weakened. He could determine that from her god flames, which had started to weaken. Why are things like that here? Whose power is it? Han Sen looked terrible. He turned around and wanted to leave the 10th sky. Even Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode was affected. This power was too scary. When Han Sen established a direction to get through the 10th sky, he saw a very powerful and overbearing king-like man standing at the exit of the 10th sky. Han Sen looked at him. "This is not a power anyone can have," the man coldly said. "This is the ruling power of Dust Sky. No creature can use its powers here, not even god spirits. If they come here, they will become ordinary creatures that have no powers. Who are you?" Han Sen felt as if his body's power had been reduced. At the rate his power was leaving his body, he was going to be reduced to an ordinary man who could not even wrestle a chicken within half an hour. "I am God Chaos Party's leader, Berry Path God," the man coldly said. Han Sen could have guessed that a bit already. Upon hearing the man say it, he was not surprised. He just kept dodging Wanner's attack while looking at Berry Path God. Han Sen could not see any power moving through the man. He looked something like a commoner, but Han Sen did not actually believe he was a commoner. Although this place was Dust Sky, the power there could reduce any creature into a commoner. At the same time, it was a nest for the God Chaos Party. This was God Chaos Party's leader. Han Sen did not believe he had what it took to fight Dust Sky's power. If he was unable to block the power of Dust Sky, Han Sen didn't think he would have shown up there. I must get out of this place before my power is totally ground away by the powers of Dust Sky. Han Sen's body flashed. His eyes looked bright. His body suddenly went to Berry Path God. At the same time, he wielded his inch-gray sword and unleashed the biggest attack he could at Berry Path God. Because of Han Sen's plan, Wanner's gold light slashed toward Berry Path God too. Han Sen thought, even though my and Wanner's power has been reduced a lot, if I only need him to expose his flaws and enable my escape from Dust Sky, it should be fine. After all, Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode has been weakened but is still very strong. Han Sen did not dare underestimate this temporary leader. Although he was only filling in for the real leader, he was still an elite who had challenged the entire god spirit system. Seeing Wanner and Han Sen attack at the same time, Berry Path God did not look as if he was going to dodge. He was like an unmoving mountain. The moment the inch-gray sword and gold light were going to hit him, his hand finally moved. Two of his fingers held onto Han Sen's inch-gray sword. The other hand held Wanner's hand, which was slashing down. Han Sen suddenly felt as if his inch-gray sword had been grabbed by a pincer. He tried his best, but he could not make the inch-gray sword budge an inch. If this was another place, even the leader would not have an easy time fighting you, Berry Path God said as his hands employed some sort of power that blasted Han Sen and Wanner backward. But this is Dust Sky. Your power has been turned into dust. You cannot fight me, who is the temporary leader. You should just go and talk to our leader. Han Sen knew the situation he was in was very bad. His power had devolved to about 20% or even less. If he did not find a way to escape that realm soon, he might find himself captured by the God Chaos Party. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be a happy ending. Han Sen's eyes kept flickering. Black and white power kept spinning weirdly. The Dongxian Sutra was running like crazy. Dust Sky's most basic structure appeared in his eyes. He was not someone who loved to waste time and wallow in regret. Besides, now was not the time for regret. He had to find a way to destroy the Dust Sky power before all of his power was depleted. If he did not do that, he and Wanner would have disaster fall upon them. Because of that hit earlier, Wanner stopped going after Han Senator. Her body flashed with gold light. She went to fight Berry Path God, who had struck her. Chapter 32:20 Berry Path God. It had to be said that reverse super god spirit mode was very strong. Although it was affected by the power in Dusk Sky, it was not like ordinary power that was sapped away quickly. The power was still very destructive. Although it was affected too, the situation was better for her than it was for Han Senator. Berry Path God did not move. His hand blocked Wanner's gold light again and again. The power broke the gold light. Wanner was currently very weak. She probably only had about 30% of her power left. If she was still able to do things to that level, Berry Sky God's power was likely as strong as a reboot god spirit. Han Sen thought, is the temporary leader that strong? I wonder how strong the true leader of the God Chaos Party is. It is no wonder why or how he pushed the God Hall leader to reboot the universe. Wanner's God will have not awakened yet. Her battle will keep exploding. She kept attacking Berry Path God, but she was being affected by Dust Sky's power. It made her attack power weaker. Her threat to Berry Path God diminished, becoming less as time went by. It was unknown what Berry Path God was planning. Although Wanner kept on attacking him, he only used the right amount of power every time to shake her off. He did not actually try to harm Wanner. Han Sen knew Berry Path God likely had a plan for what to do with Wanner, but now was his chance. He could have used this free time to break the power of Dust Sky and turn the tides of battle. The area of the Dongxian aura had been reduced to cover only a planet, but Han Sen managed to push it out 1 inch from within him. His eyes looked at Dusk Sky's structure. He went into it with remarkable details. Han Sen had observed the structure of the Geno universe and universe of kingdoms well, and he could tell that the two were quite different from each other. Although the most basic point of their structure was a very small glob of a substance, the Geno universe's ball substance was white. It looked transparent and not very real. The ball substance of the universe of kingdoms was presented as a solid black ball. The two substances of the universes queued up differently. They both had their structural features and elements. The 33 skies were the zones between the two universes. The structures there were very complicated. The basic substances of the 9 skies he had already passed through were all different colors. Even their shapes were very odd. They were not just ball-shaped. The order of the substances was different from the 2 primary universes as well. What was most ridiculous was how every sky's structure and substance were different. It was hard to understand the rules dictating why that was. In Han Sen's head, Dust Sky looked very weird as he examined its most basic composition. Dust Sky's basic substance structure was like a ball-shaped Tai Chi. It was half white and half black and half real and half virtual. It was also spinning fast. In the Dongxian aura, Han Sen clearly saw that his powers were being absorbed by the Tai Chi-looking symbol. These substances were everywhere. Everything there was made by the most basic Tai Chi substance structure, including the air. The spinning Tai Chi substance was like a vortex or a black hole. It emotionlessly consumed the power Han Sen and Wanner had inside them. Even Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode could not deal with the consumption of that power. It was just the consuming speed was a little slower for her. If ordinary powers to the Tai Chi substance were a delicious cake, then Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode was like a bone that was hard to chew. No matter how difficult it was to chew, it was still being consumed by the Tai Chi substance. It made Wanner's power weaker. Han Sen tried to use his break world power to block the consuming Tai Chi substance's power, but it did not work. The Tai Chi substance itself was Dust Sky's basic principle. Fighting against the Tai Chi substance was like fighting the whole of Dust Sky. Han Sen's break world power was not at a level that was that strong. It meant his power was consumed a lot. It was harder to fight against Dust Sky's rules. Why does Berry Path God's power not get consumed by the laws governing Dust Sky? How has he managed to do such a thing? Han Sen looked at Berry Path God and noticed the Tai Chi substance that gathered up around him but did not consume his power. It was with him peacefully. Berry Path God did not do anything special. He did not use any power to repel the Tai Chi substances. Forever solid. Han Sen could not find a method from Berry Path God, so Han Sen had to sort it out himself. Forever solid enabled Han Sen's body to remain in a solid mode that could not change, but power like that only made his consuming speed slower. It could not stop the power being drawn out of him. That didn't mean that the forever solid power was useless. Forever solid did make Han Sen's body fight the rules of Dust Sky's power. Now, Han Sen was in Dust Sky. Each of his movements led to more of his power being consumed. To fight Dust Sky, the power released would be consumed by the Tai Chi substance. Unless Han Sen used no power at all of his power would be consumed. There would be no coming back from that. If Han Sen used his power to fight, the power leaving his body would be consumed. He could not figure out a solution to this issue. His situation was similar to Wanner's. Han Sen, why do you make yourself an enemy of the God Chaos Party? Berry Path God asked Han Sen while continuing to fend off Wanner. It is not like I wanted to be an enemy of the God Chaos Party, but it was you and your God Chaos Party that wanted to kill me. I am just doing what I can to protect myself. Han Sen knew that stalling for time was not of much use, but this might have been the only way to break the deadlock. There was less chance of success in fighting Berry Path God. There was less than 10% of his power left. He could not beat Berry Path God. Berry Path God did not deny what Han Sen told him, but he did not want to rebut the claim. He only coldly said, if things are really that way, I will give you a chance to live. If you join the God Chaos Party, we will forgive all ill sentiments and erase our grudge. I have admired your party for a long time, but I do not know if you have the special requirements that would prohibit me from joining, Han Sen replied. It looks like you are not afraid of dying. Berry Path God was not a man who wanted to waste lives, but his interest in Han Sen was not as high as it was thought to be. If he had not seen Han Sen's power, in which he had killed the 8th Sky King, Weapon God, he would probably not have spared more than 2 seconds to talk with Han. Senator Berry Path God used one hand to break Wanner's gold light. His other hand wielded a rainbow. Its light looked like it could pierce the sky. It came right before Han. Senator Bauer frowned. Her hand held the small gourd with an urge to fight, but Han Sen stopped her. Boom! Han Sen's break world power attacked the shocking rainbow that pierced through the sky and ground. His entire body flew away. He hit a planet like a cannonball had been fired into. Chapter 32:21 Is that it? The leader really is too powerful. Of course, back then, we used all kinds of ways to thrive in Dust Sky. But alas, we couldn't. Any creature, or even if a god spirit enters it, they will become commoners. They will not have any more powers to break through the barriers. Only the leader is immune to the Dust Sky suppression. He uses his own power to break Dust Sky. In this universe, only the leader can reach that level. They're just 2 humans. No matter how ridiculous they may seem, the leader can kill them with ease. No matter how many times I see this, the leader is always so shock-inducing to watch. It is hard to believe his might. In the God Chaos Party's headquarters, the God Chaos Party members watched this scene with nothing short of surprise. There were, however, some God Chaos Party members who were stone cold and silent as they watched. Rocky D was one such person. His heart was thumping so hard that it felt like it would breach his chest. It was extremely fortunate that Han Sen stopped Bauer from doing something. He imagined that if she did something particularly eye-catching, it would invoke the interest of Berry Path God. If he was to ever inspect Bauer and become wary of something odd with her, it could certainly be troublesome. Rocky D frowned and thought, damn it. Why did I have to come to the 33 skies? This is an absolute death wish. He wanted to find a way to save Bauer. In Dust Sky, even if the whole cast of Reboot God spirits went there, they would be reduced to commoners. This is a place where the rules of the universe cannot touch. There are only a few people who are not afraid of Dusk Sky's power. Berry Path God is one such person, and so is Master Bauer. Han Sen and Qin Wanner's powers are strong, but they have still been restricted by Dust Sky's power. Rocky D kept thinking. No matter what he thought, it did not seem as if he could save Bauer. If this was in another place, perhaps he would have the chance. In Dust Sky, his power had been restricted. Perhaps there were no powers he could use, but how else would he be able to save her? Wanner's power was becoming weaker. Berry Path God unleashed a rainbow to bind her. No matter how much she struggled or fought, she could do nothing to break the binding rainbow light. Ever so strangely and profoundly confusing, the gold light that was on her body, despite appearing like it really was just there, wasn't actually there at all. It was obvious to see that her power had been sapped away. It was incredibly difficult for her to continue fighting in any shape and form. Berry Path God's eyes moved. He looked at Wanner, who was tied up, and said, "Back in the day, your big brother, Qin Xiu, made a big wish. If we helped him break through the walls of the universe so he could go to the other world and find your reborn body, he would follow through with our deal to break through the 33 skies. We eventually lost contact with him, and he never did return. He never adhered to the terms of the deal. If you are his sister, then it must be down to you to do as he promised. Help us break through the 33 skies." Wanner did not understand what he was blabbing on about, but her confused eyes seemed to be reduced because of her reverse super god spirit mode. Wanner stared at Berry Path Sky and asked, "Who are you people? What are you talking about?" "It does not matter who I am," Berry Path God overbearingly said. "What matters is that from now on, you are my slave. I can make you do anything, and you have to do as I tell you. I do not know you, so why would I be your slave?" Wanner asked. "My name is Berry Path God. I will one day be the master of the universe. All the creatures in this universe will be my slaves. You can be my slave now. You should be honored by the offer." Berry Path God did not look as if he was joking around. He sounded as if all of this was normal. Wanner shook her head. "I am not going to be your slave. My big brother told me we are free humans. It does not matter if we are challenged by gods or demons, but no one can command our souls or enslave our bodies." Berry Path God laughed and said, "Qin Xiu really was a crazy man, but I am afraid he cannot protect himself anymore. Otherwise, how could you run out alone like this? You are the person he threw his life away for though." When Wanner heard that, her face changed. "Big brother? What happened to Big brother?" Wanner tried to remember, but she clutched her head and screamed. It was like something inside her head exploded. Berry Path God was able to tell what was happening. He coldly laughed and said, "Qin Xiu, that kid, was never too bad. He entered the other world to take back your soul. After combining with your body, it made the soul in your body and memory come back. What a shame. He did one thing wrong. If a soul gets reborn, it means another complete life form is forced into another body with a spirit. That means there are two souls in one body. In a situation like that, it is impossible for there not to be conflict." Seeing Wanner holding her head and feeling pain, Berry Path God walked next to her. He reached out his hand and pointed his fingers at Wanner's forehead. "Do not worry. You will not feel this pain soon. That is because your soul will be killed. I only need this body. This body's unique power is very good for us to break through the 33 skies. I must really thank Qin Xiu. If he had not created a monster body like you, I would not know which year or which month I would be able to break through the 33 skies." Berry Path Sky's finger touched Wanner on the forehead. His fingers went inside it. Some blood came out from the wound. "Let me go. Otherwise, my brother will never forgive you." Wanner felt pain from the wound. She seemed to be more awake. She gnashed her teeth to try and endure the pain she struggled with. "I, Berry Path God, do things without ever requiring the forgiveness of a mere human. Let's not say something like Qin Xiu has probably already reincarnated, but even if he is still alive as his old self, before me, he is nothing but a minuscule ant that I can kill randomly." Berry Path God looked at her with disdain as he spoke. While they were talking, Berry Path God's fingers went lower. It made Wanner's wound bigger. It was like a bloody third eye was now in the center of her forehead. "Is that it?" A man with a really deep voice emerged from the dust. Han Sen had not been on the planet long, but he now saw a black shadow slowly approaching. It was the black crystal armor. It was unknown who was wearing it, but it was releasing some weird and black light. The entire universe went dim beneath it. All the while, that figure walked forward. It was like the guy had come from hell. Big brother. Warner looked at the black crystal armor coming closer. She looked very surprised. When Berry Path God heard her words, his face changed. He looked at the black crystal armor and said, "Qin Xiu, you are still alive." Chapter 32:22 Only the stronger earn respect. Han Sen had stopped Bauer from attacking, but Berry Path God's power had hit him hard. Although he used power to resist the impact of his fall, he still felt as if his bones were hurting something fierce. Dust Sky's substance chains are so weird, Han Sen said with a look of seriousness. Even super spank power is unable to break them. They would only end up absorbed too. There is likely only one option to break one of these substance chains. Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance was like a main and reverse. It was like two powers combined. The power of the Dongxian Sutra's power only came from the Geno universe. It did not really work on the Tai Chi substance. To break Dust Sky's substance chains, he needed the main and reverse powers combined to do so. Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra combined together to create a break world power. That was not great for breaking rules, and they only focused on a living creature's power. It would not work on Dust Sky's rule powers. If Han Sen wanted to break Dust Sky's substance chains, he had to figure out how to reverse the Dongxian Sutra. That way, he could get a break world power composed of its main and reverse powers. Han Sen had yet to make a reverse version of the Dongxian Sutra. He did not have a gene race that could practice the reverse version. Therefore, he had to risk his own body to force the reversal of the Dongxian Sutra. Fortunately, the Dongxian Sutra still had Geno armaments. Han Sen planned on using the Geno armaments to cast the main Dongxian Sutra. The success rate of reversing the Dongxian Sutra was low if he used his own body for it. It was also dangerous. At this rate, no matter how small the chances of success were, he had no other choice but to try. He did not have time to think about how to reverse the Dongxian Sutra correctly. He roughly used it in reverse. He suddenly felt as if his body was given a jolting shock. It felt as if his entire form was being ripped to shreds. Han Sen was risking his life to cast the reverse version of Dongxian Sutra. That was happening while Berry Path God tried to tear Warner's soul out through her skull. While Warner was enduring her pain, Han Sen felt his sea of soul rattle with a raging message. The raging message was strong, but it was different to the feelings given from the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor never really did much, and it never really reacted to things. There were some odd instances it did. Whenever that happened, it was usually mild. Han Sen had never felt it rage like this before. Han Sen had used the black crystal armor to evolve the Xian Holy Turtle. Now, the black crystal armor's power had suddenly reversed. It no longer provided energy to the Xian Holy Turtle for the purposes of evolving it. Instead, it madly absorbed the Xian Holy Turtle's energy. Suddenly, the Xian Holy Turtle was sucked dry by the black crystal armor. It turned into dust and vanished. The black crystal armor revealed itself, eliciting the feelings of a demon god. This kind of feeling was different to the black crystal armor Han Sen was familiar with. This feeling was strange and gave him a sense of familiarity. This familiar feeling is World King God. Han Sen quickly understood this familiar feeling and where it came from. Within that feeling, there was the sense that it was very similar to the World King God, but it wasn't the same. Does this mean the black crystal armor has Qin Xiu's will? Han Sen's face changed. He did not think the black crystal armor belonged to Qin Xiu anyway. The black crystal armor's style was a lot more feminine. Han Sen used to feel the presence when it was activated. That presence was calm and soft, so it felt like a woman's presence. It was completely different to the overbearing feeling given by Qin Xiu. Han Sen could only guess that Qin Xiu's will or soul had, for some reason, entered the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor emerged from Han Sen's sea of soul. It had the presence of a demon. It turned and looked at Han Sen, coldly saying, "It looks like when I am sleeping, you are the one who owns it." Han Sen's body ran the Dongxian Sutra in reverse. He could not spare time talking to him. The black crystal armor was clearly not interested in talking about it with Han Sen either. He only said that and vanished. Is that it? Berry Path God was taking Wanner's soul away. He suddenly felt something scary coming. When he heard the voice, his face changed. Berry Path Sky stared at the black crystal armor and coldly said, "Qin Xiu, you are still alive." "Big brother." Wanner shouted in surprise. "No, Wanner, it's okay now. Your big brother is here now." Qin Xiu's voice was so soft. Although it was a set of armor that did not have any emotion, it felt like it could make people feel its softness. When Qin Xiu looked at Berry Path God, his voice sounded incredibly cold as he said, "Berry Path God, get your dirty hands off her." Berry Path God looked at him with disdain. He said, "Qin Xiu, it looks like you have been away from the universe of kingdoms for too long. You seem to have forgotten who the owner is here. For as long as I, Qin Xiu, live, there is only one boss," Qin Xiu coldly said. "You are still so ignorant, but being ignorant is very funny to see. It is good that you did not die. According to the terms of our contract, I helped you enter the other world. In return, you said you would have to break the 33 skies for me." Berry Path Sky grabbed Wanner's head and said, "Now, it is time for you and your sister to pay the price." "I always stay true to my word," Qin Xiu said. "When I said I was going to help you break through the 3 skies, of course, I was going to hold up my end of the bargain. It is good that you are going to do what we agreed upon." Berry Path God coldly looked at Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "Of course, I will, but our deal is not yet done. You dared to hurt Wanner. What are we going to do about it? I am the best in the 33 skies. So, what if I hurt her?" Berry Path God spoke with gross disdain. "So, what?" Qin Xiu laughed. He reached out his hand and performed a gesture in which he flipped his hand over. Suddenly, Berry Path God, who was grabbing Wanner, looked as if he had been crushed by a mountain. He was sinking and falling into space. His body fell onto a planet. The ground broke beneath his feet. Berry Path God was half kneeling on the ground. He looked absolutely terrible. He made a sky-shocking, angry roar. A shocking rainbow exploded like a volcanic eruption. It was like the whole world was going to go down with him. No matter how frightening his body was, he could not lift up the weight that made him kneel. He gnashed his teeth and made loud noises, but he could not raise his head at all. The God Chaos Party headquarters were absolutely silent. They knew how powerful Berry Path God was. He was someone scary who had survived a rebooting of a universe. Now, Qin Xiu had only flipped his hand to suppress their leader. He was unable to lift his legs. How scary was that? Is he really Qin Xiu? He did not used to be that scary. An elder who had also survived the rebooting looked shocked. No one answered him. The God Chaos Party was dead silent. "Big brother." Wanner leaped into Qin Xiu's arms. Her body was so weak that she was almost unable to float through space. Qin Xiu held on to Wanner and stroked her hair. "Wanner, I am here. You do not have to be afraid. No one will be able to hurt you anymore. You should go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." After that, Qin Xiu's hands brushed by Wanner's eyes to close them. She looked relaxed as she went to sleep without any more worries. Qin Xiu was holding Wanner, who was now fast asleep. He looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "The God Chaos Party has elites as leaders. From now on, I, Qin Xiu, will be the leader of the God Chaos Party. Berry Path God, do you obey your new master? You do not have what it takes." Berry Path God's body looked as if his sleeping willpower had awoken. A scary power exploded. Chapter 32-23 An accident. Berry Path God's power was incredibly strong. The whole of Dust God shook under the duress of his power. It felt like that power could bury the entire sky, ground, and space around. No matter how strong his power was, he could not keep his knees away from the ground. Qin Xiu held Wanner and went down to Berry Path God. Every step he took made the suppression power applied to Berry Path God seem even heavier. Patong. Berry Path God's second leg could not withstand the pressure. He was forced into a kneeling position. The crack below his leg spread. Berry Path God was so angry, but no matter how much he madly roared, he could not stand up. Under the pressure, his hands eventually dropped to the ground as well. His entire body was suppressed, so he could do nothing to straighten himself out. Berry Path God still supported his head. He was not going to let that bend. The God Chaos Party headquarters was full of scary creatures who were now exhibiting shock. Ever since the universe had rebooted, they had never seen anyone be able to do this to Berry Path God. Even before the universe rebooted, there were only two people that could do that to Berry Path God. One was the previous God Hall leader, the leader who ruled the universe. The other was the prior leader of the God Chaos Party. He was the one who was very accomplished. Aside from these two, no one could suppress Berry Path God like that. In this era, no one was able to suppress Berry Path God like that. Yet, this supposedly impossible scene was appearing in the vision of all those scary creatures. They were all shocked and afraid. A scary creature who had also survived the reboot asked in shock, "How did Qin Xiu become so strong? He is as strong as the old leader now." Of the creatures that lived in that era, they all now thought the same thing. They felt as if they were witnessing the old leader's powers. Qin Xiu walked up to Berry Path God. He stood there, but it did not look as if he was going to do anything. Still, Berry Path God could only see as far as Qin Xiu's feet. He could not lift his head to look upon him. No matter how angry he was or how much he felt he had been wronged, in front of that power of absolute suppression, he could only lower his head so far that it almost touched the ground. Ah! Berry Path God roared with sadness. He wanted to kill himself. He would have rather died than kneel before Qin Xiu. There was some invisible power on his body that was suppressing him. It made him unable to destroy himself. His head touched the ground. It humiliated the scary creatures of the God Chaos Party. Even when the old leader was there, no one had humiliated Berry Path God like that before. After all, he was God Chaos Party's temporary leader. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Do you obey me or not?" Qin Xiu looked at Berry Path God from a high place. He looked at him as if he was looking at a small ant. "Qin Xiu, you do not have what it takes to talk to me like this. Kill me if you have the guts to." Berry Path God's body was on the ground. He was not scared. Qin Xiu lifted his lips to display a smile. He looked at Wanner, who was now fast asleep, and said, "Dying does not come so easily. If you offend me, I will kill you. You wanted to take Wanner's body for yourself. How can I let you die easily? Obey me or kneel here forever as an apology to Wanner. I leave the decision to you." The creatures of the God Chaos Party were shocked. Qin Xiu wanted Berry Path God to be buried there forever so that he could never do anything. What kind of humiliation was that? To Berry Path God, that was worse than reincarnation. Berry Path God's teeth started to chatter. He was very angry. He wanted to kill Qin Xiu, but he could not even die. There was no way he could kill Qin Xiu. It looks like you have chosen to kneel here forever, Qin Xiu coldly said. He picked up Warner and turned around to leave. Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Berry Path God suddenly roared. His voice was filled with an endless amount of anger and sadness. Very good. I love the emotion you put into that. It is like music to my ears. Say it a few more times for me. Qin Xiu looked back at Berry Path God. He then turned around to leave again. The pressure on Berry Path God did not go away. He was still kneeling on the ground, screaming in a way that sounded loud enough to tear up his lungs. He shouted, Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Qin Xiu ignored Berry Path God. A few steps later, he went to Han Sen, whose body was still running the main and the reverse versions of the Dongxian Sutra. He was unable to combine them. Is that as far as you can go after having the super gene for so long and receiving her help? Qin Xiu looked at Han Sen coldly as he spoke. If you did not use the super gene power, I could not have beaten her will. To completely control the super gene, you must work hard too. Why don't you just come with me? In the future, you will have a seat on the throne of this universe. Sorry, but I am not interested in following monsters. Han Sen held on to the pain of the two powers that thrashed around inside him. He tried to speak calmly. Qin Xiu looked at Han Sen with interest. Your body has my genes, as well as that of World King God, but it is so weak. If I have guessed things correctly, you are the product of that accident. What product, and what accident? Han Sen coldly asked. Qin Xiu replied, after coming to the Geno universe, I and World King God were restricted by the rules of the Geno universe. We had to separate to reduce the suppression of the Geno universe's rules. We tried many other different ways to reduce the suppression while also finding a way to break into the Geno Hall to revive Warner. Ergo, we conducted many tests. One of the tests was for me to give my body to World King God. That way, I could take on a pure God spirit mode so I could find a new body in which I could use for my tenure in the Geno universe. World King God had my body and made a Balza test. He wanted to use his genes in the Geno universe and gene technology to make a body that the universe was able to accept. It was a shame that his test did not pan out right. Sacred was attacked by the God spirits. World King God did not combine with my body completely, and my spirit had only just entered the super gene. It restricted his will, so it was hard to join the fight. It resulted in Sacred being broken and all the tests failing. Qin Xiu paused and went on to say, it looks like most of the genes in your body come from the crystallizers. I am willing to guess the crystallizer's assistant, in the tests, stole some of World King God's genes for a test. He then used it on his own genes. That is why you, the accidental life, came to be. Han Sen heard Qin Xiu's words. He now understood where humans from the sanctuaries came from. It was all an accident. He was not the creation of Qin Xiu or World King God. So, is the alpha of the humans in the sanctuaries a crystallizer? Han Sen asked. You could put it that way, but you have the genes of me and World King God inside you too. You are still, in some way, my heir and inheritor. Following your alpha is not something embarrassing. Qin Xiu looked at Han Sen and went on to say, plus, your situation is a bad one. If I do not save you, I am afraid your body is not going to be able to hold the abuse of the main and reverse powers. Chapter 32:24 Taking a risk. Han Sen had already been tempted to do that. After hearing Qin Xiu's last words, it made him completely give up his fleeting thoughts of actually conceding. This was what Han Sen's personality was like. If things went his way, he was a pleasant person to talk to. Qin Xiu's last words were very threatening, so it made him stop wanting to concede. Sorry, I already told you I don't follow monsters, Han Sen said. By the way, that includes you. That's fine. You will follow me sooner or later. First, you must live for that day. After Qin Xiu said that, he turned around and left. Berry Path God, come and guide me around the God Chaos Party. Show me what it's like these days. Qin Xiu's voice went into Berry Path God's ears. Berry Path God had his freedom again. Yes. Berry Path God's emotions had calmed down completely by now. It was unknown what was going through his mind. He stood up without emotion, followed Qin Xiu, and departed. The black crystal armor left me after all. Han Sen's face looked weird as he spoke. The crystal armor had been with him since it was a crystal, and it had helped him out of many jams. Without the black crystal armor, it was like Han Sen would not have come as far as he had. Unfortunately, anything in life could leave, so Han Sen did not think too much about it. Even still, Han Sen did not plan on leaving the black crystal armor just like that. That black crystal armor never belonged to me, but it never belonged to you either, Qin Xiu. You are powerful now, so you can take it away. One day, I am going to take it back. Han Sen was calm. He stopped thinking about the black crystal armor and all the matters pertaining to Qin Xiu. His body was just like how Qin Xiu said it was. It was not in a good state. He brutally reversed the Dongxian Sutra. That alone dealt a lot of damage to Han Senator. The so-called reversal was not just about running it in reverse. It was like the Blood Pulse Sutra and the Xian Yellow Sutra. The two of them had differences. They both had their bases, so it was not just a simple case of reversing the opposite to go. Han Sen had brutally reversed it by mistake. It was because he had been forced to. That was why Han Sen did it. The reverse Dongxian Sutra had already damaged him a lot. Now, the power of the Dongxian Sutra was combined with it. It did not combine, and it had a conflict. It made Han Sen's body endure significant damage. The two of the powers were no longer in Han Sen's control. It was like there was a raging flood that had come about in the breaking of a dam. It was everywhere in his body. The worst thing about it was that he had been suppressed by Dust Sky. That meant Han Sen's power had decreased, but the power he had lost had not been decreased. Han Sen could not control this situation. That was why Qin Xiu had told him that if he had not saved Han Sen, he would have died. There was one thing Han Sen knew for sure. There was another type of willpower inside the black crystal armor. It was her Qin Xiu had referenced. In the past, it was her will to control the black crystal armor. Qin Xiu should not have been able to know what was going on at that time. Otherwise, Qin Xiu would have known that Han Sen had taken care of Wanner for quite some time. With his connection to Wanner, he would not allow Han Sen to die. Han Sen knew if he said things like that, there was an 80% to 90% chance that Qin Xiu would have saved his life. It was a shame that Han Sen was not that type of person. He knew what things were like, but he would never ask for help. Han Sen held on to the pain his body was suffering, trying to put the two powers back on the right track. His power was too weak. All of the power in his body was going to the lowest point. He could not deal with the two powers that had lost their control. Controlling two powers seems impossible. If I use my leftover powers to make a bet, maybe I can separate these two powers. As long as they do not collide with each other, perhaps there is something I can do to soothe things. Han Sen was not someone who gave up easily. He was trying to find a way to fix these difficulties he was having. Han Sen quickly realized that way did not work. Two powers were all over his body. Even if Han Sen used his leftover power to attack, he could not separate those two powers. If there is no going back, I will have no choice but to push on through to the worst possible point and start all over again. Han Sen was angry. He used the last of his power to do a final push. The two powers were running. Han Sen did not know what would happen, but he knew that those two powers were not going to stop. The Dongxian Sutra's power was scarier than Han Sen had imagined. The primary Dongxian Sutra power was familiar to him with its most basic rules, and the reverse Dongxian Sutra created a completely different power. Because he could not control it, Han Sen still did not know what kind of power it had. Looking at it based on the damage done to his body, it was evidently far scarier than the ordinary Dongxian Sutra. Bauer looked at Han Sen with immense worry. She sensed that Han Sen's situation was not a favorable one. She did not dare disturb him. She did not want to distract him from the issues he wrestled with. Han Sen used the last ounce of his power to collect himself. The powers of the Blood Pulse Sutra, Xian Yellow Sutra, Jade Skin, and the Story of Genes were used. Although they were badly weakened, this had already come to pass. He used as much as he could, fighting it in a life-or-death moment. Suddenly, a weird mark appeared on Han Sen's body. It was spell. She wanted to combine with him. It combined with him through the armor mode. Han Sen's face, which looked very sharp, appeared softer after combining with spell. His hair and eyes turned white. His pupils and skin were put under some kind of spell. He did not know if he was mistaken, but Han Sen felt as if Dust Sky's power was now having less of an effect on him. Xenogenic mode. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and entered Xenogenic mode. This was a mode in which 4 Geno arts could combine into one. Aside from his Super God Spirit mode, that was Han Sen's strongest form. Because the Xian Yellow Sutra had appeared, he had already made his 4 Geno arts unbalanced. Now, because of the Dongxian Sutra's loss of balance, the two main and reverse powers collided together. He did not know what that meant for him in Xenogenic mode. At this point, Han Sen could not worry too much about it. He had to use every power he had to give it a shot. When Han Sen's body totally entered Xenogenic mode, he felt his body's power explode. It was like the pulses of his body were all exploding. It was like his body had a fireworks party going on inside him. Even with Han Sen's tough will, he could not help but shout. He had to express how much pain he was in. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's threshold of endurance had reached the max it could go, but his body reacted. He entered Super God Spirit mode, but the pain did not go away because of it. It made him hurt even more. Han Sen was under Super God Spirit mode now. He had a body of white light. He suddenly heard a crack. He had never experienced something like this in Super God Spirit mode before. Chapter 32:25 3-year promise. The Super God Spirit mode was invincible. It had never broken like this before. Although Han Sen was shocked, he had no choice but to keep on going. It felt like his body was being ripped apart. It was hard to accept. It would have made ordinary people feel as if they wanted to commit suicide. Han Sen's willpower was too strong. Even if his body was thrown into a vat of burning oil, he would not have wanted to die. His will to survive was very strong. No matter how strong his will was, the pain was still excruciating to endure. Han Sen's face was a twisted expression of that pain he was enduring through. The pain he felt came from the main and reverse Dongxian Sutra. He was able to control the other powers inside him. It was only this raging main and reverse Dongxian Sutra power Han Sen was unable to control. His other powers were affected by the restrictions imposed by the realm of Dusk Sky and were weak. Even his Super God Spirit mode had been weakened a lot. When combined, the power of the main and reverse Dongxian Sutra did not seem to be restrained by the Dusk Sky's powers of restraint. It almost seemed as if they were becoming stronger. It is just as I thought. The main and reverse Dongxian Sutra can indeed restrain the powers of dusk sky. But this power is a little much. Even I am unable to fend it off. Even the super god spirit mode, which is xenogenic, is being broken by it. Han Sen knew the only thing he could do was hold on and stay strong. The two reverse powers started to combine. If his body could completely combine two powers, it meant he would be able to live. If he was unable to hold it at bay, his body would be destroyed by the main and reverse versions of the Dongxian Sutra power. If this was an ordinary time, Han Sen would have managed to stay alive. Because of the dusk sky weakening his other powers, he was not sure if he could hold on until it was over. Many cracks were forming on his burning white body. They made him look like a beautiful porcelain vase that had been shattered but taped back together. The cracks were very shocking. The main and reverse versions of Dongxian Sutra were coming to a very critical moment. They were quickly melting and becoming stronger. In a situation like this, the damage to one's body was only going to become worse. Han Sen felt as if his body was no longer going to be able to endure things. The power the main and reverse Dongxian Sutra created was far scarier than he believed it to be. Han Sen gnashed his teeth to hold strong against it, but his body was like a porcelain statue that could break at any given second. He did not know when it was going to crack. Bauer saw the crisis Han Sen was in. She took out the little gold gourd and placed it atop Han Sen's head. The gourd's gold light descended like a river of gold spring water to cleanse him. It moisturized his skin and made his bones, organs, and flesh better. His body, which was going to explode, was improved by that power. Needless to say, Han Sen felt much better. His cells felt as if they had been glued back to a much better state and were all much tougher. Bauer. Han Sen was shocked and happy at the same time. In the God Chaos Party headquarters, Qin Xiu sat atop Berry Path God's throne. Berry Path God had his hands lowered. He emotionlessly looked like a statue. Another God Chaos Party member looked at Qin Xiu strangely. While the God Chaos Party only obeyed elites, it did not mean any old creature could claim and sit upon the prior leader's throne. Any creature there was an elite in some capacity. They all had personalities. If it was about being more powerful than the other to get opponents to obey, it wasn't so easy. But Qin Xiu's power was so strong that it made them a little bit scared. Although they did not like it, no one dared say anything to object. Qin Xiu had flipped his hands and suppressed Berry Path God. He had very simply forced Berry Path God to obey. Although they did not agree with this turn of events, they had no choice but to suck it up. Qin Xiu looked down at the scary creatures and coldly said, "When I left the 33 skies, 11 skies were broken. It has been 1,000,000,000 years, and you guys have only made it to the 19th sky. At this rate, which year or month will we finally be able to breach the 33rd sky? The 33 skies are not so easily broken," a grumpy God Chaos Party elder said. "Every sky has a special function, and we will have different difficulties in each place. Every sky we break costs a lot of resources and power. You have no idea how much we have given up." Many scary creatures looked at Qin Xiu, wanting to see what he would do to that elder. If he used force to join God Chaos Party, he would not let a person who had objected in such a way off the hook so easily. 3 years. Surprisingly, Qin Xiu was no longer angry. He calmly spat out those 2 words. "What does that mean?" the elder asked with his eyebrows raised. "If I become the leader of the God Chaos Party, I will only need 3 years to break the 33 skies," Qin Xiu coldly said. "Do you really only need 3 years to break the remaining 14 skies left out of the 33 skies?" the elder asked with a curl of his lips. "I admit you have strong power, and you are almost as great as our leader, but you surely cannot believe the 33 skies will be broken through sheer force." "Force will not work, but I can do it," Qin Xiu's voice said quietly. He looked very confident. If within 3 years I have failed to break through the 33 skies, I will return this leadership seat. Then, I, Qin Xiu, will never again set foot in any of the 33 skies. Fine, the elder said with a cold laugh. This is your decision. We did not force you to do this. Just don't break your own promise. I, Qin Xiu, never break promises I have made, Qin Xiu said. If anyone tries to trouble me within these 3 years, no matter who they are in this party, I will destroy their bodies and temples. He sounded vicious. We will wait 3 years, a few elders said after looking at each other and nodding. Where is the warehouse of the party? Qin Xiu asked after standing up. Take me there. Berry Path God, who still looked devoid of emotion, said, the information of this party is taken care of by Minister 5. I will ask Minister 5 to take you to the warehouse. Minister 5 hurried to lead Qin Xiu out of there. All the scary creatures rapidly spoke to Berry Path God. Leader, are you really going to let Qin Xiu take over God Chaos Party? With all of our power combined, we might stand a chance. Berry Path God shook his head coldly. You guys do not need to rush this. Qin Xiu is strong, but he is only one human. He must have a flaw. We will do something when we find out what that flaw is. Berry Path God walked in front of a scary creature and passed him something. He used a tone of voice only Hate Ghost could hear and said, take this item to Dust Sky. You will have 1 hour of no pressure from Dust Sky. Kill Han Sen and do not be discovered. Mr. Leader, what is the point of us killing Han Sen now? Hate Ghost asked. Just do as you are told, Berry Path God said. He looked a bit weird. I have my reasons. Chapter 32-26 Dongxian Break World. Han Sen's body had just received the gold Little Gourd's Gold Light Moisturization. It made the main and reverse Dongxian Sutra's power increase, but it did not rip up his body. The two powers slowly melded together, making things start to become calm again. Suddenly, there was a flash. A weird person, who looked like a lizard, appeared in front of Han Senator. His red eyes were not looking at Han Senator, they were looking at Han Sen's inch-gray sword. His face was full of greed. The inch-gray sword was the sword that belonged to the old leader of God Chaos Party. It had a special and scary power. It was in Soldier Knife Sky because no creature was ever able to remove it. Han Sen had somehow managed to pull it out. Hate Ghost really wanted the inch-gray sword for himself. Berry Path God said I should kill Han Sen, but he did not say anything about the inch-gray sword. If I take this inch-gray sword and hide it, even if he asks, I will just say I never saw it. This was the brilliant idea Hate Ghost came up with. He was going to take and keep the inch-gray sword for himself. Hate Ghost flashed and went in front of Han Sen to examine the man. Han Sen had been stuck in Dust Sky for a long time. He should have been reduced to a commoner, but Hate Ghost still looked at Han Sen carefully. He was not going to underestimate him. It did not take long for Hate Ghost to confirm that Han Sen's body was no different than the average, powerless person. It made him feel a bit more relaxed. It is pointless no matter how hard you try. The powers of Dust Sky cannot be overcome by force. Even if God's spirits come here, they would be reduced to the status of a commoner. After saying that, Hate Ghost reached his hand out toward Han Sen's inch-gray sword. He wanted to get the inch-gray sword first. Before he could grab the inch-gray sword, a small hand grabbed the inch-gray sword. Hate Ghost turned around and saw a little girl next to Han Sen was holding the inch-gray sword. Her big eyes were staring at him. Give me the sword, Hate Ghost said to Bauer with a cold look. Why would I give it to you? Bauer asked with the curl of her lips. This is my father's sword. I told you to give it to me, Hate Ghost said. Stop talking crap or I will break your head. He raised his talons. He was not a very patient person. Bauer clutched the sword and retreated. She blinked as she said, "If you dare touch me, my father will blow your head off. Let me see if it is my head that blows up first or if it is your head that breaks first." Hate Ghost's hands moved to catch Bauer's head and the inch-gray sword. Before he could take it, he saw a shadow flash in front of him. A shadow wearing black armor had come before Bauer to block the attack. Han Sen had just been sitting there earlier. Hate Ghost was shocked, so he fell back a little. Han Sen was able to kill Weapon God, and Weapon God's power was as strong as Hate Ghost's. How could Hate Ghost not be scared of him? After Hate Ghost thought it over, this was Dust Sky. Han Sen's power was already suppressed by Dust Sky. Even if he did have some power, there would not be much of it left to be effective. He would be unable to defeat him. If you would rather die first, I will be happy to fulfill your wish. Hate Ghost's eyes turned red. Black smoke arose on his body that looked like fire. He tried grabbing Han Sr. "Bauer, keep your gourd safe." Han Sen returned the little gold gourd to Bauer. Without the nutrition of the little gold gourd replenishing his body, Han Sen would have likely been unable to get through this crisis. It had been his deliverance. Now, the little gourd was looking smaller than usual. It had used a lot of power. After returning the little gold gourd to Bauer, Hate Ghost was in front of Han Senator. The scary black smoke was so strong that it made Hate Ghost look like a demon from hell. Without speaking, Han Sen gathered up the main and reverse Dongxian Sutra power. Those two powers combined in his hands. They made Han Sen's hands, which were wrapped up by the black Dongxian armor, look even darker. It was like he was able to absorb light. People were unable to see the hands clearly. They were something of a blur to them. Dongxian Sutra's power enabled Han Sen to see the original rules of the universe. The reverse Dongxian Sutra was another extreme thing that enabled Han Sen to get to grips with rule simulation powers. Before this, Han Sen required his super spank skill to break substance chains, but the reverse Dongxian Sutra did not require him to go to so much trouble. That was because he was able to simulate rules to control the rules. It made the power of rules adhere to him. There was no longer a point in spending power to break substance chains. When the powers of the main and the reverse Dongxian Sutra were put together, it led to the creation of further changes. The two powers created break world powers. It was not only the rules that broke the universe that changed. If he had to use a word to describe the break world powers of the Dongxian Sutra, it would have been modify. He was able to modify the basic rules of the universe. That power was something not even a god could harness. In fact, gods were the creatures that maintained the most rules, but God's spirits were better at using the rules. They just did not have the power needed to change the rules. The Dongxian Sutra's break world power enabled him to change the universe's rules. This power, in some way, was stronger than destroying the universal rules. Han Sen flicked his finger like he was flicking a wire on an invisible harp. Of course, no music played. Hate Ghost did not understand what the gesture meant. He did not know what the point of him flicking his finger was. Now, given his current situation, Han Sen could not block his attacks. In the next second, Hate Ghost's face changed. He felt as if his body had become very weird. It was like his body was bound by some kind of power. His claws were unable to be moved forward. It was like there was an invisible wall prohibiting him from moving forward. Hate Ghost retreated. He felt as if he was fine, so he tried to change his location. He jumped on Han Sen's head and tried to grab his brain. Han Sen stood there without moving. His fingers flicked as if he was still playing a harp. For other people seeing this, they would have assumed it was meaningless. Only Han Sen understood that he was using his finger to flick Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance. He was changing the rules. The Tai Chi substance combined to create a universal cogwheel. The cogwheel combined and made a substance chain. Now, Han Sen was messing up the Tai Chi's substance order. The size of the universal cogwheel changed. Therefore, the substance chain changed too. Han Sen had modified Dust Sky's rules. This modification would not break Dust Sky's rules or change the order of things. It did make Dust Sky's rules undergo big changes. Arg! Hate Ghost suddenly screamed. He sounded as if his entire body had been sucked of its water and hastily dried up. A few seconds later, he was nothing more than a skeletal, dried-up corpse. No. Impossible. I have the Avoid Dust Orb. Dust Sky powers should not work on me. Even if it did work, it would not do this to me. Scary, Hate Ghost did not finish speaking before he turned into dust. His life force and power were taken by the Tai Chi substance, turning him to dust. Chapter 32-27 Back to Space Garden, Hunted Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race Hate Ghost. It was just a simple announcement that played in which nothing got left behind. Even Hate Ghost's dust was absorbed by the Tai Chi substance. The kill was so clean that not a single speck of him remained. An orb fell down. It was the size of a dragon ball. It did not have any dust on it. It looked like a pearl. The Dongxian Sutra's break world power is so scary. Han Sen reached his hands out to grab the orb. His face displayed a mixture of expressions. He had to admit he was shocked. He had only changed the rules around Hate Ghost to let the universal cogwheels spin at a much faster pace. That was what produced that terrifying effect. It just killed an annihilation god spirit gene race. It was very scary. Fortunately, Han Sen's break world power had just been formed. Its effectiveness was not particularly long. It could only go on for 2 seconds. The Tai Chi substance that had been modified went back to what it was before. It was already quite impressive. Han Sen had only made a few simple changes to alter the size of the cogwheels. He had not manipulated the running speed of the entire sequence of substance chains, yet he had managed to do something that terrifying. That was just a simple change. If he did a complicated change, he had no clue what might happen. Han Sen was now entering uncharted waters with the Dongxian Sutra. There was nothing more to learn with it. He was now on his own for every step he took. Regarding what the effect of changing the universal cogwheels could mean, Han Sen would have to find out all of that by himself. Han Sen thought, how does one reach the end of the break world path? Which path did Qin Xiu traverse? The black crystal armor's power is very mysterious. Even the story of genes was created through the help of the black crystal armor. If Qin Xiu is able to control the black crystal armor, there is no way for me to accurately gauge his strength. Dad, this orb looks pretty. Can I have it? Bauer looked at Han Sen, who was holding the Avoid Dust Orb in his hand. Han Sen held the Avoid Dust Orb. He felt Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance avoid it. He now knew what that orb did. His Dongxian Sutra's break world attempt had succeeded. Dust Sky's rules had no bearing on him now. Therefore, holding on to the orb was pointless for him to do. Of course, you can. If you want it, and as long as it does not bring harm to anyone, I will give it to you. Han Sen gave the Avoid Dust Orb to Bauer and patted her on the head. Without the help of Bauer's little gourd, there was a 90% he would have faced a disastrous event. Bauer collected the Avoid Dust Orb and merrily placed it inside the little gourd. She put it next to her ear and gave it a shake. She then put the gourd away. This is not a place we should stay in for much longer. We should think about leaving. Han Sen picked up Bauer and teleported away. He knew he was not Qin Xiu's enemy, but it was pointless to stay. Besides, Han Sen wanted to go back to the Geno universe. He had to tell the people in Space Garden that they needed to be prepared. Qin Xiu had the God Chaos Party on his side. The 33 skies were going to be broken soon. The two universes would not be separated forever. Let me go see God Hall Leader first. I should inform him that Qin Xiu has been reborn. Han Sen left the 33 skies. He wore the sky god crown and entered the God of Wealth Temple. He used the God of Wealth Temple to enter the Geno Hall. I see. It is no wonder I was unable to find Qin Xiu's spirit. I did not expect him to do something like this, though. God Hall Leader fell into a deep phase of contemplation when he heard the sequence of events from Han Sr. What is that black crystal armor? Han Sen had always been very curious about that. The power of the black crystal armor was amazing. It made all kinds of creatures evolve. That power alone was enough to shock the whole universe. On top of that, the black crystal armor must have had another power Han Sen was not yet aware of. Although Han Sen had owned the black crystal armor for a long time, he had not really controlled or paid much attention to it. In fact, he did not really know much about it at all. If I have guessed things correctly, it is the gene origin, God Hall Leader said. What is a gene origin? Han Sen had heard about this before, but he never really understood what it meant. God Hall Leader sighed and said, it is something that is very hard to explain. You can treat it as the beginning of a gene. Do these things really exist? Han Sen did not dare believe it. Every creature was born in a different environment. The structure of everything's genes was different. If all the creatures had the same origin, which was what was being suggested, Han Sen found it impossible to believe. God Hall Leader laughed and said, let's not mention the fact that you don't believe it, but there was a time when I didn't believe it either. I heard what you said, so it really does sound like the legendary gene origin. If it is not the beginning of all things, then how could it make those creatures evolve? What you are saying makes sense, but it is still hard to believe something like that. Han Sen did not dare believe it. Now is not the time to say something like that, God Hall Leader said. If I have guessed things correctly, Qin Xiu has not yet come to fully control the gene origin. We have got to kill him before he takes full control of the gene origin or find a way to get the gene origin back. That is something you'll need to consider. I am just a small human, so I do not have what it takes to mop up these messes. After Han Sen said that, he turned around to leave. He had a grudge against Qin Xiu, but he did not want to be a toy soldier for the god spirits. God Hall Leader did not plan on stopping Han Senator. He watched him leave. He then said to himself, although I am God, I cannot predict the universe, and I cannot see the future. Qin Xiu has calculated so much, but he will never figure out there was an accident. The future depends on that accident. If the accident wants to turn the tide will turn. Han Sen returned to the God of Wealth Temple. He used the Sky God Crown to get another ability. All God spirits had that ability, but they had a time limit. The Sky God Crown was spinning. Han Sen's entire body was wrapped up by God light as he traveled through space. When Han Sen's vision returned, the things around him already had changes that flipped the sky and the earth. This is Extreme King. I am back. Han Sen's body felt very light. He was no longer restricted by the universe he was in. He looked around and felt genuinely good. Although using the Sky God Crown to enter the Geno universe had a short time limit, it did not much matter. He was back, and that was what mattered the most. Han Sen could not wait to use galaxy teleportation to enter Space Garden first. Galaxy teleportation was able to stop other people but not Han Senator. He teleported into Space Garden, but it was almost an unrecognizable place. He could not believe how it looked. Space Garden was far scarier than it was before. God-class plants, xenogenics and scary plants were everywhere. I have only been gone 2 years, Han Sen said with shock. Why have there been so many big changes? Chapter 32:28 You are back. Many god plants were in Space Garden. One could not imagine it. Han Sen did not know if this was the result of Space Garden itself or if it had to do something with the entire Geno universe exhibiting such changes. Han Sen remembered God Hall leader told him that because his fight against World King God was too destructive, the universe of kingdoms and Geno universe were affected. The universe of kingdoms had an abundance of pulses and gene eggs appear. The Geno universe had changed too, but God Hall leader did not elaborate. If this was it, Han Sen never expected the changes to be so grand. Who are you? Why have you come to Space Garden? A young man raised his sword at Han. Senator Han Sen looked at the young man. He looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had last seen him. Space Garden is a place I come and go to as I please. Who are you, and who are you? Stop me. Han Sen looked at the young man with interest as he spoke. The young man was not human. He was like a young man who belonged to the sky. The sky should have been in Sky Palace though. Han Sen had no clue what he was doing in a place like Space Garden. I am a student of Space Garden's Yu Wu Shuang, the young man coldly said. I am patrolling Space Garden. You better not try and fight back. Follow me back and explain how you have come to be here. Sure, Han Sen said with a nod. Yu Wu Shuang had not expected Han Sen to comply nicely. He was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He used a sword to point at Han Sen and said, "Come on. Let's go." Han Sen was led by Yu Wu Shuang to Space Garden's base. As he walked, he made sure to ask questions. You are one of the sky. Why don't you stay in Sky Palace to practice? What are you doing in Space Garden? Yu Wu Shuang raised his head and looked proud. Space Garden is the Geno universe's first sacred place. Mr. Dollar used to practice here. Many people in the universe wish to study in this place. They want to feel Mr. Dollar's glory, but they cannot. Sky Palace is good friends with Space Garden, so only a few people can come here to study. I beat out many other competitors to come and study here. I see. Han Sen noticed that Space Garden was no longer like it used to be. Han Sen thought it was right. Even though he had not been there, Little Flower was still around. He then thought about Xie Qing King, Gu Qingcheng, and the others. In his absence, the people from the sanctuaries had undoubtedly developed quite a bit. It would have been pretty silly if Space Garden had not become famous. Aside from Sky Palace, are there students from any other races coming to this place? Han Sen asked. This was not a secret. It was something everyone in the universe would have known. Thus, Yu Wu Shuang was able to easily answer. Of course. Everyone knows Dollar's name in the universe. Although Mr. Dollar is gone, Mr. Fei and the other elites are still around. We're not talking about ordinary races here. Even if the super-rich races want to send their kids to Space Garden for practice, they must adhere to the extremely hard conditions set in place by Space Garden. No race is able to come in whenever they wish to. Aside from the Sky, Rebate and a few other races can come. For all other races, coming to study here is an exceptional privilege and task. Han Sen was surprised. He soon realized who the Mr. Fei he was talking about was. It was obviously his son, Han Fei. He had been calling him Little Flower for so long that he had forgotten his original name. When he heard Little Flower's name, he still didn't react. Yu Wu Shuang looked cocky as he said, I am Mr. Fei's student. I follow Mr. Fei's guidance for practice. Where is Han Fei now? Han Sen asked with a smile. Little Flower was not that old. He would not have been much bigger than Yu Wu Shuang, yet he was already taking students. It made Han Sen think Wu Shuang was, in some way, his grand student. Why are you asking so many questions? Just follow me. Yu Wu Shuang looked alert as he spoke to Han Senator. It looked like Yu Wu Shuang was very territorial. When it came to aspects of Space Garden, he stopped talking. In Space Garden's base, Han Sen noticed it was now many times bigger. It looked like a massive city. The opulence on display was not unlike the capital of the Extreme King. He saw all kinds of creatures traveling around the place. Han Sen looked around and saw many familiar faces. Many humans and creatures from the sanctuaries were there. There were even many spirits. It looks like Little Flower brought over many humans, creatures, and spirits to this place from the sanctuaries, Han Sen thought. The only other person who was able to go in and out of the sanctuaries was his son, Little Flower. At the door of the base, 2 people were standing guard. One of them was obviously from the Extreme King, and the other was obviously from the Very High. They were similar to Wu Yushuang. They were young men, so he thought they were also students who had been sent there to practice. The Extreme King young man pointed at Han Sen as he asked, "Yu Wushuang, who is he?" "While I was patrolling, I noticed this invader slip inside," Yu Wushuang said. "I am going to take him to see Mr. Tang." The Extreme King young man coldly said, "Outsiders cannot be taken to the city. Make him stay here. In the meantime, I will contact Mr. Tang." Han Sen quietly watched the Extreme King young man bring out a communicator to contact the person he wished to contact. He then heard a familiar voice. "What? Did you say an outsider tried to invade Space Garden? Watch him. I am coming over at once. I want to see who was powerful enough to breach our Space Garden." The voice was abruptly cut short. Han Sen heard a ping in Tang Zhenliu's voice. Han Sen looked at the Extreme King young man and said, "Looking at your face, you look rather familiar. Are you related to Bai Wanjie?" "How dare you say my father's name aloud," the Extreme King young man said. He was furious. "Bai Wanjie is your father, and you call him a king," Han Sen said with shock. "So, he was the one who took the throne for the Extreme King." "My father took the throne," the Extreme King young man coldly said. "Everyone knows that. Are you trying to troll me or something stupid like that?" Han Sen shook his head. He had been away from the Geno universe for 2 years. It seemed as if many things had happened in his absence. Since this Extreme King Prince went to Space Garden to be a guard, it seemed as if the reputation of Space Garden in the universe had become very high. "What is happening here?" A female's voice sounded out from the city as a woman wearing green clothes walked out. The woman started to question Yu Wushuang, but her eyes opened wide when her vision landed on the presence of Han Senator. Her eyes turned red. She was unable to believe who it was. It looked as if tears were going to fall any second. "You," the woman was only able to speak one word before stopping. "Exquisite, long time no see." Han Sen smiled and waved at her. He was surprised too. The Very High Exquisite was in Space Garden. You are back." Exquisite's eyes had tears start to fall. She had this overwhelming feeling of wanting to leap into Han Sen's arms. When she moved forward, she stopped. Her voice was a bit shaky. Chapter 32-29 A man who came from hell. Exquisite sighed and said, "I have still been unsuccessful with Very High Forget Love." "Anti-Exquisite, do you know this man?" The Very High young man guard looked at Exquisite strangely. "Of course, I recognize him," Exquisite said as she looked at Han Sr. "I did not think there was anyone who would not recognize him. After I came back, I have been witnessing many changes to this place," Han Sen said with a smile. "This place is almost unrecognizable now." "Exquisite, tell me, why are you in Space Garden?" Seeing Han Sen smile, Exquisite smiled back. She replied, "Yes. In the past 2 years that you have been gone, many things have happened. The entire universe is not the same as it once was. Compared to outer sky, more people seek to practice in Space Garden instead. I am one such person." Exquisite was still holding on to something she did not want to outright admit. The reason she went to Space Garden was not that Space Garden was better than Outer Sky. It was because Han Sen was the one who built the place. Yu Wu Shuang and the guards were shocked when they saw Exquisite smile. Even the very high student did not believe she had that in her. People like Exquisite, who had already taken their very high sense to the max level and had very high forget love, no longer had emotions. They were supposed to be cold all the time. No one had ever seen her behave like this before. Yu Wu Shuang and the two guards felt very weird. They did not know who that man in front of them was. Whoever he was, he could make Exquisite display a joyful face. While they were wondering about his identity, a gold shadow flashed out of the city. A gold lion-like, big beast jumped in front of Han Sr. Yu Wu Shuang and the others were shocked. That gold shadow was not very big, but they knew how scary of a creature it was. Empty Mountain's mountain leader, the only golden growler in the universe, used to fight side by side with Dollar. Now, he was an invincible existence in Space Garden. Even the Extreme King, Very High, and Sky Palace elites were terrified whenever they laid eyes on Golden Growler. But they were just some small people. Golden Growler usually occupied a deep, faraway mansion. He spent time with the Han family's Linger. For some reason, he had just come running from outside to jump at the mysterious man. Yu Wu Shuang and the others were shocked. Golden Growler jumped at him. Even an elite of the universe would have been half dead through simple fear. The guards thought the man was going to be instantly killed. In the next second, their eyes opened wide. They could not believe what they were seeing. Golden Growler jumped onto the man and put one of its front paws on his shoulder. It started to lick the man in joy, swinging its tail madly. It was like a big dog trying to earn the love of its master. Who is this man? Yu Wu Shuang and the other two people were absolutely confused. Golden Growler showing up had already shocked the elites. Shortly after, an old man excitedly broke space to come and kneel before Han Sr. Master, you are back. Yu Wu Shuang and the two guards felt as if their lives had suddenly been thrown into turmoil and challenge. That man, who called himself 9,000 King, had always been difficult. He was always very mean in Space Garden. Aside from Han Fei, Han Linger, and a few other Han family members, he had a total lack of respect for everyone. One time when the very high leader visited, 9,000 King's nose was stuck up in the sky. He was completely uncaring for the prestigious guest. It was like he could not be bothered dealing with such a person. At one point, he was such a scary existence. Now, that man was kneeling profusely before Han Senator. It was hard to imagine. Old Nine, there is no need for all this. Han Sen reached out his hand and lifted 9,000 King's body. Master, you are back. More and more scary creatures appeared. Flower God Leader was very excited. Tang Zhenliu came running out with a hearty laugh. Holy *T. Old Han, are you back this soon? We are still planning on breaking down the space barrier to come to fetch you. Mr. Dollar, you are back. Finally, someone shouted Dollar's name. Upon hearing that, Yu Wu Shuang was stunned into submission. Mr. Dollar. He is Han Sen, the man who saved the world. He is the master of Space Garden. I thought he died. Can creatures really come back from hell? The whole of Space Garden was bubbling like boiling water. The news spread all over the very high. Some of the high races quickly received the news about the man who came back from hell. Good people do not live for long, and they harm for 1,000 years. That is correct. In the Extreme King, Bai Qin, who had already become king, looked into space and sighed. Finally, you are back. In Blood Legion, Human King looked quiet. He looked as if he was thinking about something. How could he come back so quickly? Has he already beaten the system of reincarnation? Amidst the demons, the demon Alpha frowned. She looked confused. Hearing the news that Han Sen had come back from hell, every elite had a different reaction to the headline. Sky Palace leader laughed 3 times and then quietly mumbled, "The bad news is bad." Han Sen heard from Tang Zhenliu and the others that Little Flower, Xie Qing King, and the others were already out near Outer Sky's Mirror Lake. When he asked for details of what was going on there and heard what they had to say, he knew for sure something had changed there. "Dad." Linger was like a little cat when she jumped into Han Sen's arms. "My little Linger, you have become more and more beautiful." Han Sen collected Linger and kissed her on the cheek. He suddenly felt so successful about having a daughter. "Han Sen, you are back." Wang Yuhang had tears gushing from his eyes when he saw Han Senator. This was still in the time Linger had forced him to remain in Space Garden, which was something that made him feel absolutely wretched. Seeing Han Sen return, he felt as if he was a farmer that had been suppressed but was now being rescued by the PLA. "Little uncle, why do you look so terrible?" Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang with shock. Wang Yuhang wanted to tell him what happened and how difficult things had been, but Linger was staring at him. He forced a smile and said, I have not slept well recently." The little red bird flew over too. It did somersaults around Han Sen as if it was searching for something. "Bauer could not come back yet," Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird felt depressed. It landed atop Linger's head. Han Sen had no choice. The Sky King crown only allowed him and him alone to return to the Geno universe. On top of that, there was a time limit. He could not bring Bauer back with him. When they went to the garden, there were only creatures around who were very close to Han. Senator Tang Zhenliu asked, "Han Sen, how did you get back here from the other side? Is there a way you can get us to access there so we can go in and play? This time, I have come back to talk to you about that. If the others have gone to Outer Sky, though, we should go to Outer Sky first." Han Sen used galaxy teleportation to teleport everyone to Outer Sky. Han Yen and the others had already learned about Han Sen's return, but they were still very excited to see the man in the flesh. Han Sen invited Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader over too. He told them about the God Chaos Party trying to break the 33 skies. Very High Leader, Sky Palace Leader, and all the other elites did not look so good after hearing about it. According to what Han Sen was telling them, the elites of the Universe of Kingdoms were far stronger than the elites of the Geno universe. If the 33 skies were punched through, bridging the Geno universe, a disaster would surely unfold. Chapter 32:30 Fighting a group alone. Han Sen explained the situation to them once. "You guys don't have to worry all that much. Even if the 33 skies are broken and the creatures of another universe invade us, they will be repelled by the rules of this universe. Instead, the 33 skies might harm the universe." Han Sen's return delighted people, but the news he delivered made their joy short-lived. It made them gloomy. "I did not know power could be played like this. This is great. I was worried there wouldn't be any further chances to level up. After the 2 universes break, we can break the world too. Why do we have to be afraid of these guys?" Xie Qing King rubbed his palms, ready for a fight. "By the way, Han Sen, I reached the max level now. I should be just as strong as you. Why don't we fight? Let's see the difference between having break world powers and not having break world powers." Xie Qing King looked at Han Sen with excitement. "And me," Yi Dongmu, who had been sitting silently, said. "And me." Lin Feng and Huang Fujing threw their hats into the ring as well. They all focused on Han Sr. "This isn't about me wanting to crush you guys, but there is a big difference between being able to break the world and not being able to break the world," Han Sen said with a smile. "To see what the gap is, we have to see it firsthand through a fight," Xie Qing King said as he curled his lips. "In that case, why don't you call come at me?" Han Sen asked with a squint of his eyes. Ha! Ha! You're the one who said it. Later, don't cry and complain about us bullying you. After saying that, Xie Qing King's strong body flashed. A silver necklace whipped in front of Han. Senator Yi Dongmu pulled out his knife. One almost couldn't see the flash of his knife light. The knife was already around Han Sen's waist. Lin Feng was different. He was like a Buddha, using his palm to crush the earth like a mountain or a tsunami breaking against a feeble shoreline. Huang Fujing teleported above Han Sen with her beautiful long legs coming to slash Han Sen like a bat leaks. The four of them wielded different powers, but each of them was extremely scary. They reached the max level of what the universe was capable of, or perhaps even greater than that. They all had super bodies or king bodies. The power they brought was scarier than the creatures of the universe. We are coming in too. Han Yan and Gu Qingcheng wanted to join the party. They both swung their swords at Han. Senator Gu Qingcheng's sword skills were very overbearing. Han Yan's sword light was like a sword spirit that carried special power as it came slicing down. Natu. Qin Xian's hand sword was straight, but it had a king path that was hard to describe. Many powers came slashing toward Han Senator. Although their full powers were not used, one could still see how scary it all was. Even Sky Palace leader and Very High leader were shocked. The people from Space Garden were truly unique beings. They were not like any other creatures of the universe. If they wanted to, the number of elites they had in Space Garden was enough to conquer the entire Geno universe. In the end, they still looked at Han Senator. They wanted to know how strong the break world powers Han Sen talked about really were. Seeing so many scary powers come for him, Han Sen did not look as if he was going to move. He only flicked his finger. Suddenly, time seemed to move slower. Everyone's movements looked like they were dragged through a television slow-motion scene. In fact, it was not them who were moving slower. It was Han Sen using his Dongxian Sutra's break world power to change the size of the universe's cogwheels. He made the advancement of time proceed much slower. Han Sen, you underestimated us. Do you think changing the speed of time can enable you to beat us? Xie Qing King roared as his body exploded with silver light. He was like a volcano erupting. The silver flames on his body were burning wildly, making his body break the altered flow of time. Huang Fujing's body teleported through the bindings of the new time speed. She raged even more with her wish to strike Han. Senator Yi Dongmu's eyes looked cold. His hand slashed through time and space. He was not affected by the new speed. Everyone behaved as if they knew this was going to happen all along. They all used their super body's power, wanting to teach Han Sen a lesson. Han Sen was still smiling. Seeing Han Yan's sword light become a sword spirit that was not affected by the trappings of time made him so happy. He said, "Little Yan has grown up." Although this was what he thought, his hands were not remaining idle. As he kept flicking his finger, the universe's most basic substances were changed. The sizes of the cogwheels were changed as well. Han Sen stood where he was, totally unmoving. Xie Qing King, Huang Fujing, Lin Feng, Yi Dongmu, Han Yan, and the others all went wide alongside their powers. They were all thrown off course. Xie Qing King's fist struck Yi Dongmu's sword to create an explosion that shocked the sky. The two of them were blasted backward. Huang Fujing's legs went up against Lin Feng's hands like a sky knife coming up against a mountain. The power was discharged, tearing a hole through space. Han Yan's sword spirit went against Gu Qingcheng's sword air. The entire scene was a mess. Han Sen remained like his usual self, standing where he was. Xie Qing King and the others, however, were at a disadvantage. It led to them looking at Han Sen with shock. If they learned Han Sen's power was stronger than them, they were not surprised. Just playing with their powers like that, in which he could control them like dolls, was a particular kind of scary. This was not just power. It was not on that level. Everyone started to like the concept of break world powers. Every creature that came from the sanctuaries was proud. If they knew there was a way for them to improve even further, then that is what they wanted to do. Sky Palace Leader looked at Very High Leader. They both looked worried. If the Break World elites all demonstrated powers similar to what Han Sen had just shown them, they would be in a lot of trouble if the 33 skies opened. The entire Geno universe was going to be thrown into disarray. You guys are still so weak, Han Sen said with a smile. If you want to fight me, you should learn how to break the world first. It is just breaking a world. It is no big deal. After I break the world, I will fight you again. Xie Qing King was fine. He shouted and laughed. Not bad. Yi Dongmu coldly nodded. Han Sen and the others spoke about things concerning the 33 skies. Once that was done, he was able to be alone. He called over Little Flower and Linger to go to the sanctuaries and see Ji Yanran. Before he used his powers to visit the sanctuaries, someone stopped him. Han Sr., Mr. Bai. Han Sen quickly bowed. Mr. Bai was the Xian men's only inheritor. He taught Han Sen some skills. Although Mr. Bai had never admitted it, Han Sen had always treated him like a teacher. I want to see your break world powers. Mr. Bai was quick to explain to Han Sen the reason why he had gone there. Of course, you can see. Han Sen displayed his break world power. He used the Dongxian Sutra to gather up a black light atop his finger. Mr. Bai had a look. He nodded and said, I see. In that case, take a look at my power. Is that a break world power? After Mr. Bai said that, he cooked up a light on his own finger. The light on his fingertip was white. The color was different, but Han Sen sensed that the Dongxian Sutra's break world power was still quite similar to Mr. Bai's break world power. It just wasn't exactly the same. Mr. Bai, when did you learn to break the world? Han Sen looked at Mr. Bai with shock. It was definitely break world power. After I watched you fight World King God, I learned something, Mr. Bai said. After that, I combined yin and yang. I just did not know that was break world power. You are so strong, Han Sen said to compliment him. By watching him and World King God fight, Mr. Bai learned how to break the world. Mr. Bai, who was a Xian Men inheritor, was clearly a scary person. Chapter 32-31 Xian Beginner. The break world powers in the Geno universe were much harder to achieve than they were in the universe of kingdoms. Mr. Bai's ability to muster break world powers there was not just a testament to his talent and prowess. The Geno universe has a break world person. If the 33 skies are broken through, it is not as if we will be unable to fight back against the invaders. Han Sen was not worried about the break world elites. Qin Xiu and Wan'er were the ones he feared. He viewed them as the biggest problem. Wan'er had not yet achieved break world powers, but her reverse super god spirit mode was scarier than any break world person could be. There was no need to even mention Qin Xiu, as he had already achieved breakthrough powers over 1 billion years ago. On top of all that, he controlled the black crystal armor. He easily suppressed Berry Path God, so it was unlikely anyone in the universe could beat him. Even the God Hall leader, who was a reboot god spirit, might not be able to suppress Qin Xiu unless if he used his reboot power. The most important thing about all of this, and what concerned Han Sen the most, was that he couldn't see Qin Xiu's endgame. He didn't know what he was thinking. The God Chaos Party wanted to break through the 33 skies. They wanted to mess up the rules between the two universes to create more break world elites. By doing so, they could make the God Chaos Party stronger and end up replacing the God Spirits and their lofty Geno Hall. Qin Xiu used to travel between the two universes. He did that to revive Wan'er. Now, Warner had been revived. Han Sen did not know why he still wanted to break through the 33 skies. He did not know if Qin Xiu's coming was good or bad for the Geno universe. Back in the sanctuaries, Ji Yanran made a dish. She put down 4 sets of chopsticks and waited for the others to come. In a state of shock, Han Sen asked Ji Yanran, "How did you know I was coming back?" Ji Yanran lifted her good-looking nose. She looked like she was smiling, but she was not smiling at Han Sr. Over the past few years, I have been learning the teachings of Xian Men. Although I am not finished, I can feel the sky mind inside it. Today, I felt something. I sensed you might be coming back, so I decided to make the food you usually like. I did not actually expect you guys to come back here. This is the first time my feelings were this accurate. Han Sen looked at the food on the table. It was the food he and Little Flower loved, and Linger's favorite dessert was there too. It looks like your path along the teachings of Xian Men has really begun, Han Sen said with shock. Xian Men was easy to learn but hard to get started with. To understand what was in there, and to also be able to use it, so rare. Han Sen had been teaching Xian Men to others in the Geno universe for many years. There had yet to be another person thus far to learn it and use it as well as Mr. Bai. He did not expect Ji Yanran had such talent, and she was only a beginner with it. I only know a little bit of stuff, but that is because you guys are all the most important things in my life, Ji Yanran gleefully said. That is why the feeling was so accurate. Before, there was a 90% chance that my guesses would be incorrect. After getting this right, I do feel like I understand more. Maybe I have got my foot in the door on learning Xian Men good and proper. Han Sen thought about something else. If she has really learned the teachings of Xian Men, that means she can predict everything. Knowing that his wife was able to see the future sometime down the line, he felt weird. He thought everything he one day did would be peeped on. Cough. Cough. Xian Men is very complicated, Han Sen quickly said. You cannot learn it fast. I think your talent has you capable of learning many Geno arts. Why don't I teach you some Geno arts instead? You can learn that first, then you can go to the Geno universe with me so we can see each other more. Ji Yanran shook her head. I am already pushing the boundaries of this. The Alliance universe is small, but the knowledge in the Alliance universe is the same as the Geno universe. Everywhere is the same. Wife, that is wrong. Although you can learn Xian Men anywhere, the Geno universe has me and Little Flower in it. If you and Linger went there, you and I can always be together. Han Sen blinked and asked Linger, don't you think so, Linger? Mother, you should go. If I stay here, I rarely see Little Flower and Dad. If I go there, I won't see you anymore, Mother. Linger shook Ji Yanran's arms as she spoke. Fine, Ji Yanran said with a nod. My wife is so smart. Later, I will teach you some Geno arts so you can go to the Geno universe sooner. Han Sen was secretly very happy about it. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him. It looked like she was smiling, but she was not smiling at Han Sr. Do not think I have no idea what is going on in your mind. I am going to the Geno universe, but I am also going to continue learning Xian Men. Han Sen felt like Ji Yanran's eyes were seeing through something, so he tried to explain things to her. Cough. Cough. I am not thinking of anything. Xian Men is a big path skill. Of course, you are going to have to learn it. The Xian Men inheritor, Mr. Bai, is in the Geno universe now. I will take you there so you can continue learning from him. That way, you will learn things faster. I do not want to dash your hopes, Ji Yanran said with a smile. I am going to practice it. I will then be able to calculate things for you in the future. Like, for example, how many women are going to try hitting on you? Cough. Cough. Han Sen had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked. Why would someone ever think about hitting on me? Han Sen asked. You think too highly of me. The Geno universe is full of monsters of different races. There are not many humans. Everyone thinks of beauty in a different light. There won't be any cheating going on. I see, Ji Yanran said with a smile. In that case, thank you very much. Should I find you a few in the alliance? I heard Qin Xian and Huang Fujing went to the Geno universe. Oh, right. I think Gu Qingcheng is there as well. She is the prettiest human woman in existence. Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's smile. It felt like the smile was actually a blade hidden in the moon. He immediately sat up straight and avoided looking evil. He looked at Ji Yanran with love and said, in my eyes, the whole universe pales in comparison to how attractive you are. Qin Xian, Gu Qingcheng, and all the others are like female lions. I treat them like men. Han Sen was surprised to eat all that food. He was now regretting letting Ji Yanran practice Xian Men skills. As an annihilation god spirit, if there was no special reason for it, Han Sen could use the Sky God crown to remain in the Geno universe for 4 days. He then had to go back to his god temple in the universe of kingdoms. The 4 days there were the most relaxing Han Sen had spent in years. He taught Ji Yanran Geno arts and practiced with Little Flower. He stayed with Linger and took Ji Yanran for walks in the mall. He was really relaxed. If it was not for the God Chaos Party and Qin Xiu making trouble for all existence, Han Sen would have preferred to stay in that moment forever. In the universe of kingdoms, a big and icy light appeared on the Chu Kingdom's border, Sea Hide system. It froze a lot of barren systems around it. It was like a big ice field in space. The other systems were affected by the ice. It made the temperatures very weird. In the star ice fields, people saw a bright moon atop it all. It was shining in endless space. Chapter 32 Condition. When Han Sen went back to the Qin Kingdom and Feng family castle, it was only 4 days later. He heard that the Chu Kingdom's border had a scary ice god pulse manifest, and so the concept tempted him quite a bit. His Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra were already able to break the world. The story of genes could manifest spell. He did not need more power, but his jade skin was lacking. It required a rare gene race to reverse the power of his body. The Chu Kingdom had a super ice god pulse show up. Perhaps there was a chance of a rare ice gene race showing up. Jade skin was not completely an ice element, but one ice gene race for its body was likely enough. So, Han Sen wanted to go to the ice fields. Han Sen thought, after Qin Xiu took control of the God Chaos Party, the God Chaos Party has not tried to do anything attention-drawing. I am afraid things will end up as God Hall leader said. He has not gained complete control of the black crystal armor, and that is why he is worried. In these times, nothing explicitly bad should happen. Mr. Han, the king wants you to go and visit him. Before Han Sen could move, Qin Jingzhen's officer arrived at the Feng family castle to deliver a decree issued by the king. Han Sen thought about it and decided on following the officer to go and see the king. When Wana was revived, Qin Jingzhen ended up getting attacked by her. The wounds he had received were quite bad. Han Sen had not seen the king since that happened, so he was keen on learning about what happened to the man. When Han Sen next saw Qin Jingzhen, he frowned. Qin Jingzhen was a powerful elite. When he saw him, he was totally fine. Upon seeing him now, he looked pale. His eyes looked tired. It seemed as if he was still sick. Han Sen had a closer look. He sighed and said, I did not expect Qin Jingzhen's wounds to be even worse than I thought. I am afraid he will not live long. Qin Jingzhen smiled. He pointed at the chair and said to Han Sen, Please sit, Mr. Han. My king, why have you sought me out? Han Sen asked. With the condition Qin Jingzhen's body was in, he was not going to be asked there for a casual, midday chat. Qin Jingzhen sighed and said, Mister, you are a miracle man. I am sure you can tell that I am going to die soon. If you trust me, I can check your body over and maybe help you out, Han Sen said. While I may not be able to save your life forever, I can possibly make your life last a bit longer. In front of the Qin Kingdom's king, other people would have watched their words and spoke with great care. Han Sen, however, was not that worried. Please, master, Qin Jingzhen said without any doubt. On any other day, Qin Jingzhen would not have let any random person touch his body. This time was different. The Qin kingdom had many elites, but no one had been able to do anything to alleviate his wounds. Even Jian Bugu said he could only live for another year at the most. Qin Jingzhen was not too worried about his safety anymore. Plus, Han Sen had saved by Qin inside the Alpha Temple and drew Wanner away. It made Qin Jingzhen trust him a bit more. That was why he was not so worried about letting him help now. Han Sen reached out his finger and placed it on Qin Jingzhen's forehead. He was forced to use his Dongxian Sutra's power and inject it into the ailing man's body. The structure of Qin Jingzhen's body went into Han Sen's brain. All of his cells were dyed with gold light. The gold light was very bright. Although it was very weak, it was hard to ignore its existence. It was Wanner's power. It seemed to be very beautiful, but it was a deadly thing to Qin Jingzhen. When the gold light corroded him, Qin Jingzhen's gene chains had become gold. Now, 10% of his gene chains were gold. If this kept going on, when it reached 30%, Qin Jingzhen's body would be destroyed. He would be a dead man. Qin Jingzhen had 3 powers. Suppressing the spread of the gold light did not seem to work very well. It was hard to stop the gold light completely in its tracks. According to the speed of the gold light, Qin Jingzhen really had less than a year to live. Han Sen pulled his finger back. He looked at Qin Jingzhen and frowned. I know my condition, Qin Jingzhen said. You can tell me what you think without beating around the bush. Be direct. Han Sen nodded and said, according to the examination I have conducted on your body, if there is no other power to heal you, you only have 1 more year to live. Teacher Jian said that too, Qin Jingzhen said with a wry smile. It looks like I really am going to die this time. Although he was a king, he could not face his mortality. Qin Jingzhen really did not want to die yet. Maybe not, Han Sen said after a brief hesitation. Qin Jingzhen's eyes immediately grew brighter. He looked at Han Sen and asked, Mr. Han, do you have a way to fix my wounds? Qin Jingzhen looked for Han Sen because he thought he now had hope. This was his final hope. He had consulted with many others. Even the annihilation god spirits that protected the Qin family were unable to do anything for the wounds Qin Jingzhen had sustained. Qin Jingzhen had already given up, but Jian Bugu was the one to suggest seeking out Han Sen and see if he could help him out. After thinking for a moment, Han Sen said, I am not sure I can completely heal you, but I do have a way to extend your life for about 3 to 5 years. In the time I can give you, perhaps a more permanent solution can be found. Qin Jingzhen developed a wry smile and said, I would like to live another 3 to 5 years. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but I am not afraid of death. There is something I do not want to leave behind unfinished. Is this because of the Crown Prince? Han Sen asked. Mr. Han, you really know me, Qin Jingzhen said with a sigh. The Qin kingdom is the greatest kingdom in the universe. It is very powerful. It is stronger than the other 6 kingdoms, but it is also different from the other 6 kingdoms. The Qin kingdom is a kingdom founded on law. The king is the highest. Without a king, other departments can continue to function. The country will still operate, but my son is still young. He still wants to play. For a boy his age to run a country, it would be terrible. I am afraid he will mess up the fate of the kingdom. Qin Jingzhen said it clearly, and Han Sen understood what he meant. If Qin Bai succeeded his father on the throne, someone might steal his power and operate the boy like a puppet. The Qin kingdom is in trouble. There are so many problems facing us. I would like to live a few more years so I can give my son a safe country. Qin Jingzhen looked at Han Sen seriously and said, Mr. Han, no matter the price I must pay, please let me live a few years longer. I do not want to die now. I will do what I can. It will not be hard extending your life for 3 to 5 years more, but any longer than that will be dependent on your body. Han Sen paused before saying, the skills I use will have their effect on you. To use this method, there is a condition. Chapter 32-33 Mirror Moon, please tell me, Mr. Han, Qin Jingzhen seriously said. I have already told you that if it does not hurt the Qin kingdom, I would do anything for this. Han Sen thought for a moment and said, there are legends in the Qin kingdom that claim there is a gene race called the Dark Big Evil Dragon King. It has the coldest power and most een. If you can give me that gene race, there is a 100% guarantee that I will be able to extend your life for at least 3 years. If you are lucky, you will have another 5 years to live. When Qin Jingzhen heard about the Dark Big Evil Dragon King, his face changed. Before Qin Jingzhen could speak, a cold voice sounded from the screen behind him. The Dark Big Evil Dragon King is the Qin Kingdom's country-suppressing god spirit gene race. For what purpose do you want that item? While they were talking, the voice of an overbearing, white-haired old man was heard. He appeared by walking out of a screen. He had a grand life force. It was very scary. The sense of suppression he exuded was like that of a mountain. The white-haired, old man's power was shocking. His eyes were like those of a knife as he peered at Han Senator. He was far more overbearing than Qin Jingzhen. Han Sen, however, did not react. He did not look at the old man with white hair. It was like he did not exist. Even a reboot God Spirit and Qin Xiao, those types of elites, could not make Han Sen quiver and obey. He was just a Qin Kingdom elite. Please, do not be mad, Qin Jingzhen politely said to the old man with white hair. Mr. Han saved my life, and he saved my son's life. He is not someone evil. My king, you can never tell the true face of a person, the old man with white hair coldly said. There are many things you should exercise caution with. The wounds on your body are something an annihilation god spirit is unable to do anything about, and this man is just an average mister. He says he has skills that are as grand as a sky. Can he be better than the annihilation god spirits that safeguard the Qin family? He did not really care for Qin Jingzhen's feelings. After that, Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the old man with white hair. He did not know who he was or how he was permitted to talk to Qin Jingzhen in such a way. According to theory, the Qin kingdom should have had Qin Jingzhen as the highest figure of authority. Even if the power of some elites was greater than Qin Jingzhen, they would still have to care for Qin Jingzhen's feelings when they addressed him. Qin Jingzhen quietly said, there must be valid reasons for Mr. Han requiring the Dark Big Evil Dragon King. Let's just allow Mr. Han to explain himself. It does not matter what reasons he has, but the Dark Big Evil Dragon King cannot be used by outsiders, the old man with white hair confidently said. It was like his words were a decree of the highest order. Qin Jingzhen's face looked cold, but he still tried to keep his cool and not flip a lid. I would not give the Dark Big Evil Dragon King to outsiders on a whim. You think way too much. If there is nothing constructive you would like to tell me, I suggest you just go back. I still have many things I wish to tell Mr. Han. The old man with white hair stared at Han Sen and said, whatever you say does not matter. I will not permit the dark big evil dragon king to be given to anyone. It can only be a treasure of the Qin family and no other. After that, the old man with white hair turned around and left. He did not bow to Qin Jingzhen. The words he said were meant for Qin Jingzhen. My king, do you mind telling me who that person was? Han Sen was upset by what that man said. The dark big evil dragon king was very famous in the Qin kingdom. It was the coldest Jin race with the most Yin. Han Sen had only heard about it, but he thought he could use it with jade skin. If he did that, he would not have to go to the Chu kingdom to get another super god pulse. The dark big evil dragon king was a rare Jin race. It was also a god spirit Jin race. It was better than an annihilation god spirit. If he used it to practice Cold Sutra, it would surely save him a lot of bother. Qin Jingzhen wanted to live, so he would consider handing it over no matter how grand a Jin race was. It was not as important as the fact of being able to live. Now, there was that old man who had upset Han Senator. It made Han Sen's plan get ruined. He had failed. He is the Qin family's elder. I do not know how long he has lived, but he is the base of the Qin family. Qin Jingzhen only said that. He did not say anything else. He clearly did not want to talk about the old man any further. Qin Jingzhen looked at him and said, Mr. Han, you want the dark big evil dragon king. Does this really have something to do with healing me? Han Sen was not going to lie. He shook his head. It is actually not related to it. If I am forced to heal your wounds, it will cost me a lot of energy. No offense, but you are neither my friend nor my family. There is no reason for me to hurt myself to save you. If it was not for the crown prince being my friend, even if you gave me your rare Jin race, I might not care about you. You are a very honest man. When Qin Jingzhen heard that, he felt more relaxed. If Han Sen really wanted nothing, then that would be really weird. It would have been pretty hard to understand. Mr. Han, do you really need the dark big evil dragon king? That is our kingdom-suppressing god spirit Jin race. Even I cannot use it casually. If you only need the Jin race, I have a Jin race that is no inferior to the dark big evil dragon king. Qin Jingzhen did not keep talking, but what he wanted to say was obvious. Han Sen said, the dark big evil dragon king is not really what I require. I need a pure Jin race that has the Yin and the cold, or the Yin and the soft power. I wonder if you have a Jin race like that. Qin Jingzhen looked troubled. He receded into deep thought. His eyes eventually went bright. I do not have a Jin race like that, but I know where you might be able to find one. That Jin race is not owned by anyone either. The Jin race's power and skills are just like the dark big evil dragon king. Truth be told, it might even be better. With Mr. Han's skills, it might be possible to claim it. What kind of Jin race is it? Han Sen asked with curiosity. It was a strong Jin race, and it was not owned by anyone. Han Sen was able to claim it. That just sounded strange. Qin Jingzhen was a cool man. Even in the middle of a life-or-death crisis, he was still able to smile and say, that Jin race is called Mirror Moon. Does that mean Mirror Flower Water Moon? Han Sen thought about the name. It sounded soft. It was like a water element Jin race. Qin Jingzhen shook his head and said, Mirror Moon isn't about the Mirror Flower Water Moon. This Jin race has nothing to do with water. I cannot tell you what kind of Jin race it is, but its power should be related to Yin and coldness. The heart is like a mirror. It is like it reflects the moon. Without a doubt, and understanding destiny, the two words came from a great man who once belonged to the great, forgotten man. That is where the name Mirror Moon came from. Qin Jingzhen's face looked weird. Which great man was that? Han Sen thought. It could not be Qin Xiu. Night god no moon. When Qin Xiu said the name, he looked even weirder. Perhaps you have never heard of that name before, but she is a great person in the history of the Qin kingdom. Chapter 32-34 Half a candle, Night god no moon. Isn't that the name given to moon god by the Qin kingdom? Does she have a gene race in the Qin kingdom? Han Sen was shocked by this. If there was a gene race left behind by moon god, it could be unique. Qin Jingzhen said, let's not mention this person Night god no moon, but just this mirror moon gene race has a very legendary story behind it. What is so amazing about this gene race? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Qin Jingzhen said, this gene race has a legend that Night god no moon's friend left behind. After that person died, Night god no moon did not keep the gene race. She kept it someplace. Whenever she missed that friend, she went to see that gene race and speak with it. Of course, there is another side to the story. It says that Night god no moon was never able to claim that gene race, and that was the reason why she kept it there. In fact, that gene race has been in the Qin kingdom for 1 billion years, but no one has ever been able to claim it. Fortunately, its personality is considered a rather nice one. As a matter of fact, it is even a bit lazy. If you do not incite its wrath, it will not hurt anyone. It has always been kept inside Jade Wall City. I did not know that. Han Sen was very curious about this creature, so he could not help but ask, what species is this gene race? If you are interested, Mr. Han, please go and take a look. Qin Jingzhen paused. He spoke to an officer and said, take Han Sen to Candle Garden. Mr. Han, I am sick. I cannot go with you. You go check it out. It will be a fantastic thing if you are able to claim it. If you cannot, we will think of something else. Qin Jingzhen coughed at Han Sr., take care, my king. I will leave you now. Han Sen did not suggest a way in which he could help Qin Jingzhen yet. It was not like Han Sen did not want to help him. It was just that he had no better way to do it. Wanner's power was all over Qin Jingzhen. The only thing that could save his ravaging was Wanner. Not even Qin Xiu would have been able to help him. Han Sen's super god spirit mode repelled Wanner's power, but Wanner's power was far stronger now. His super god spirit mode worked on Qin Jingzhen, but he could not scrub it all away. Han Sen forced himself to break the rules of the universe to use the super god spirit mode and delay the inevitable death of Qin Jingzhen. It was because of his super god spirit mode. Other people were not even able to extend his life by 1 second, and breaking the universe was considered taboo. It cost super god spirit mode power to do this. Han Sen only asked for a god spirit gene race in return, so it was not too costly. Han Sen said Qin Jingzhen might one day be all better. That was not entirely a lie. Qin Jingzhen was Qin Xiu's heir. If he was able to live when Qin Xiu came back, perhaps there was a chance Wanner would be willing to save him. That was one of the possibilities Han Sen had considered. If Han Sen was able to reverse his super god spirit mode, he could save the dying king himself. That was another chance he could put faith in. At the end of the day, though, these two opportunities for saving the king were in the future. At this point, no one could do anything. Han Sen went to Candle Garden, which had a weird presence. It kept appearing and disappearing. Sometimes it was there, and sometimes it was not there. It made Han Sen be unable to look at it. Candle Garden is a place where no trespassers may go, the officer said at the gate. He did not go forward. Without the king's orders, no one is allowed to enter. I can only bring you this far. Thanks. Han Sen pushed the door open and went into Candle Garden. Candle Garden was big, but the big garden did not have flowers, grass, woods, or trees. It did not have fake mountains or streams of water. The ground was composed of stone boards. There was also a small pavilion. The small pavilion was very tiny. Compared to the garden at large, it was very empty. Han Sen looked at the stone desk inside the stone pavilion. The garden did not have anything in it. There was only the stone desk on the inside, which had half a white candle. Han Sen felt a weird presence earlier. He determined it came from this strange half-candle. Weird. If this half-candle is the legendary gene race, it should be a fire element one. Why did Qin Jingzhen say it was yin and cold? Why does the half-candle not seem to have anything to do with Mirror Moon? Is this half-candle not Mirror Moon's gene race? Han Sen frowned as he looked around. The results of the inspection were the same as before. Aside from the half-burned candle, there was nothing else to be in the garden. Besides the fact that there were no gene races there also weren't any ordinary plants. This is a little strange. Is the half-candle really Mirror Moon? Han Sen stepped toward the stone pavilion. He sensed that the candle was nothing ordinary, but the presence was very hidden. Han Sen could not see it clearly. Outside the pavilion, he did not think the candle was very special. When he went to the stone pavilion, he felt cold. Everything seemed to go dark. It was like he had just entered a cold and dark cave. He could not see anything beyond the pavilion. Everything was pitch black. He could not even see his fingers. All he could see was the very dim light of the candle that was down upon the table. The light was weird. The candlelight outside the pavilion looked yellowish. It looked like any ordinary candle. As he looked upon it now, the candlelight was bluish and greenish. It was a distinctly ghost-like fire, and it released a scary and cold air. The cold air in the stone pavilion came from the candle. Han Sen entered the stone pavilion. He suddenly heard the old man with white hair, whom he had encountered in the palace, coldly said, "You are an outsider, yet you wish to take Mirror Moon. If you were smart, you would leave right now. If you are too slow, I am afraid you are just going to die here." After pausing, the old man with white hair said, "Jingzhen fears his demise. He must have become possessed. His wounds cannot be healed by an annihilation class elite. He believes an outsider human can help him. It looks like he is just a commoner after all. He is nothing like how a true king should be. If the Qin kingdom can ever hope to unite the universe, it will always boil down to the strength of an heir." After saying that, the old man with white hair looked glum as he said, "Jingzhen only has one son, Qin Bai. On top of that, the kid is an asshole. The Qin kingdom's fate is something we should worry about. I am afraid I will have to wait for the right moment. I should wait for the real Qin king to show up." Han Sen looked at the candle and thought, Qin Jingzhen did not lie. This half-candle is a yin and cold gene race after all. Still, it is a bit different. While it has fire, the fire is awfully cold. What kind of gene race is this? Why is it called Mirror Moon? While he was thinking, Han Sen stepped toward the candle. Even if that half-candle wasn't a worthy match for Jade Skin, having that powerful gene race was still beneficial. Chapter 32-35 Mirror Moon Candle. As Han Sen got closer to the candle, the cold air felt very heavy. Even someone like Han Sen, who had a strong body, felt the cold air penetrate him. Weird. This power does not seem to be a cold element. Otherwise, Jade Skin should have been able to resist it. Now, the cold air goes into my body, but Jade Skin does not react. It is not just a cold element. It isn't that simple. Han Sen was more interested in that half-burned candle. The reverse Dongxian Sutra ran on its own because it was a power native to the universe of kingdoms. Unlike its counterpart, it wasn't going to be hampered by the rules that governed the universe. The reverse Dongxian Sutra was different from the powers of the primary Dongxian Sutra. The main Dongxian Sutra power came through the Dongxian aura's powers of analysis and inspection. The Dongxian Sutra did not need to analyze things either. It could just simulate the powers of an opponent. It was kind of like a copying machine. No matter what the content was, it would just copy it. If the main Dongxian Sutra was a skill, then the reverse Dongxian Sutra was a violent skill. Han Sen's power was suddenly swapped. It became the cold power, which was practically the same. It was different from the main Dongxian Sutra. The reverse Dongxian Sutra was violent, but it could only be used after it had been transformed. One was not able to witness the miracles inside it. Even though Han Sen was now using a power that was the same as the candle, he had no idea what kind of power it was. Although that was enough, Han Sen's power became just like that of the half-burned candle. He suddenly felt like the dark was starting to fade away. The cold air went away. The stone pavilion was still the stone pavilion, and the candle was still the candle. Han Sen still stood in the pavilion. It felt as if everything was just a dream. Han Sen knew that this was not a dream. He still felt the candle's power, which was very scary. It was different from before. The power started to get closer to him. It was clearly because Han Sen's power had changed. It thought he was one of them, or it was getting closer because it sensed the same power. Han Sen tried to get close to the candle, and the candle did not deny him. The white, half-burned candle still burned with gold fire. There was no longer a cold feeling from it. Beneath the burning candlelight, Han Sen felt warm. It was like he was bathing in fire. "Can you talk to me?" Han Sen walked in front of the stone table to talk to the white half-burned candle. The white candle was an unknown creature. Obviously, it could not speak or think for itself. Yet, it shook its light to try and communicate. "Are you Mirror Moon?" Han Sen asked. He wasn't sure if his question would be answered. The half-burned candle shook a little. It looked like a confirmation. "Do you know Moon God?" Han Sen asked. The candle's flame shivered a little. It clearly recognized Moon God. "Are you Moon God's gene race?" Han Sen asked another question. This time, the candle's flame jumped twice. Han Sen knew what that meant. Clearly, it was not a gene race that belonged to Moon God. If it jumped twice, it meant no. Han Sen's eyes squinted as he asked, "Did Moon God try and take you away?" He saw the flames of the candle jump once, so Han Sen immediately proceeded to ask, "Does that mean you did not want to follow her?" The candle's light jumped. Han Sen was shocked. It looks like there is some truth to the legend after all. It was not that Moon God did not want to take it with her. She just couldn't take it with her. Han Sen looked at the candle and asked, "In that case, are you willing to follow me?" He directly asked that question because there was no need to beat around the bush. If Jade Skin did not react, that meant the strange half-burned candle could not be used to reverse his Jade Skin body. It would have been great if he could take it with him. If he couldn't, he would not be missing out on much. This time, the half-burned candle's flame did not move. After a while, it flickered once. "That means you want to follow me," Han Sen said with glee. The candle, which was called Mirror Moon, was amazing. It would have been excellent if he could take it with him. It would likely come in handy at some point. This time, the candlelight jumped extra fast. Despite that quick flicker of the flame, the actual body of the candle itself did not move an inch. It was rather strange. Han Sen felt compelled to ask, "Can't you move?" The candle's flame flickered one time and one time only. That seemed to suggest Han Sen was indeed right in his clever deduction. The gene race he was talking to was not able to move by itself. If it needed to move, it would require a helping hand. This was too weird. Gene races at Mirror Moon's level had an annihilation god spirit power, yet it could not move. That was very hard to believe. It can't talk or communicate. It cannot even move. What kind of god spirit gene race is this? Han Sen looked at Mirror Moon weirdly before asking, "Can I just use my hands to pick you up?" After receiving an answer, Han Sen put his hands around the half-burned candle and picked it up. The moment Han Sen picked the candle up, he sensed darkness ahead. He felt as if space and time around him had been twisted by a strange power. Han Sen stood where he was, looking ahead with caution. One could not tell what sort of emotions he was feeling. It was like he was seeing a ghost but was not scared. If I tell people what happened, no one will believe what I have seen. Han Sen held the candle with a wry smile. He understood why the candle had a strong and cold presence. That presence was not simply a cold power. Han Sen had a closer look. He saw that the space above Jade Wall City displayed many transparent, white ghosts flying. They were all headed into the sky. They weren't just above Jade Wall City. All of space seemed to be filled with transparent ghosts drifting off into the skies. The spirits featured old people, young men, and women. It looked like they all knew Geno arts. Everyone was flying in that direction. This scene was incredibly beautiful. All the dead souls in the universe were flying. It was indescribable how creepy and awesome the scene was. Han Sen's vision focused on a giant god hall. The giant god hall had 4 giant words on it. Geno Hall. Han Sen was shocked. Does this mean the white, transparent souls are the souls of creatures that are reincarnating? Does that mean the Geno Hall is a place where the 2 worlds can connect? Han Sen quickly put the candle back on the stone table. The spirits and the Geno Hall instantly disappeared from the sky. When he picked up the candle again, all of that was revealed again. This half-burned candle's power is connected to the concept of reincarnation. Han Sen was shocked as he held the candle. Chapter 32-36 Elder For it to be related to the powers that governed reincarnation was something rather spooky. Han Sen was still unable to figure out what the half-burned candle actually was. Even an Annihilation class main god had no direct association with the processes of reincarnation. Plus, that half-burned candle was just a wild, evolved god spirit gene race. What is the precise nature of this existence? Who was its master? Han Sen wanted to immediately seek out Night God No Moon so he could ask about Mirror Moon's history and power. Although he had the Mirror Moon candle, Han Sen could not place Mirror Moon in his Sea of Soul. Mirror Moon only agreed to follow him. It did not agree to become his gene race. It is okay if I am at least able to bring it around with me. It does not matter if I cannot place it down in the Sea of Soul. Han Sen was chill about that fact. He just grabbed a hold of the half-burned candle and started to make his exit from the candle garden. No. Impossible, the old man with white hair thought Han Sen would gain nothing. Who would have known Han Sen was able to hold the half-burned candle and leave the candle garden so simply? Mirror Moon was not like the big, dark evil dragon king that meant a lot to the Qin kingdom, but its history was just like the big, dark evil dragon king. It might have been even greater than it. Night God No Moon had left a big mark on the Qin kingdom. She left behind even more than even Qin Xiu. After all, Qin Xiu only made the Qin kingdom shine for 1 generation. Night God no more established the system of law. It made the Qin kingdom shine all the way up until this day, saving it from being destroyed. The Qin kingdom had many ultimate elites to help it. That enabled it to experience and endure many crises without falling. It was all, more or less, related to the stability given by their system of law. If this was not the case, why would so many of those elites help the Qin kingdom if over half of them were not even from the Qin kingdom? Why would they work to save the country? Mirror Moon, which was a half-burned candle, was not Night God No Moon's gene race. Still, it had a big connection to night god No Moon. Back in the day, night god No Moon had only just set up her system of law. It had a lot of trouble getting off the ground and even led to a lot of inner conflicts in the kingdom. One law cost 10,000 lives. Every law that was made involved many lives. It was like a river of blood was formed. When the new laws were pushed to their most trying times, the king suddenly died. The nobles who opposed the new laws used that chance to attack night god No Moon's people, who wanted to follow the law and order. They said things like, "The new laws make the god spirits mad, and that is why the king died. If they continue using the new system of law, which goes against the sky, the Qin kingdom will be punished by the sky and destroyed one day." The voices of those against grew louder when the king died. They could not be quelled. The efforts and blood that had been spent on creating the laws to that point were on the cusp of being wasted. At that time, night god No Moon borrowed Mirror Moon. With the power of that half-burned candle, they broke the system of reincarnation and brought the king back to life. After that, things took a turn. The new system of law succeeded. That was all very scary. The king made an order to keep silent about his revival. The officers who knew about the king coming back to life were all dead. Even amidst the royals, no one talked about that. The legends about Mirror Moon, the half-burned candle, bringing the king back to life were well known. Although the royals did not dare speak about it, many people looked for Mirror Moon. After night god No Moon vanished, many royals tried to claim Mirror Moon. The old man with white hair was one of them, but he had failed. The half-burned candle, Mirror Moon, was left sitting in the Qin kingdom's candle garden. Only God knew how many billions of years later had passed. Now, Han Sen had been easily able to take the half-burned candle out of Candle Garden. Qin Yuan did not object to Han Sen going to Candle Garden because he did not believe Han Sen had what it took to take Mirror Moon. Even the Qin family's break-world elites could not match such a candle. Besides, Han Sen was just a human outsider. He had not expected that Han Sen would really be able to bring the Mirror Moon candle away. Qin Yuan could not just sit back and watch as this happened. It was a powerful item that could go against the sky. Even if the Qin family could not use it, he did not want to allow it to be used by an outsider. Qin Yuan's eyes looked very deep. He teleported through space and stared at the Mirror Moon candle in Han Sen's hands. His eyes turned bright as he said, he did not take the Mirror Moon candle completely. I am not sure what method he used to have the Mirror Moon candle let him bring it out of Candle Garden. If Han Sen had already taken Mirror Moon, Qin Yuan would have been very worried. He was worried that Mirror Moon had a mysterious power. Otherwise, he would not have had to stop Han Senator. He now realized that Han Sen could not actually take the Mirror Moon candle. This delighted him. He jumped away, going across a lot of space to enter the Candle Garden. Han Sen was holding the half-burned candle on his way out of the garden. The officer who led Han Sen there was still waiting for him outside. When he saw Han Sen bring the half-burned candle out, the officer was shocked. He did not know the history of Mirror Moon, but he had seen many kings enter Candle Garden and exit with a destroyed look on their faces. Everyone had always returned from that place empty-handed. Upon seeing that Han Sen had the half-burned candle in his hands and was now walking out fine, how could anyone not be shocked? The officer went up to him and bowed. "Congratulations, Mr. Han. You really are so strong. I have served 3 generations, and I have seen many people enter the Candle Garden. I have never seen anyone bring anything out with them from that place. You are the only one who has been able to do this, Mr. Han." Han Sen wished to say something, but he suddenly saw a shadow come before him. It blocked his way. When he saw that shadow, the officer felt his body tremor and quake. He quickly kneeled. With a trembling voice, he said, "Greetings, old Alpha." Qin Yuan ignored the officer. He looked at Han Sen and coldly said, "Put Mirror Moon down. This is not some item you can randomly take away." "Really? The king told me that if I was able to take it that it belongs to me." Han Sen was not angry, but he did speak coldly. Jing Zhen's sickness has not yet been healed. His mind is still a bit messed up. You cannot take his words seriously. Qin Yuan took a step forward. His power was like a mountain or rushing tsunami. He wanted Han Sen to bend. "Are you saying the Qin Kingdom's king's brain is broken?" Han Sen directly asked. "You are talking like a fart." "Nonsense. I think you have no idea that you are going to die today." Qin Yuan's power grew stronger. The scary presence turned into a pair of eyes that had a fire inside. He was going for Han Sen as if he wanted to burn him to dust. "Isn't that what you meant?" Han Sen coldly asked. "What if it was? Jing Zhen is my heir. His grandfather's grandfather called me great-grandfather. I am an elder. So, what if I speak the truth?" Qin Yuan looked very overbearing. His body raged with fire. "I already know one elder of the Qin family," Han Sen coldly said. "She calls me Big Brother. If we are talking about who the oldest is, you should call me the great-great-great-granduncle or something. I say it is your brain that has a problem. As an elder, I can say that to you, right?" Chapter 32-37 Demon God Sword Spirit, you should die for humiliating the Qin family. Not even the king can protect your precious asshole in this place. Qin Yuan looked murderous. He really wanted Han Sen dead. Han Sen was a famous, evil officer. He was the person most favored by the crown prince, and that was already more than enough to place him squarely in Qin Yuan's bad books. Now, Han Sen was trying to trick Qin Jingzhen and take the Mirror Moon candle for himself. He also wanted to get his hands on the dark big evil dragon king. He had to die for these transgressions. Before Han Sen could say a word, Qin Yuan's right finger flickered. A scary and invisible sword air went straight for Han Sen's chest. Qin Yuan's practice was very scary. To live as long as he had was unnatural. He and Jianbu Gu had both studied with the sword, but he had been famous well before Jianbu Gu. He was an invincible swordsman in the eyes of the Qin kingdom. Furthermore, the Qin family's butler, and Yang Ting, was in charge of safeguarding the Qin family's bloodline. He had killed many scary elites. Whoever saw his invisible sword was doomed. Even a king might not have survived such an encounter. In fact, Qin Yuan had assassinated the king of another kingdom. There used to be a kingdom called the Yu Kingdom. Qin Yuan killed the king, and the kingdom collapsed soon after. Many of the people killed by the invisible sword were powerful kingdom elites and people who had powerful god spirit gene races. To other kingdoms, the Qin kingdoms and Yang Ting and Qin Yuan were scarier than Qin Jingzhen, who was the actual king. The main feature of the invisible sword was that it was invisible. People were never too certain of the way they died. Qin Yuan used his invisible sword for an obvious purpose. He wished to kill Han Sr. Han Sen was suppressed by the rules of the universe of kingdoms. He could not use his primary Dongxian Sutra, and the reverse Dongxian Sutra did not have the power that enabled him to peep into the workings of the world. Thus, he did not detect the invisible sword air that was thirsty for him. Seeing the sword air already strike Han Sen on his wound, Qin Yuan coldly laughed. "You're just an evil officer and nothing more." Here he was trying to take my Qin family's Mirror Moon's gene race. You really did have to die for this. In the next second, Qin Yuan's face looked glum. The invisible sword touched Han Sen's clothes, but his body was pushed away by the sword air. He did not get killed by the invisible sword. He was also not injured by it. "You and I have no prior grudge, yet you want to kill me." Han Sen did not want to kill the people of the Qin kingdom. He definitely did not want to kill people from the Qin family. After all, Qin Bai was always nice to him. Qin Yuan should have been trying to help Qin Bai. When Qin Yuan was being mean to him, he did not care. You should die. Qin Yuan was already making another move. He was no longer afraid. His body's god spirit blood pulse exploded. It was like a rare demon sword releasing a sword mind that was unleashed upon the sky. The scary sword mind made the whole of Jade Wall City's weapons moan and groan. They shivered and shook as if they were afraid. Qin Yuan didn't just have the Qin family's annihilation god spirit blood pulse. He also had an annihilation god spirit blood pulse gene race, demon god sword spirit. His invisible sword was based on the power of the demon god sword spirit. A Geno art was birthed out of it. Now, the demon god sword spirit had combined with him. It unleashed all of his power. Qin Yuan waved his finger and summoned a sword air that shocked the sky. It was like a rainstorm of swords heading for Han's Senior, Old Alpha's demon god sword spirit. This is going in the direction of Candle Garden. He wants to kill Han Sr. Qin Jingzhen's face looked terrible. He angrily slammed the table. It disrupted his wounds and made him cough up some blood. Qin Jingzhen really hoped Han Sen could help extend his life. It was fine if Qin Yuan was not willing to give the dark big evil dragon king to Han Senator that was the Qin kingdom suppressing gene race. Qin Jingzhen understood his reasoning behind that. Now, Qin Yuan was going to try and murder Han Sen near the Candle Garden. It was like he was killing him too. Qin Yuan, I am currently the Qin kingdom's king not you. How dare you ignore my command? If I do not kill you, I cannot be the king. Qin Jingzhen looked murderous. He was furious about the situation. Qin Yuan did not care for his opinion. He did not care about Qin Bai either. Qin Jingzhen was afraid that if he died, Qin Bai would end up like a puppet on the throne. Killing Qin Yuan, however, was difficult. He was the leader of Anyang Ting. He had the scary powers of the Qin family. With Qin Yuan's power, the Qin kingdom did not have someone sufficiently strong enough to oppose them. If Jianbu Gu was not willing to fight, it was hopeless. He was one of the few people who could fight Qin Yuan, but Jianbu Gu had made a promise not to fight. It was impossible to ask him to kill Qin Yuan. Qin Jingzhen's heart was full of ire. He gnashed his teeth, wanting to skin Qin Yuan alive. But he could not make such a command. Qin Jingzhen suddenly hated the law. If there was no law, the Qin kingdom's kingly power would not be so scattered. He would not have been so helpless when it came to dealing with Qin Yuan. If I am a king who cannot do anything, then what is the point of me being king? It is no wonder so many kings are willing to earn a bad reputation by becoming a tyrant. I want to be a tyrant too. I want to give my son the throne of a supreme king, Qin Jingzhen roared. He could not speak. He was depressed. He spat out more blood. His wounds were getting worse. Before the endless amount of sword air that swirled around the Candle Garden touched down on Han Sen, his body started to move. Han Sen's body was swift. He was like the branches of a willow tree. He looked very soft as if he had no power, yet he managed to dodge everything. Not a single stroke of sword air could hurt his body. He did not need his break world power for this. With his combat power, it was already hard for Han Sen to find an opponent. He simply used his basic reactions, and the sword airs were unable to hurt him. Qin Yuan's face changed. He never expected anyone could ever have the reaction times needed to dodge his sword air attacks. Something like this had never happened before. Han Sen looked at Qin Yuan as he continued to walk forward. His body kept moving. When the sword air was around him, it went back to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan pushed his invisible swords to the max, but they could not even brush against Han Sen's clothes. They could not prohibit Han Sen's slow advance. It is no wonder he is so ignorant. He has what it takes. It is a shame you cannot fight me. You have the power that can take you into the sky, but I will still kill you. Qin Yuan's eyes looked to be burning even brighter. The invisible sword air became visible. Two weird powers crossed his body. They started to compose a sword and become a solid break world power. When the sword was formed, the whole of Jade Wall City's weapons emerged from their scabbards. The sword element gene races all started to moan and groan. They were angry and restless. It was like they were going to come out of their god spirit marks and fight. Demon God Spirit Sword. What happened here? Who is in Yang Ting, that monster, fighting? He is using a break world power. All around Jade Wall City, all the elites looked toward the palace, which looked weird. Chapter 32-38 Getting Sword. Qin Yuan had the demon god sword. The presence of the sword was like a demon god air that was tearing through the rules of creation. It was like no power was able to dull the sharpness of the sword. This was the first time Han Sen had seen break world powers become solid. It meant Han Sen's break world power had not become a solid level yet. Concerning the break world scales, one could certainly tell Qin Yuan was a whole level stronger than Han Senator. The break world level did not truly determine if power was stronger or weaker. Han Sen calmly looked at Qin Yuan and his demon god sword. The Dongxian Sutra was used to break the world again. The whole universe's most basic level was in front of Han Senator. The world Han Sen saw now was different from what people and their ordinary eyes saw. The demon god sword was a heavy black sword. It was ridiculously heavy, but its power was truly shocking. If this was an ordinary person going against it, all they would see was a black and overbearing sword. The sword air, which was like the flames from a demon god, was on the heavy sword. In Han Sen's eyes, it was different. From what Han Sen saw, the heavy sword was made of some sort of weird substance chain. It was different from the substances around the place. It just didn't match. From what Han Sen sensed, the demon god sword did not just exist alone. It had a strong tie with Qin Yuan's body. The two of them had many connections and ties, all of which one could not see with one's eyes. It looks like the reason break world power can become solid is for using the break world power to build your own rules. It is fighting the rules right now. With the solid part as its base, it will be stronger than using break world powers. You won't get suppressed by the rules of the universe easily either. Han Sen now understood the benefits of break world powers becoming solid. Demon God pierced through the heart sword. Qin Yuan's eyes looked cold. He waved his demon god sword. The heavy sword moved in an amazing way that ignored the fabric of space. It pierced right through Han Sen's heart. Han Sen's body reacted. For some reason, after dodging, the demon god sword had still managed to perforate his chest. The sword pierced through Han Sen's muscles and bones. It pierced right through his heart. The back of the sword plunged through to emerge from his back. While Qin Yuan clutched his sword, he coldly said, "It is just like I told you. Even if you have the ability to fight something that can take you up to the sky, today was the day you die. You die here and now." He made it sound as if this was meant to be and there was no need to worry about it. Is this your break world power? Can it pierce through one's heart? Han Sen stood in space and lowered his head. He tried to look at the demon god's sword in his chest. "Oh, not bad." Qin Yuan proudly said, "It does not just puncture one's heart. If I want to, I can have this sword pierce through anywhere on your body. Even a god spirit cannot dodge the power of my demon god sword." "It's such a scary power," Han Sen said. "If people like you were still living in this world, I would be afraid your opponents would be very busy. My enemies do not need to eat or sleep because they are already all dead, Qin Yuan said. He pulled the demon god's sword out of Han Sen's chest. I do not want to be a dead man. Therefore, I must kill you. Han Sen reached out a hand. He clutched the blade of the demon god's sword. Humph. Qin Yuan did not believe what Han Sen had just told him. The power of the demon god's sword could slash through everything. It was one of the strongest materials in the world. Nothing was able to block how sharp the demon god's sword was. Han Sen grabbed the blade. He only needed to pull it and the blade would be broken. Qin Yuan's attempt to pull it back failed. The demon god's sword couldn't be moved. It made Qin Yuan frown. He gathered up more power to pull the sword back. The demon god's sword still failed to move. It was like it was buried amidst a tangle of roots. It made Qin Yuan's face change. He looked at Han Sen's hand. Han Sen was holding the sword in his hand. The part he was holding onto was looking red, and the red color was still spreading. It was like the veins buried beneath the skin were now starting to show. The demon god's sword's body had veins spread across it. Han Sen's hand, which was holding onto it, was at the center. Qin Yuan felt rather unsafe. He tried his best to pull the demon god's sword back. He tried his hardest, but the demon god's sword still wouldn't budge. Qin Yuan was even more scared because he was the one who generated the demon god's sword. Now, he felt his power in the demon god's sword was blocked. It was like a pipe that was clogged and blocked through concrete. Han Sen was holding the sword with a face that did not change. His eyes, however, flashed with the colors of the rainbow. The blood power in his hands kept going into the demon god's sword. Previously, Han Sen had only wanted to use the Dongxian Sutra's power to fight Qin Yuan, but the power of the demon god's sword struck Han Sen and activated the Blood Pulse Sutra's power. It enabled him to block the demon god's sword's power. This was the first time Han Sen had used the Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra, two break world powers, together. With those two break world powers, Han Sen learned something amazing. The break world power of the Dongxian Sutra enabled him to change the rules. The Blood Pulse Sutra's break world power enabled things to be returned to their origin. When the two powers applied their magic to the demon god's sword, Han Sen noticed he was able to use the Dongxian Sutra to slash the connection between the demon god's sword and Qin Yuan. The Blood Pulse Sutra, meanwhile, could make the demon god's sword return to its origin. It was like it was being reborn and was no longer controlled by the whims of Qin Yuan. Because the Dongxian Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra had only achieved their break world powers, their level was not that high. Therefore, modifying the demon god's sword was not something that could be done in a hurry. Now, only the section Han Sen was holding was modified. Other areas of the sword were still being modified, just at a much slower pace. Even so, the power of the demon god's sword was useless to Han. Senator Qin Yuan wanted to use the demon god's sword's power to cut Han Sen's hand, but that was impossible. Plus, the humans of the universe of kingdoms did not practice. They all depended on outside powers. A solid break world weapon was generated. That meant people put many powers into their break world weapons. Now, a break world weapon was not working. Qin Yuan had lost half of his power. Since Qin Yuan had lost half of his power, competing via strength seemed unlikely. Even in his best period of time, he could not fight Han Sen with power. Qin Yuan shouted loudly. He used a power that was kind of like drinking milk. The demon god's sword, which was still in Han Sen's hand, could not be moved. The red veins went all over the demon god's sword. Pang! When the demon god's sword was fully red, it shook away Qin Yuan's hands. Qin Yuan shockingly looked at the demon god's sword that was in Han Sen's chest. He could not believe the demon god's sword he generated could no longer be controlled by him. It even ended up shirking his hand away. Chapter 32-39 And Yang Ting Qin Yuan's eyes looked shocked. Han Sen reached out his hands to stop the demon god's sword's handle. He then pulled the demon god's sword out of his chest. While the demon god's sword was being pulled out of his body, Han Sen's wounds immediately started to heal. The wounds instantly faded from sight. Not a single mark or scar remained. As this happened, the demon god's sword was full of red. It all looked like veins. The moment Han Sen pulled the demon god's sword out, the demon god's sword air started to rise. It was like it was setting the sword's body on fire. The entire demon god's sword was covered in a red flame. The red fire started to fade away. The demon god's sword looked like it had been reborn in a fire. The heavy black sword was burned by the red flame. It became smaller and shorter. It changed from a heavy sword into a long sword. It also adopted a more delicate appearance. Han Sen held the modified demon god's sword. He swung it through the air. Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief as the demon god's sword kicked up a plume of demon god's sword air. It was scarier than his pure power earlier. No. It is impossible. Qin Yuan was so shocked that he stumbled back. He had lived for a very long time, but he had never seen anything like this happen. The demon god's sword was his break sword weapon. It was an item he had created. Even if there was a stronger elite that could break the demon god's sword, that elite could not take it away and warp its ownership. Han Sen had not only just taken the demon god's sword, but he had adopted it. He had taken the power of the demon god sword for himself. If Qin Yuan had not seen this with his own two eyes, he would never have believed such a thing was possible. It was just Qin Yuan who couldn't believe it. Many of the elites focusing on the fight could not believe what their eyes were telling them. Have my eyes gotten too old to see things all funny? Did Han Sen take the demon god's sword for his own usage? 1,000-Mile Reach could not believe it. You are not seeing things incorrectly. Jia Shizhen looked weird as she confirmed that was what she was seeing too. Once again, Han Sen had surpassed all her expectations. People like Qin Yuan, who was considered an invincible elite of the Qin kingdom with his demon god's sword, were names that shocked the universe. He was a person many kings feared upon merely hearing the name. Now, the demon god's sword was in Han Sen's hands. It also appeared to be an even stronger weapon. Han Sen slowly raised the demon god's sword. The scary sword air locked on to Qin Yuan. Now, Qin Yuan was scared. When he was young, he was a very lucky man. Even the king was not as lucky as him. Many people of the Qin kingdom had already become yellow soil, yet he was still alive. Only God knew how many years it had been since Qin Yuan last felt the sensation of fear. When this terror fell upon him again, he realized that no matter how powerful he had become or how much of a reputation he had earned, he was just as scared of dying as anyone else was. He was perhaps even more afraid. When Han Sen waved the demon god's sword in his direction, Qin Yuan's eyebrows kept jumping. His body flashed like thunder. A sword spirit arose from his back. It was Qin Yuan's Annihilation Class Gene Race Demon God Sword Spirit. Now, the Demon God Sword Spirit did not look so scary. That was because half of its power was used by Qin Yuan to make the Demon God Sword. Thus, the Demon God Sword Spirit power was extremely weak. Qin Yuan knew he could not dodge the Demon God Sword's power. Even though he had a demon god sword spirit, he could not evade the attack of the demon god sword. Only the demon god sword spirit's power could fight back the demon god sword in a bid to perhaps negate it. The demon god sword spirit was too weak. Half of its power had been used to create the demon god sword. It was so weak that it could not block or cancel the demon god sword power. Qin Yuan gave up the demon god sword spirit to get rid of the demon god sword's lock on him, forcing it to fight the demon god sword spirit. He knew the demon god sword spirit would be broken by the demon god sword, but he had no choice. He had to do this to stay alive. After leaving the demon god sword spirit, Qin Yuan still had the Qin family's god spirit blood pulse and another gene race. After summoning a gene race combination, he did not look back. He sent out a signal. Many shadows appeared. They were not as strong as Qin Yuan, but they were not much weaker. These people were members of Anyang Ting, and they wielded the most basic powers of the Qin kingdom. Unless it was a life or death moment, even Qin Jingzhen, who was the king of the Qin kingdom, could not use them. Only Qin Yuan and Anyang Ting members could use the Anyang Ting. The Anyang Ting members were clad in black clothes and robes. They wore masks that were faceless and white. All of the shadows appeared next to the candle garden and surrounded the area. Han Sen's demon god sword struck the demon god sword spirit, but the two of them did not create much of an impact. The demon god sword spirit, which was a transparent and light shadow, was absorbed by the demon god sword. After absorbing the demon god sword spirit, the demon god sword underwent some changes. It was like it had some sort of spirit. It left Han Sen's hand to hover in front of him. Bzzzt. The whole system was illuminated by a sword light. Countless swords departed their scabbards. The more famous they were, the more they reacted. All of the sword lights went into the sky like they were fighting some strange power. Han Sen did not have time to figure out what happened to the demon god sword. He grabbed the demon god sword. At this moment, Han Sen felt the demon god sword was different. It had once been a weapon. Now, it was a life force. It was a new demon god sword spirit. Compared to the old demon god sword spirit, this demon god sword spirit was far stronger. It was a pure, break-world god spirit gene race. 100 Anyang Ting members surrounded the candle garden. They had a weird black air around them. It was unknown what sort of gene race power that was. The black fire looked like it had a soul. It was all going into Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan's body started to generate a cloud of black smoke. Qin Yuan's body looked very weird. He had many black dragon scales and a dark horn. He was like a human black dragon. When the Anyang Ting's elites gathered their power over Qin Yuan, his presence became stronger. He became scarier. He became even scarier than when he used break world power. More and more Anyang Ting people arrived. Their bodies had a black flame. It helped Qin Yuan's black flame. The Anyang Ting members had been elites for a few generations, and all of them were unique. There was so much power inside Qin Yuan. How scary was that power? Han Sen was holding the demon god sword while coldly looking at Qin Yuan. Although Qin Yuan could die, the Anyang Ting's members were members of the Qin family. They were the basis of the Qin family. They used all their power on Qin Yuan. If Han Sen beat them, that meant the Anyang Ting would be trashed in its entirety. Qin Yuan uses a gene race. That must be the dark big evil dragon king because that gene race has this secret. It is no wonder that when Qin Yuan heard about me wanting the dark big evil dragon king, his reaction was so volatile. Han Sen's eyes looked like thunder. He held on to the demon god sword. On this day, even the old man Sky King was there. He would have killed Qin Yuan and had the Anyang Ting be buried with him. Chapter 3240 Black Dragon promised Qin Yuan's back had the shadow of a black dragon on it. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. It was in the mist. It did not look real. Han Sen waved the demon god sword spirit and mustered an invisible sword air to come lashing out at Qin Yuan. That sword air was unavoidable. Dong! The sword air struck Qin Yuan, but it was blocked 3 feet behind him. He could not stick it through. The shadow of a dragon wrapped around Qin Yuan. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. It blocked the demon god sword spirit's invisible sword air. In the meantime, the Anyang Ting members spoke spells aloud as if they were honest believers. When a few hundred Anyang Ting members spoke out a mysterious spell to the black air, the whole of Jade Wall City lit up. The giant man-made city, ringed by a jade wall, had many of its buildings glow with a mysterious light. If one looked closer, one would find that those lights were mystical spells. The whole of the Jade Wall City looked like a real, giant dragon was surrounding it. That real dragon released light. It combined with Qin Yuan's dragon shadow, making Qin Yuan's body scarier. Han Sen could not help but frown. Qin Yuan's body power was not his alone. The power he had was scarier than an annihilation god spirit. In the kingdom, Qin Jingzhen looked strange. He seemed surprised and excited at the same time. The old alpha has been pushed to this limit and used the black dragon promise. Wow, he really has been pushed right to the edge. The whole of Jade Wall City was in shock. Many old people, who had lived a few generations in Jade Wall City, looked at the old buildings around in confusion. Jade Wall City had many old buildings. Regardless of how much they developed the city, these old buildings were never torn down or displaced. The old courtyards, houses, broken old temples, towers made of bricks, modeled churches, old monasteries, lots of small stone houses, and the newly built buildings that did not fit in with the architecture of the old buildings glowed with a scary light. On the old, broken plaza, every stone plate glowed with a god light and a god presence. It was like some scary creature was waking up from olden times. An old man strangely looked at the monastery with god light. He said to himself, "The stories my great-grandfather told me about were true. That old monastery is a mysterious place." The citizens of Jade Wall City observed the old buildings around them. It was hard to believe. The buildings glowing with a gold light were where they used to play. They would even defecate in such old houses. The Qin kingdom had grown stronger over the past 1,000 years. They rarely had to use the Black Dragon Promise's power. In the past few decades, even the people of Jade Wall City had not been able to see the Black Dragon at work. In an old temple, some old people started to chant. In an old house, ghosts started to cry. In a monastery, women were heard praying. In the church, priests were praying to God. Every mysterious place had scary power exploding out of it. It made Jade Wall City's draconic shadows amplify their brightness. Qin Yuan's dragon shadow started to look a lot more real. It was like a real black dragon flying above him. The demon god sword spirit in Han Sen's hands had already been swung 10 times, and each time it had been blocked by Qin Yuan's black dragon. It was unable to slash it at all. Qin Yuan looked as if he had an infinite power buff. He was too scary to imagine. Han Sen thought, the Qin kingdom is one of the 7 kingdoms. I do not know how many billions of years it has lasted, but it really is very scary. For Jade Wall City to have this sort of protection power, it must make it just as strong as the power in an annihilation-class god temple. Clearly, I underestimated the 7 kingdoms that have remained here for billions of years. Han Sen, you lied to the king. You have made friends in secret. You are always jealous. You kill the innocent. You trick the crown prince. Now, you want to take the Qin kingdom suppression treasure. Are you not aware of the fact that is a big crime? It is certainly not forgivable. Thus, you should be killed. Qin Yuan stood on the 9 skies. A black dragon was circling his body. He looked like a god looking down on Han Sen as his god voice thundered through the skies. It was like the sound of a punishment being bestowed. The Jade Wall City civilians and its many nobles, who had been attracted by the weird scenes concerning the old buildings, saw and heard all of this. Because Han Sen was already famous for being an evil officer, this was all over Jade Wall City. The ordinary citizens who heard Qin Yuan speak and behave like a god with a streak for doling out judgment already had an impression in their minds. They hated Han Sen, so they shouted out about needing to kill the evil officer. The loyal officers who really hated Han Sen all shouted, "God has eyes. Kill the evil officer." This kind of slang was shared by everyone in Jade Wall City. They all gathered, wanting to see the evil man be killed. Although Han Sen knew Qin Yuan was not speaking the truth, Han Sen did not bother trying to explain. He only looked at Qin Yuan, who was in the sky. Qin Yuan could not be looked at. He was too strong. His hair was as white as snow. A god light shone around him. A black dragon was circling him. He was like the Qin kingdom's battle god that could protect the kingdom. Han Sen, what do you have to say for yourself? Qin Yuan looked at Han Sen from high above. In the kingdom, Qin Jingzhen looked at Qin Yuan up in the sky. He felt doubtful. He looked as if he was wrestling with indecision. Qin Bai ran toward him, crying and pleading. "Father, please save Han Senator, he is not a bad guy. He has never done anything bad. It was my fault. I always drag him into doing crazy things. This was not his fault." Qin Bai knew how scary the old Alpha was, and he had seen this kind of formation before. It made him terrified. Qin Jingzhen looked at Qin Bai. He did not speak, but his eyes started to solidify. "Bai, my son, carry me out of the palace." Qin Jingzhen stood up. His eyes looked like they were on fire. He slowly spoke, word by word, "Save Han Sen." He did not want to go out for Han Senator, it was for his only son, Qin Bai. If Qin Yuan was not killed after he died, Qin Bai would be unable to control the kingdom. Qin Bai was delighted to hear that. He crawled up to hold Qin Jingzhen. Tear tracks still scored his face. The father and the son, the two of them, wore casual clothing to leave the palace. Only one officer followed them. They didn't draw the attention of anyone. Qin Jingzhen's wounds had not been healed yet, so he could not walk fast. He walked for a while before coughing into a towel. He quickly put the towel away. He did not want Qin Bai to see it. "Father, are you okay?" Qin Bai asked with worry. "It is fine. Your father did not secure this country for your reign yet. I am fine." Qin Jingzhen laughed and said, "Let's go. We cannot save Han Sen if we are too late." Hearing the need to save Han Sen, Qin Bai immediately asked, "How do we save Han Sen? How can we stop old Alpha? He is not the one we have to stop." Qin Jingzhen looked at the old temple. He had Qin Bai help him get there. Qin Jingzhen led Qin Bai to the old temple. He had Qin Bai kneel before the stairs. They bowed 3 times. Afterward, Qin Jingzhen said, "I am the Qin Kingdom's king, Qin Jingzhen. I have brought my son here to greet you. Please, take away the dragon heir, Alpha." Chapter 32:41 Go back. It was very quiet inside the old temple. There was still a scary light being released, along with subtle chanting. "Jingzhen is hoping we can take back the dragon heir," Jingzhen prayed again. The chanting in the old temple came to an end. An old voice was heard. "My king, go back." Qin Jingzhen's face changed. He looked at the old temple and insisted, "Alpha, I am the leader of the Qin kingdom, and I am asking you to take back the dragon heir." The old voice sighed. "My king, you do not have long. The Qin kingdom requires the aid of the Anyang Ting. You should just return." Qin Jingzhen's face looked as pale as snow. His body shivered. He looked angry. As if he had been wronged, his disposition became one of utter hatred. "Father, Qin Bai quickly moved to hold Qin Jingzhen. He looked worried, so he shouted. He did not seem to know what that meant, and he did not know what Qin Jingzhen was doing. He could tell that whatever his plan was supposed to be, it had failed. Qin Jingzhen waved his hand and signaled for Qin Bai not to speak. He looked to the old temple and slowly said, I just wanted to ask if I was still the king of the Qin kingdom or not. Yes, but you are dying, the old voice said. There are things you should let go of. Otherwise, you will find yourself hurt. Go back now and I will pretend you did not set foot in here on this day. Qin Jingzhen did not speak. He stared at the holy light of the old temple. His face looked very conflicted. It could not be described. Qin Jingzhen gnashed his teeth and said to Qin Bai, My son, please take me away from here. Qin Bai was naive, but he was not so playful at this moment. He held Qin Jingzhen and departed the old temple. Blurg. After leaving the old temple, Qin Jingzhen hadn't gone too far before being unable to contain his emotions. That, in addition to the fact that he was very injured, resulted in him coughing up blood all across the dusty, stone street. Father. Qin Bai was shocked. I am okay, Qin Jingzhen said as he raised his head. Let's just go. I am not dead yet. I am still the Qin kingdom's king. He wiped away the blood and observed the monastery ahead. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai went back and kneeled 3 times. Qin Jingzhen said, I, Qin kingdom's king, Qin Jingzhen, brought my son to greet the Alpha. Please take back the dragon heir. Inside the shining monastery, a voice of a holy and serious woman was heard. Jingzhen, why are you so stubborn? You are the Qin kingdom's king, and your son will become the Qin kingdom's king. Why must you care about anything else? Jingzhen is asking you to take back the dragon heir. Qin Jingzhen gnashed his teeth and prayed. Go away. From the monastery, only those 2 words were heard. Then, there was silence. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked as if they were on fire. He did not say a word. He merely stood up. He had Qin Bai hold him and take him around all sorts of old, shining buildings. Everywhere he prayed, he received a rejection. Inside those old buildings, the strongest elites in the Qin kingdom were gathered. The people in the Qin kingdom with the most important blood were there. The Qin kingdom selecting a king did not boil down to their potential. They did not depend on their powers. They only saw if they were capable of being a king. To protect these old buildings, they had to be the strongest of a generation. No matter how strong the Qin family members were, if they made a promise to go to the old buildings, they would lose their identities and become old building guardians. They were the last line of defense for the Qin family. Because they had no name or title, they were only a part of the Qin family. So, Qin Jingzhen had no choice but to call them alphas. In this last defense, one needed the leader of the Anyang Ting and the king to start it. That was how the Black Dragon promise began. The Anyang Ting leader who had the Black Big Evil Dragon King would receive the Black Dragon buff. They would become the strongest in the Qin kingdom. They would beat out everyone. Now, Qin Yuan alone had started the Black Dragon promise, and the Qin kingdom's people protecting the old buildings still went ahead to use the Black Dragon promise. Even when Qin Jingzhen, who was the actual king, came out to request a shutdown of the operation, it was rejected. They really wanted to keep Qin Yuan and kill Han Senator Qin Jingzhen, and Qin Bai prayed everywhere they went. Qin Jingzhen's face started to look pale. It was, without a doubt, because he was dying. The Qin family's people had given up on him, who was the king. Qin Jingzhen, stop being so ridiculous. You are a king, and you are a king that was chosen by us. You should face your death like a real man. Do not ruin the fate of the Qin kingdom because of what you want. In an old place, a serious voice was speaking. Qin Jingzhen is asking the Alpha how I will destroy the fate of the Qin kingdom. Qin Jingzhen looked pale, but he was calm. He looked at the old building as he spoke. Mirror Moon is a miraculous treasure, a voice from the old place said. It can bring people back to life. You are the Qin kingdom's king. For your own sake, you give it to other people. That alone proves how weak you are. Qin Jingzhen laughed and said, My Alpha, Mirror Moon has remained in Candle Garden for the longest time. Who has ever used it to revive anyone? Who has it ever benefited? It is merely because it is not yet the time, the voice from the old building replied. If no one is ever benefited by it, it is useless. I am using it to get a few extra years of my life to do more for the Qin kingdom. What can be wrong with that? Qin Jingzhen clenched his fists. No matter what, Mirror Moon is so important that it cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of an outsider, the voice from the old building said. The tone was cold and heartless. Does that mean my life is worth less than that Qin race? Qin Jingzhen was sad. You do not have much time. You should let go when you are supposed to. The voice in the old building sighed. Qin Jingzhen, go back. Do what you can and leave the rest to Qin Bai. Qin Jingzhen's voice trembled. His eyes were deprived of hope. Nothing more could disappoint him now. For as long as I am alive, I am still the king of the Qin kingdom, Qin Jingzhen coldly said. He grabbed Qin Bai and returned to the palace. Qin Bai wiped his tears away as he asked, Father, is Han Sen going to die? Qin Jingzhen was silent. He was ashamed. He was the king of the Qin kingdom. He was the greatest king in the universe, yet he could not save the life of a single soul. This was also taking place in his kingdom and on his own turf. What kind of humiliation was this? In the sky, Qin Yuan looked at Han Sen like a god. The black dragon gave him a power that let him destroy the universe. Han Sen was no threat to him now. Han Sen, what do you have to say for yourself? Qin Yuan stepped forward with the whole world suppressing Han. Senator Qin Yuan did not represent one person. He was representing everything and the entire history of the Qin kingdom. He was the base of the Qin family now. Even if a sky full of god spirits came down, it would not change the Qin kingdom because the Qin kingdom belonged to the Qin family. Chapter 32-42 One sword splits a city affected by Qin Yuan. Many of Jade Wall City's loyal volunteers shouted, Kill the evil man Han Sen. Their voices shook Jade Wall City. Han Sen's eyes looked very ghostly. It was like he did not need to eat. His eyes looked over the land. He saw the old buildings becoming black dragons as their lights shocked the sky. They were like real dragons that could fly up into Cloud 9. He laughed when he heard the people shout, Kill the evil officer Han Sen. Evil officer, huh? Han Sen looked at Qin Yuan and said, That's not that bad. In my life, if I have never had a bad influence of a friend to mess around with me. Isn't that a failure? His words weren't actually directed at Qin Yuan. It was because of the Dongxian Sutra being too strong. It covered Jade Wall City. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai had been humiliated because of him. He already knew that. He knew Qin Jingzhen was only doing what he did on account of Qin Bai. No matter what, Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai were adamant in staying on his side. They had been bullied because of it. Humph. He is fallen. He is obscene. I cannot allow you to continue living in this world. Qin Yuan raised his fists. He saw many of Jade Wall City's old buildings glowing with gold light. A scary god light became the shadow of a real dragon for Qin Yuan. It made Qin Yuan's dragon air so scary that one could not imagine it. When the power reached the maximum level, Qin Yuan threw a punch at Han's senator. A real black dragon came soaring out of his fist to rip space and roar in Han Sen's direction. Everything around was eaten and swallowed by that fierce thing. No power could have ever hoped to stop the advance of that wild, black dragon. Jade Wall City's people and nobles were shocked by the scary black dragon. The god dragon was descending, and it was more shocking than if god spirits were to start descending. It made people want to obey it. The scary power made many of Qin Kingdom's officers kneel and cry, "Long live the Qin Kingdom! Long live the real dragon!" Han Sen let go of the demon god sword spirit. He allowed it to float next to him as his other hand held the inch-gray sword. The demon god sword spirit was strong. It was strong like a sword god spirit, but its power could not compare to the 10,000 years of the Qin Kingdom. Even if an annihilation god spirit arrived, they could do nothing to Qin Yuan. Han Sen was murderous, which was why he let the demon god sword spirit go. He clutched the inch-gray sword. It had been so long since the sword had left its scabbard. That was because Han Sen had not used it. He could not activate the power of the inch-gray sword either. He only used it for its sharpness. There were no other benefits than that edge. That benefit was enough for Han's senator. The main and reverse Dongxian Sutra powers exploded. It turned into a weird power that claimed the inch-gray sword, which ignited with an empty sword air. In Han Sen's eyes, the whole world turned into one with endless dots. The black dots were solid. They were the most primitive forms of substances in the kingdom. In the past, the power of Super Spank enabled him to tear off substance chains. If he was to use the Break World Dongxian Sutra's power to break the most basic structures, what would happen? Han Sen's eyes looked at the roaring and consuming black, real dragon. The inch-gray sword air grew stronger. When the real black dragon's mouth came before Han Sen, it was obviously intending to swallow everything around him. That was the moment Han Sen drew his sword. He slashed toward the black dragon. The real black dragon was very overbearing in space. It was big. It was like a god that could consume the universe. In front of the real black dragon, Han Sen and his sword were smaller than an ant. His movement to draw the sword was easily ignored. Everyone in Jade Wall City looked into the sky to observe what was happening. Many people complimented Qin Yuan and the power of the black dragon. Some people felt nervous. Other people thought of other things. Feng Fei and Feng Yin were very worried. The black dragon's power was very scary. It was like it could consume Jade Wall City if it chose to, and Han Sen was just a human. Although Feng Yin had a lot of confidence in Han Sen, she still felt a bit worried for him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Jingzhen felt very bitter. He was a leader that had lasted for 1,000 years, but he was now a useless, dying man. An officer raised his head to the sky and said, "Gods have eyes. They kill evil people." Chanting noises were coming from an old building. It was like Jade Wall City had a god voice covering it. Jianbu Gu stood in a garden. He frowned and looked at the real black dragon, which was so invincible and overbearing in the sky. He sighed and thought, the Qin Kingdom's law system is balanced. I am afraid that has come to an end. Everyone's thought process was different. They all looked at the descending black dragon. Its attacks could shock the sky. Suddenly, a sword light broke the sky. The real black dragon's giant body was cut in half by the sword light. The sword light did not stop. It headed toward Qin Yuan, who was in space. Qin Yuan's face changed, but it was too late to dodge. There was a roar as the black dragon's shadow raged even harder. In Jade Wall City, the light dragon shone. It was like it had been protected by the black dragon god. It punched toward the sword light. The sword light and Qin Yuan's fists struck each other. The whole of Jade Wall City rattled with a massive shake. All the old buildings erupted with a scary god voice. The god light reached the maximum volume, making Jade Wall City look snow-white. It was like there was a dragon jade wall in space. Qin Yuan used Jade Wall City as a shield. A scary dragon air roared and exploded. It struck the sword light. The sword light just flashed away and disappeared. There were only shockwaves left over. It headed for space as it started to split. The civilians of Jade Wall City went quiet. They did not know what had happened to the fight. They only saw Qin Yuan still standing in space, not doing anything at all. Catcha! Suddenly, everyone heard a crunchy sound like a jade stone crumbling. In the next second, Qin Yuan's body was split in half. His blood was like rain spilling out of him. When Qin Yuan's body split, Jade Wall City suffered an earthquake. All the old buildings broke. The ground split and cracked, creating many trenches and fractures. It was like the world was coming to an end. Suddenly, there was a lot of crying and screaming. Everyone was shocked. They tried to escape in a stampede as the old buildings broke or started sinking into the failing ground. The giant Jade Wall City looked as if it was going to crack wide open. Cracks developed everywhere and continued to expand. Oh, God! What is happening? Someone was so shocked that they started to scream aloud. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a shadow standing aloft in space. He was holding a bronze sword with a demon god sword hanging around him. He was looking down on the collapsing ground that was bathed in moonlight. One could not see his face, but it made people feel a chill. Chapter 32-43 Good Officer. Jade Wall City shook. The old buildings started to fall apart. Upon seeing many elders crawling out of the buildings in their feeble escapes, Qin Jingzhen wanted to laugh. Good. It is good that it has all been destroyed. If I cannot use them, even though they provide so many benefits, to me they are only resistances. After a long time, Qin Jingzhen sighed. He looked rather conflicted. Black Dragon Promise was the base of the Qin family. It was the last barrier of the Qin kingdom. Han Sen had used his one sword to break Black Dragon Promise and kill An Yang Ting's leader, Qin Yuan, in one fell swoop. To the Qin kingdom and the Qin family, it could be viewed as a grand loss. To Qin Jingzhen, things might not have been that bad. No matter if it was An Yang Ting or the Qin family that was hiding in their old buildings, they gave him up as their king all because of the fact that he was dying. Han Sen had used one sword strike to destroy the city and break the Black Dragon. It was such a supremely terrifying power. Back in the day, Jianbu Gu beat Wu Wei Dao Palace alone. While it was a grand feast, it was not as remarkable as what Han Sen had done. If a man like that was able to say he could extend Qin Jingzhen's lifespan, it was extremely unlikely it was just a lie. On top of that, that man was standing by Qin Bai's side. Also, An Yang Ting and the Qin family's hidden elite's power were now destroyed. It would be easier for him to build his empire. Seeing Qin Bai look so excited, Qin Jingzhen looked happy. He thought, God, let me live a few years longer. Let me give my son a time that can truly belong to him. Han Sen is so strong. Qin Bai did not think much. He watched Han Sen kill Qin Yuan. It made him so happy that he repeatedly jumped for joy. Qin Jingzhen wanted to say something to Qin Bai. He was going to say it, but he stopped. He thought, it is good that my son did not think of anything else. If he was thinking of something else, he might suffer losses. People like Han Sen are just like Jianbu Gu. They take relationships seriously. To hang out with them is better for my son. After thinking of that, Qin Jingzhen sighed. With my son's personality being what it is, it will be hard for him to become a good king. Boom! After billions of years of fortitude, a large crack cut right through Jade Wall City. The old buildings, which looked like dragons, were totally cracked. The jade wall city that looked like a jade wall now looked like a wall with cracks that resembled cracked dragons. Some buildings were falling into space from Jade Wall City. Space looked like a mess. When Jade Wall City's shaking came to an end, the humans standing next to the cracks were silent. Countless eyes looked at the shadow of the man in space. Their looks were too complicated to describe. There was hatred, anger, a desire to obey, and utter fear. All kinds of emotions were running wild through the people's eyes that stared up at that man. One sword broke the city. Han Sen's sword skills are just like Jian Bugu back in the day, a Qin Kingdom elite confessed with a sigh. An officer looked at the sky and cried as if God had died. Why? Why? Why must these sword skills reside in the hands of an evil officer? Does God not bless the Qin Kingdom? I am not sure if it is a good thing or a bad thing for such a character to appear in the Qin Kingdom. Black Dragon Promise has been destroyed, so what will the future of the Qin Kingdom be like? Thousand Mile Reach's eyes were fraught with worry. It is no wonder Jian Bugu decided to follow this guy, Jia Shizhen said to herself as she looked into the sky with shock. He really is the bravest I have ever seen. The elders who escaped from the rubble of their buildings all looked gray. Their mouths were filled with blood. They stared at Han Sen, who was standing in space, with massive shock scrawled upon their faces. The history of the Qin Kingdom spanned billions of years, and nothing had come close to the display of that sword. How overbearingly powerful was that power? They were now all riddled with regret. If they knew the strength of that man, they would have listened to the plight of Qin Jingzhen. None of this would have happened to them. Black Dragon Promise had been destroyed. The Qin family had spent a lot of effort and resources to build up the system of the Black Dragon. Now, it had been rendered all for naught. It had been destroyed. Jade Wall City was like any ordinary planet. It was unable to withstand the attacks of the top elites in the universe. To the whole of the Qin Kingdom and Qin family, this was a grand loss they would be unable to pay back. If Qin Jingzhen prayed to everyone and one of us had listened to him, the Black Dragon system might not have ended up in ruin. We did this to ourselves. An old Qin family member presented a wry smile as he shook his head. Another Qin family elite member had the same thought, but it was too late to do anything. That world did not contain the word "if" in it. That sword skill is probably invincible in this universe. The people and nobles who had been shouting to kill Han Sen were now silent. They were terrified. The neutral people were now sighing. Without a doubt, Han Sen is the #1 swordsman in the Qin Kingdom. Not just the Qin Kingdom. I would say he is the #1 swordsman in the entire universe. The Qin Kingdom was a kingdom based on the system of law. Although Han Sen's sword had shocked Jade Wall City, the Qin Kingdom's defense system was still activated. Countless battleships, weapons, and guards started to move. They flooded the space above Jade Wall City, but none of them attacked Han Sr. That was especially true of the royal guards. They looked at Han Sen with a complicated look. They thought about Steel Scene provoking that man and thought it was hilarious. That person could break Jade Wall City. If Steel Scene wanted to kill him, he obviously had a death wish and deserved to die. Countless battleships and weapons were pointed at Han Senator. They seemed extremely powerful. It was presumed they had a large advantage. Still, their hearts did not feel safe. The loads of elites next to the countless battleships and cannons all felt as if they were totally alone in front of Han Senator because the culture of the Qin Kingdom taught soldiers to serve their kingdom and fear the law. It steeled their hearts and prohibited them from turning around and running off. But no one had the courage to actually start attacking Han Sen first. Han Sen just casually stood in space, looking at them. He made them almost suffocate and be unable to breathe. Someone was already falling back. Suddenly, a light screen showed up in space. The big screens in all the malls displayed a shadow. It was Qin Jingzhen, who was the king of the Qin kingdom. This is not a traitor who wants to betray their country and destroy the Qin kingdom's city and base. Han Sen is my son's teacher. He protects this country and has just defeated a major traitor. He saved the Qin kingdom. Having him as a good officer is in the best interest and fortune of the Qin kingdom. What Qin Jingzhen said was dripping with confidence. Many people were frozen, unable to think about what was going on there. They did not understand what the situation was. They did not know why the Qin kingdom's most evil officer in history had suddenly become a good officer in the Qin kingdom. Although this sounded all a bit dodgy, the soldiers and nobles surrounding Han Sen somehow felt relieved. They let out a long sigh. Chapter 32-44 Mr. God's spirit saying Han Sen had become some sort of good officer was something no one in Jade Wall City believed. However, they all agreed that Han Sen's sword skills were strong. It made everyone's faces change. No matter how much they disliked Han Sen, they had to confess that his sword skills were very strong, and he was likely the #1 swordsman in the universe. In the palace, Han Sen sat near Qin Jingzhen. He put his hand on Qin Jingzhen's forehead and frowned. Qin Jingzhen's condition has become a more dire following the hassle he had just been through. If he did not have a few miraculous sacrifice items, he would have died already. Qin Bai's eyes shimmered with tears as he asked, Han Sen, how are the wounds on my father? Do you suspect he will die? Qin Bai was naive. If this were anyone else, they would not have asked a question like that in front of Qin Jingzhen. He just did not know what to avoid. Do not worry, Han Sen said. With me here, he will not die. At least, not right now he won't. Qin Bai looked happy. I knew it. Whatever happens, I will just go and look for you. You can save father. After that, Qin Bai ran next to Qin Jingzhen with a face that was still scrawled with tears. He happily grabbed his hand and said, Father, this is great. Han Sen can save you. You can live. Qin Jingzhen smiled. He stroked Qin Bai's head and said, This is great. My son, please go and rest up. Teacher Han still needs to heal me. You should not be here to disturb him. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen, who nodded at him. With me here, you can go rest. In that case, my father's life is in your hands, Han Sr. Qin Bai had been following Qin Jingzhen in praying for the Qin family elites in their old buildings. It was unknown how far he had run. After being busy for so long, he was now very tired. Now that Han Sen was back, he felt solid. He also felt extremely tired. After watching Qin Bai leave, Qin Jingzhen asked Han Sen, Teacher Han, how are my wounds? Tell me honestly. I need to set up a time and date for my funeral. Qin Jingzhen made Han Sen a teacher, so Han Sen now had that title. Han Sen sighed and said, If your wounds hadn't got any worse, with my powers, you could have lived for 5 years. If you handled things well, maybe another 2 years beyond that. Now, your wounds have triggered depression. Things have gone very bad. Even if I do my best, you can only live for another 3 years. Qin Jingzhen did not feel sad. He laughed and said, Of course, 3 years is not enough. Even if you gave me 300 years, I would be unable to accomplish all that I wish to. 3 years is still enough for me to do many things. I will still have time to do things for my son and ensure he has a nice kingdom to handle when the time comes. After saying that, Qin Jingzhen grabbed Han Sen by the hand. He looked at Han Sen with eyes that looked like they were on fire. Teacher Han, are you willing to take care of my son for me? Han Sen understood what Qin Jingzhen meant, but he could not promise anything willy-nilly. He sighed and said, My king, your wounds can actually change. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance for you to look after the crown prince yourself. Qin Jingzhen shook his head. I know my body. I can live for 3 more years, but you have already helped change my fate. In this world, who else can I ask to help me? Who else can possibly increase the time of my life more than what you can give me? Maybe there is, Han Sen said. Perhaps the person that injured you in the first place can. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright but immediately dimmed. With a wry smile, he asked, if she hurt me, why would she heal me? You do not have to give me idle words of comfort, teacher. Right now, the only thing I do not want to let go of is my son. I am afraid that after I die, he will become naughty. He is not king material, but he is my only son. I am afraid he will bring harm to the Qin kingdom, not only to civilians but also his own life. If things were like that, he should not be king. What do you think? Han Sen laughed and said, everyone in the Qin kingdom thinks I am an evil officer. People like me. Why would I care for the civilians? It does not matter if the crown prince is a good king or a tyrant. To an evil officer, there can be no difference. I only need to know that he is the Qin Bai I know. That will be enough. Qin Jingzhen laughed and said, good, good, good. After hearing what you've said, I do feel safer. While they were laughing, Qin Jingzhen coughed. Some blood came out. My king, please do not resist my power, Han Sen said. I need to suppress the wounds on your body. This process cannot be disturbed. You guys leave the room. No matter what happens, even if I die, you will have to listen to whatever teacher Han tells you. Qin Jingzhen said that to the officers and then kicked them all out. Han Sen knew Qin Jingzhen was just being nice. He had placed a lot of trust in him. It was like he was forfeiting his life into his hands. My king, whatever you see, you should not tell people. After saying that, Han Sen broke the rules of the universe. He used his super god spirit mode. Han Sen suddenly had white hair and white eyes. He placed his hand on Qin Jingzhen's forehead. You are a god spirit. Mister, when he saw Han Sen's face, Qin Jingzhen was well and truly shocked. Humans were human. Even if they used some kind of power or combined with a god spirit, they would never look like a god spirit. Now, Han Sen had a pure god spirit body. It was different from how a human appeared. That was why Qin Jingzhen thought Han Sen was a god spirit. Han Sen smiled and did not say anything about it. He put his power into Qin Jingzhen's body. He used his super god spirit power to suppress Wanner's reverse super god spirit power that was inside the king's body. Qin Jingzhen held his tongue not to say a word, but his heart felt like a boat lost on a stormy sea. Han Sen is a god spirit. What kind of level is this god spirit though? Even an annihilation god spirit could not fix my wounds, but he can. Is its level a level above annihilation god spirit? Qin Jingzhen's heart felt like a rolling boulder. His trust in Han Sen was just a show for Han Sen and the others. In fact, he never actually trusted anybody. That was a simple way to be a king plus, Han Sen was very strong. He was afraid Han Sen would one day do something to the Qin kingdom or Qin Bai. That was only because he was powerless to stop it. Thus, he was treating Han Sen so kindly. He now knew Han Sen was a god spirit. The stone in his heart fell. He was no longer worried Han Sen would do something to Qin Bai or the Qin kingdom. God spirits wanted different things from humans. Being a leader was a very attractive concept for humans. To a god spirit, even the lowest level god spirit, they would not want to be a king of a kingdom. That was especially true for someone as powerful as Han Sr., God bless my son. In the future, with teacher Han at his side. No. With Mr. God Spirit looking after my son, even if it cannot last forever, he will at the least be blessed all of his life. My son is a lucky guy. Chapter 32:45 Icefields. Han Sen used all the power he could. He temporarily suppressed the reverse super god spirit mode. It slowed down the gold spreading in Qin Jingzhen's body. It enabled him to last another 3 to 4 years. Wanner's power was too strong. The power of Wanner from both worlds being combined into one pushed the reverse super god spirit mode to the max. Thank you, Mr. God Spirit. Qin Jingzhen stood up and bowed. Qin Jingzhen was Qin Kingdom's leader. When he looked at the god spirit, even he lowered his head in a show of respect. After all, the humans of the universe of kingdoms used the power of god spirits to fight. They adored god spirits. You do not have to do this, my king. Your wounds will be fine for another 3 years. After 3 years, it will depend on your will. Han Sen lifted Qin Jingzhen. After he left the palace, Han Sen returned to the Feng family castle. He met many officers on the way, and they all looked at Han Sen strangely. Han Sen's sword skills were very strong, so they looked at him with fear. No matter how much Qin Jingzhen said Han Sen was a good person, people's eyes showed their doubt. That was especially true in the Qin kingdom, where the system of law was enforced. It made people hate Han Sen more than they could adore him. Even some officers at the castle gates were shouting about Han Sen being an evil officer that destroyed kingdoms. They begged Qin Jingzhen to remove that poison from the realm. Even though Han Sen did not see it, he could imagine Qin Jingzhen's table being stacked with letters. It was likely that 90% of that mound were demands for his arrest. Han Sen did not care. He also was not in the mood to change his image in the hearts of the people of the Qin kingdom. Back in the Feng family castle, Han Sen took to playing with the half-burned candle. That candle was remarkably strange. When holding the candle, Han Sen was able to see the spirits of dead creatures. The spirits did not seem to be active. They merely floated to the sky toward the eerie image of the Geno Hall. The Geno Hall was only visible by holding the candle. He discovered that when he put the candle down, he immediately realized that the Geno Hall could no longer be seen. It was really weird. Han Sen thought, if I hold this candle and go into space, I wonder if I can enter that Geno Hall. He knew the half-burned candle possessed a mysterious power, but he could not really use it for much. He was unable to combine with it, and it had no tangible power he could wield. Han Sen thought, I do not know where Night God No Moon received this half-burned candle from, so I will definitely have to ask her the next time I see her. He then put the candle away. Han Sen planned on going to the Chu Kingdom's ice fields. His trip there had been delayed for too long. He had yet to find a suitable gene race. Therefore, he was going to test his luck out in the ice fields. Due to the fact he was going to the Chu Kingdom, a place where the people of the Qin Kingdom should not go, Jian Bugu was not going with. If he left the Qin Kingdom, he would have probably been killed by people from the Wu Wei Dao Palace. Han Sen only took Bauer and Small Cat with him. Even the little flying fish was left behind with Qin Bai. Jade Wall City had the Dark Dragon promise. It was so solid that it was like a golden soup. Now, many of the Qin Kingdom elites were around. Without the Black Dragon, they could not gather up any power. It meant they were feeble. Just in case, Han Sen put the little flying fish next to Qin Bai. Qin Jingzhen would take care of Qin Bai's safety, so everything should have been ready for his departure. A giant iceberg floated in deep space. The stars were very small compared to the ice field. This was a big system, but there was a scary ice light that froze most of it. That was also because of the ice fields. Many planets were frozen there. Because the ice fields were so special, the planets were frozen inside the ice fields. As a result, digging land pulses to get to gene eggs was very difficult. Many land pulse masters were unable to do anything about the ice fields in the Chu kingdom. Only some very good land pulse masters were able to find land pulses and weird scenes below the sheets of ice. Even so, to break the land pulses that lurked beneath the ice was still very hard. Everyone knew that super god pulses were lying in wait in the ice fields. Unfortunately, there just were not many people there who could find and dig up the land pulses. Even if there were people of the Chu kingdom that were very close to the place, they would never want to go there. In the ice fields, two handsome young men rode atop a jade kirin. If one looked closer, one would find a young man that looked pretty and beautiful. His neck didn't even have an Adam's apple. It was a woman disguised as a man. Big sister, do these ice fields really have that legendary gene race ice jade evil lady? The man asked with some amount of confusion. The woman disguised as a man heard him and replied, according to Xian Mizong's old scroll, this weird scene is a jade ice fairy sign. There is an 80% to 90% chance that there will be the rare gene race ice jade evil lady. This time, we must get the rare gene race so that our Xian Mizong can have another rare gene race. If it really is the ice jade evil lady, does that mean you can use her power to practice our Xian Mizong's secret and amazing skill? The man asked. Let's just find the ice jade evil lady first, the woman coldly said. Two jade kirins were running across the ice fields. Suddenly, a man was moving amidst a snowstorm. The hearts of the pair jumped. They looked at the ice. When they saw the shadow, the man and the woman were shocked. The shadow on the ice displayed a young man holding a female baby. The young man looked like he was around 20 to 30 years old. He looked very manly. The baby in his arms was around 4 or 5 years old, or so it seemed. She was in the man's robe. Only her little head was sticking out. She was curiously observing the storm around them. Who is this man? Why would he bring a little girl to such a place? The woman asked with a frown. She looked at him with disdain. She knew the 7 kingdoms had many places that took men seriously but not women. He should not have taken a little girl to such a dangerous place. The ice air in the ice field was not something a little girl should have been able to endure. If he was there to dig land pulses, he should not have taken the little girl there. That was unless the little girl served a special purpose, such as being the fuel for a sacrificial skill. If they saw an evil land pulse, they could use the blood of a female baby to do a blood sacrifice. That way, they could find a pulse at least. Many evil land pulse masters used that land pulse skill, but they decided to use slaves as a sacrifice. A gold pulse out on the ice fields was an extremely place. Thus, the woman assumed that was who they were. The man laughed. If you are worried about the little girl, why don't you go and check them out? If she is talented, recruit her into the Xian Mizong. That would be a good deed. The woman nodded. She steered the jade kirin to where the little girl was. Chapter 32:46 Poor little girl, please stop where you are. Han Sen was holding Bauer while flying through the blizzard when he heard a woman's voice call out to him. He stopped and looked. Ever since he had gone to the ice fields via galaxy teleportation, he had been on the hunt for land pulses. Unfortunately, he was not very good at looking for pulses. Up until now, he had yet to find anything. He regretted not bringing Mr. Yang or Bald Guy along. That would have been great. The people coming toward him were a man and a woman. They were both riding atop a kirin. Han Sen had noticed their presence a long time ago. He just did not know why they wanted him to stop. What is your name, mister? We are Xian Mizong students, Tian Jing and Zhen Xia. A man and a woman dismounted the jade kirin. The woman performed a strange hand gesture at Han Sen while she spoke. How lucky is that? I am just a nobody. I do not need to tell you my name. What do you two need? Han Sen did not have much to think about concerning the Xian Mizong. He only knew it was one of the parties in Wu Wei Dao Palace. Han Sen had already seen Zhuo Donglai from the Sky Party. Compared to Zhuo Donglai, it was clear to him that these people were far inferior beings. Excuse me for asking, but what is your relation to this little girl? Tianjing looked inside Han Sen's cloak and saw Bao'er's head sticking out of it a bit. Has my daughter somehow offended you? Han Sen thought about it. Bao'er had been with him the entire time. There was no way she would have had the opportunity to go and prank someone. Is she really your daughter? Tianjing looked at Han Sen and Bao'er with sheer disbelief. Yes. Is there a problem? Han Sen did not know what she was implying. Is that a real daughter? Does she share your blood? Tianjing asked. Of course, she is, Han Sen said with a frown. What do you guys want? If there is nothing important for you to tell me, I need to be on my way. There are more important things for me to spend my time doing. Tianjing thought for a moment before saying, I would like to take your daughter as a student. Let her join the Xian Mizong. If you have any conditions about her membership, ask all the questions you want to. If you have a monetary concern, name any sum of money. Tianjing thought Han Sen and Bao'er did not look similar in the least. It was hard to believe they were a real father and daughter. Ergo, she wished to test them. If he was planning to use a blood sacrifice skill like the evil land pulse masters, they could not resist the temptation and sell the little daughter to her. After all, blood sacrifice skills only required one little girl. Nothing else was required. Just an ordinary slave girl could get the job done. So, getting a fair price for one little was a tempting prospect. Sorry, but I am not selling my daughter, Han Sen said. He then started moving. Han Sen thought Tianjing was a bit too forthwith. She approached him and immediately announced a desire to purchase his daughter. If it was not for Han Sen having a good temper and the woman herself not appearing to be too mean, things would not have ended so nicely. He would have likely beat her up. Hang on. I will use this gene race to swap. How about letting your daughter become a student for this? Zhen Xia stopped Han Sen and summoned a gene race. The gene race looked like a lion. It burned with fire. It melted the snow around. In that snowy place, it was like a burning campfire. It looked very overbearing and weirdly powerful. It is a king-class red fire lion, Zhen Xia said to Han Sr., if you are willing to let your daughter take up my sister's offer, it is yours. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly heard Bao use a voice only the two of them could hear. Dad, I don't think you are going to be able to find a land pulse. I think these two people are here looking for a land pulse. Why don't we follow them and exploit them for resources? Han Sen thought this was the right thing to do. Allowing Bao'er to follow them was not a bad idea. Han Sen coughed and smiled. If the two of you are so serious about this, then fine. I will let my daughter become this woman's student. But first things first. Give me the gene race before I give her. That is no problem. We are Xian Mizong students. We would never think of lying to you. Zhen Xia was very quick to agree. He transferred the red fire lion to Han. Senator Han Sen took the red fire lion, passed Bao'er to Tianjing, and said, Lady, my daughter is in your hands now. It does not matter to me if she wants to be your student. Tianjing looked at Han Sen with disdain. She thought Han Sen was an evil land pulse master who was willing to use a girl to find a land pulse through horrid sacrifice. So, she was not going to behave politely to him. Don't you worry, Tianjing coldly said. You can go now. Han Sen was shocked. He asked, why should I leave? I am only giving her to you as a student. I am not selling my daughter to you. Why would you think about separating us? Tianjing was speechless. She had never seen someone this obscene before. He sold his daughter and still had the audacity to say something like that. "We have things to do," Zhenxia said with an annoyed look on his face. "We cannot travel with you. If you want to see your daughter again, you can go to Xianmi Zone and see her there." "Okay." Han Sen felt bad and nodded. He then said to Tianjing, "My daughter is very naughty. You will have to be careful. Here is my phone number. If you do not want her anymore, just give me a call and I will pick her up in a jiffy. Do not worry. I will take good care of her. I won't abandon her." Tianjing stared at Han Senator. She thought he would never buy Bauer back. Cough. Cough. "It is best that way, but you should still keep my number. You never know. It might come in handy one day." Han Sen wrote his phone number down on a piece of paper and squeezed it into Bauer's hands. "I believe we will never have any contact with you ever again." Tianjing did not want to waste any more time with Han Senator. She did not stop getting the phone number, but she put Bauer atop on the jade Kirin and flew away with Zhenxia. "I do not think so," Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. He then walked off into the storm. Tianjing used a warm light to protect Bauer. She did not want her to get cold. She sounded very caring as she asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" "Big sister, my name is Bauer," Bauer said with a blink of her eyes. "Bauer, was that person really your dad?" Although Tianjing was certain Han Sen was an evil land pulse master and wanted to use Bauer as a blood sacrifice for a land pulse, she still wanted to ask anyway. "He makes me call him daddy, but he is not my real father." Bauer looked up with pitiable eyes. What Bauer said was the truth. She wasn't really born through Han Senator. She came out of a gourd. In Tianjing's ears, those words confirmed that Han Sen was nothing more than an evil land pulse caster. "He always bullies me and never gives me food." Bauer kept crying while she spoke. She looked very pitiable. It was not just Tianjing whose heart was melting. Even men with iron hearts would have broken down seeing her. "It is okay, Bauer. There is no need to worry. Big sister will look after you from now on. No one will dare try to bully you again. You can eat whatever you want in the future." As she cradled Bauer against her bosom, Tianjing suddenly felt as if she wanted to be a mother. If Tianjing knew why Bauer said Han Sen bullied her, it was because he always won their games. To say she was not allowed to eat was just a reference to her eating too many snacks and being stopped. She wondered what she would think. From beginning to end, Bauer had not lied once. It made Tianjing believe Bauer was always tortured. Chapter 32-47. Do you know knife? Across those big, endless ice fields, even if Han Sen had to use his Dongxian aura to look, he could not find any land pulses or gene eggs. It made Han Sen confess that his skill had a very specific purpose. No matter how strong his powers were, he was not going to be as good as Mr. Yang or Bald Guy when it came to sniffing out potential land pulses. Tianjing and Zhenxia were obviously professionals. They had a profound knowledge of land pulse discovery skills. According to the information Bauer was sending him, Tianjing and Zhenxia were looking for a shocking sky god pulse that possibly contained a rare gene race called an Ice Jade Evil Lady. That name suggests it might be compatible with my jade skin. Perhaps my reverse jade skin body has hope. Han Sen followed the breadcrumb trail Bauer left him. He tailed the two of them, Tianjing and Zhenxia. No one would have been defensive around a 4 or 5-year-old girl. At least, Tianjing and Zhenxia did not think Bauer was much of a threat. "Sister, where did you say this Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg is?" Zhenxia asked as he kept walking. "Where do you think it will be found?" Tianjing was holding Bauer against her chest. She appeared to be sleeping. She casually said, Have you heard of ice floating on the surface with jade hiding in the heart? No. Please teach me, Wuxia politely said. Ice is always on the surface, and jade stones always hide beneath mountains, Tianjing said. This ice jade evil lady has ice and jade features. Therefore, if there really is a gene egg that has the ice jade evil lady, it must be wrapped up in an icy jade. What is an icy jade? Wuxia still did not understand. Tianjing looked at the ice fields of nothingness and said, "It goes with the name. That means it is jade coated in ice. That place will not have anything particularly strange. Only under a sheet of ice will there be a jade pulse jade mountain. If there is a location that resembles this, the ice jade evil lady will probably be there. This ice field has buried God only knows how many stars," Wuxia said with a wry smile. There must be some jade mountain or jade mines below. If we dig it all up, we'll have been digging for 1 billion years. It will be hard to find the ice jade evil lady. Tianjing laughed. Perhaps not. Ordinarily, the jade mountain jade pulses do not have ice jade evil ladies. Did I not tell you that when jade pulses are buried beneath a mountain, the mountain will be heavily polluted? The air will not be pure in such a place, and you cannot breed ice jade evil ladies. So, we need to find a place where the ice and jade pulses are. Aside from that, you cannot have any pollution. It must be a pure place. That is the only type of place where an ice jade evil lady gene egg can exist. Wuxia suddenly understood something. I see. I did not expect there to be so much knowledge and detail within all this. If I came alone, I do not think I would have been able to find an ice jade evil lady gene egg. I might not even be able to find a single gene egg. Brother Zhen, you joined in late. It is totally normal for you to not know all of this. You're learning now, so it will benefit you in the future. Tianjing paused and said, "Let's just go." Although these are some of the signs, the true scene has yet to be revealed. Finding it will be a tricky endeavor. After that, Tianjing hurried up her jade kirin. She spurred it to cross the ice fields with greater haste. Wuxia sped up with her too, but he secretly dropped an item on the floor. Tianjing did not notice. Hua Bauer was asleep on Tianjing's chest. Her eyes opened a little. She looked at Wuxia. Han Sen was not in a rush to catch up with Tianjing. He just walked slowly across the ice. With Bauer there, he was not afraid of losing them. Even if they found a god pulse, digging the god pulse up to get the gene egg would take them a long time. So, Han Sen was not in much of a rush. Boom! 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 Han Sen walked across the ice fields. Eventually, he heard some heavy footsteps come from behind. He turned his head to have a look and saw 9 holy when white deer pulling a snow-white jade carriage. Han Sen used to have a holy when white deer, but he had given it to Mr. Yang so he could keep his shop running. The holy when white deer were excruciatingly rare, but someone was using 9 holy when white deer to pull a carriage. Each of the 9 holy when white deer looked like they were in ultimate mode. They were more beautiful and advanced than the one Han Sen had given Mr. Yang. I wonder who is in that carriage. It has to be a big show-off. Han Sen looked at the 9 holy when white deer pulling the carriage. Whoever it was, they seemed to be heading in the same direction. The holy when white deer were very fast. Within a second, they went right past Han Senator because the jade carriage had lots of mysterious marks. Han Sen's eyes could not see into it. Han Sen only saw the person driving. He acknowledged that it was a beautiful woman. The lady looked around 17 to 18 years old, yet she could lead the 9 holy when white deer very well. There was an 80% to 90% chance that the 9 holy when white deer were her gene races. That being said, it did make Han Sen a touch more curious. For a driver to have 9 holy when white deer gene races spoke volumes to whoever it was on the inside of the carriage. It must have been a super rich person or a noble with a lot of authority. While Han Sen was thinking about all of this, the 9 holy when white deer went right past him. They stopped. The legs of the 9 holy when white deer looked like they were pinned to the ice. The snow-white jade carriage came to a stop too. Do you know about knives? The clear voice of a man came from inside the carriage. Han Sen looked around. It was only him in the area. The voice in the carriage was obviously addressing him, so he replied, "I learned a little from my master, but I do not know much." Han Sen's knife skills were not bad. It was one of the weapons he was best at using, but he did not think he was only a knife man. His for the knife was similar to his skills with bows and swords. He was just familiar with it. He was not very good at it. If your heart does not wield a knife, no matter how strong your knife skills are, it still won't be presentable. Hearing Han Sen's answer, the clear voice sighed. The holy when white deer started to move. They traveled 1,000 miles in a second and escaped Han Sen's vision. Han Sen was able to understand what the person inside the jade carriage meant, but it was different from how Han Sen interpreted such things. From what Han Sen could tell, loving something and being good at something was different. He was not like Six-Path King, who loved swords, but that did not mean he was not good with swords. The most important thing was whether or not he used his heart when applying skills. It was not about love or hate. Of course, if one had love then it was easier to practice, but it still wasn't necessary. Han Sen was interested in many things. When he practiced, he used his heart and always put in the effort. He did not think his knife skills were worse than those of the people who loved knives. The person in the carriage did not think that way. Although he sensed Han Sen's knife skills, Han Sen's answer told him he was not someone who cared about knife skills. Therefore, he ignored Han Sen. Chapter 32:48 Good and Bad Inside the jade carriage, a beautiful and gentle lady poured out a drink for the man. She asked with curiosity, "Mister, was that man's knife skills very strong?" His movements were full of all the signs of a knifeman's presence, but knives did not exist in his heart. He was just someone who practiced with a knife. No matter how strong a knife skill is, without God, you can only be a bit stronger. He is not literally powerful. His face looked kingly as he spoke. The man was wearing white fur. He held a snow-white cup and spoke coldly. If a noble from the 7 kingdoms saw that person, they would recognize him. It was the first Mr. of the Chu kingdom. His name was Chu Yuan. He was different from the 4 misters of the Qin kingdom. Chu Yuan was a real first mister. Chu Yuan was born to the Chu kingdom's royal family. He was not directly related to the king, but he was very talented. He was very smart, so he quickly became famous in the Chu kingdom. It was hard to say what the Chu Yuan's power was like. It was just the way he was obsessed with knife skills. No ordinary universe of kingdoms elite could compare with him. The elites of the universe of kingdoms used external power. They never had to practice or hone their bodies. Chu Yuan had been learning knife skills since a young age. His skills were not any weaker than his powers. They might have been even better. At that level, which was stronger than his power, it was very rare to see in the universe of kingdoms. Plus, Chu Yuan had the full support of the Chu kingdom. All of his gene races and god pulses were top-tier stuff. He had eyes on the whole of the Chu kingdom. He was like the top elite, and that was no exaggeration. Although the older people of the Chu kingdom could likely fight Chu Yuan well, they were already hiding. They never revealed themselves. The Chu kingdom had Chu Yuan firmly as their #1 character. The beautiful maid was interested in Chu Yuan stopping his carriage to ask Han Sen some stuff. After hearing Chu Yuan's speech, she was no longer interested. She was very lucky to have become Chu Yuan's close maid. Hearing that Han Sen was just a normal person who practiced with his knife and not with his heart, she no longer had a reason to be interested in him. Chu Yuan said, although that person was not a real knife man, his knife skills must be strangely overbearing. If you encountered him in battle, you would be unable to rival him. Thank you for teaching me, mister. The maid rolled her eyes and said, Mister, this time, Xianmi Zong's Tianjing came to the ice fields to secure an ice jade evil lady. If she really finds it, you can easily go and rob them. Then, you will have another rare gene race. After that, you will be able to practice pure knife skills even better. The ice jade evil lady's existence is still little more than a myth, Chu Yuan said. If it really exists, getting it will not be easy. The servant strangely asked, why? Isn't the ice jade evil lady a gene egg? Chu Yuan squinted his eyes and said, if whatever happened was just a gene egg, then even Wu Wei Dao Palace could not know the gene egg's name in the first place. Does that mean there is a secret in the middle of all this? The maid asked with interest. Chu Yuan nodded and said, a billion years ago, this place was not a barren system. There used to be a kingdom here, but a super god pulse weird scene froze the entire system. The kingdom was destroyed, but the ice melted, and life forces returned. Still, no one has chosen to live here. Does that mean that a billion years ago, the same super god pulse weird scene happened? The maid asked with shock. You are right. The name Ice Jade Evil Lady comes from the last super god pulse weird scene. According to the Xianmi Zong leader from back then, he saw the gene egg. For some undetermined reason, he had not been able to take it away. It is something that is recorded in Xianmi Zong's secret scrolls. Only the leader and inheritors can read it. Chu Yuan placed the cup before his mouth and took a sip. He went on to say, I only saw the Chu Kingdom scroll concerning the super god pulse by chance. Tianjing is Xianmi Zong's inheritor, so she must have seen the Xianmi Zong scrolls. By following her, we can be led to the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. That is how we know why the Xianmi Zong leader did not take away the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. I see, the lady said with a laugh. It is fortunate you already have a mole infiltrating the Xianmi Zong. Otherwise, chasing Tianjing would be very difficult. I hope Tianjing will not disappoint me, Chu Yuan coldly said. On the ice fields, Tianjing and Zhenxia were resting in an ice cave. They had been traveling across the ice fields for 10 days and had yet to find the so-called Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. Big sister, you have not eaten a morsel in the longest time. Why don't you rest here while I go out and hunt? Zhenxia smiled at Tianjing while he spoke. Little brother, be careful, Tianjing warned him. Do not be reckless. Don't worry, sister. I will be right back. Zhenxia looked at his sister with love and exited the cave. Bauer sat next to Tianjing. She held her jaw, blinking while asking Tianjing, Sister Jing, do you like Brother Xia? You are a child. You don't know anything. You do not know what love is. You do not know what the absence of love is. Tianjing seemed to blush as she spoke. She squeezed Bauer's face to veil the guiltiness she felt. Zhenxia was very tall and handsome. His personality was exceedingly caring too. He was the perfect example of a gentleman. Many women members of the Xianmi Zong loved him dearly, and Zhenxia was extra nice to Tianjing. There were more women members of Xianmi Zong than there were men. It was hard for Tianjing to have no feelings for Zhenxia. Otherwise, she would not have brought him all the way out into the ice fields alone. What do you mean that I don't understand? Bauer seriously asked. I think Brother Zhen is worse than my dad. If you like him, why don't you like my dad? Tianjing thought that was funny. There was a big difference separating the two. They could not be remotely compared to each other. She squeezed Bauer's cheek and said, "My silly girl. How old are you? How can you tell the difference between good and bad? Your daddy is a big bad guy. How can he be compared to Brother Jean? They cannot, okay. My dad is bad, but I think he is much better than your brother Jean," Bauer said. "You are too young. When you grow up, you will come to understand what a really good man is like." Tianjing thought Bauer was just a small child who did not know anything. She did not care for what she said. Bauer could tell that Tianjing was not paying attention to her words, so she laughed and said, "Anyway, I think my dad is better. Whatever. Let's not talk about this again. When you come to Xianmi Zone with me, I will explain what is good and what is bad." Tianjing held Bauer and softly told her, "Why don't you sleep here for a while? When Brother Jean brings his hunted food back, we will have meat to eat." Some footsteps sounded near the ice cave. Tianjing frowned. It was because she could tell the footsteps did not belong to Zhenxia.